Hello and welcome to round 2 of the Drift Masters Championship here in Ireland. We are at Mondello Park, the home of Irish motorsport, the only international grade circuit in the country. But that's all we need this weekend, as we have 49 drivers representing 23 countries ready to go head-to-head for the biggest prize in the game, and that's top step on the podium at round 2. My name is Dave Egan, and I'm going to be talking you through all of the action today alongside my good friend Ian Waddington. Ian, this is one of those events we always look forward to. We know the Irish are strong here, but for the last 2 years they've been beaten on home soil. A lot of drivers hoping to make that change back, get the Irish dominant again on home soil, but we have such a stacked grid. I cannot wait to see what happens.
Yeah, I love coming back to Ireland, Dave. This track, I've been coming in for a long time. It always encourages those door-on-door battles. The initiation is so depth-defying. You get it right, it works out 100%. If you get it wrong, well, you could be in the center of the track, buried in the wall, like we've seen many times before. This track is the one, the decider, but can the Irish get back to dominating it again?
Well, if you want to see what's happening for the rest of the season, here's how it's stacking up. We were in Spain, now we're in Ireland for round 2 in June 15-16. We're then heading to Finland, to the middle of a theme park for round 3 on July 5th and 6th. Then it's Riga, baby, Latvia. It's August 2nd and 3rd. Then it's Mariupol, Hungary, back on the calendar. Super aggressive track. We're looking forward to that one on August 23rd and 24th. And then the big one, the final in the stadium, PGA Narodowe, Warsaw, Poland, right in the city. 56,000 people, that's where it's going to be decided. And I'll tell you one thing, I want to remind everybody how crazy that first round. See those dark skies? Well, there was none of those in Spain, as it was the first ever visit to the Ricardo de Tormo circuit, and it threw up a lot of upsets. A lot of strange things happened over the weekend. The fans were entertained, the drivers were under pressure with a lot of mechanical failures, and those first round blues cost some of our main championship contenders a lot of points. It was people like Kevin Pazur and Adam Zalewski back in the mix, and of course Kevin Pazur eventually taking the win overall, but it was good to see some drivers that struggled in 2023 coming back out and getting on the podium in 2024. But the champions fell, the ex-champions, Peter Fiancek, Conor Shannon, and those guys now sitting right down the order as we head into round 2. Kevin Pazur looking good in practice here in Ireland as well, hoping to go back-to-back victories, but it's going to be pretty stacked. Here's how we line up right now. Kevin Pazur in first position in the championship, 100 points clear from round 1. Laurie Heinen, second place in the championship last year, and now he's second again after one round. Adam Zalewski back to form. Benediktas Cherba in 4th position. Piscotty, Van Oort, Krull, and Sposso rounding out the top 8. But you'll notice a lot of drivers down the order that should have been right up there if you're a betting person, which would have been like Dwayne McKeever. We could have seen, I mean, he's way up, but he's down in 12th position. I mean, when you look at it, it's almost a reverse of last year's championship order. Fiancek down in 17th position, the 2-time back-to-back champion. And I'll tell you what, this is going to be very interesting to see who can actually redeem themselves after Spain, because that's what it's all about. We've got a bunch of wild cards in there as well. So this is what's coming up for the weekend if you guys are tuning in. If you want to get your, set your stopwatches and when you want to check out the action. Qualifying kicks off right now at 1:30 local time. Then we have the Showdown, the qualifying Showdown, where the top 4 go head-to-head later today at 5 p.m. local time. And then top 32 tomorrow, 11:15 a.m. And then the big one, the main event, top 16 at 3:20 p.m. And I'm excited because I'll tell you one thing, this track, with the weather conditions coming and going, is going to be another roll of the dice for every one of these drivers. Ian, this is the track they're going to be taking on. Full steam, first, second, third, fourth gear, hitting over 140 kilometers an hour as they now head into the first corner across the this little dotted line. You want to get the front wheels there, and it's an inside zone 2 as they push out. This is the dangerous part, outside zone 3. Stay out of the mud and the water on the edge, and it's the first of the big long outer zones. And here's the facts about this track: 2 deceleration zones, 6 outer zones, and 1 inner zone. I'll tell you, we wanted to have that little animation here because it makes this very clear what the judges are looking for. So as they come off the line, you'll see it's a flick to the other side of the course. Get your wheels into that outer zone. That's the initiation point. Then watch that inner zone 2. Tuck the nose in there. This is where it's really tricky for the drivers with that much pace carried as they push out to outer zone 3. This is where you're going to see drivers dropping wheels, heading off the track, and hopefully not ending up in the grass. As they then transition, it's a big decel into this big outer zone 4. This is where they got to keep the rear wheels to the edge of the circuit. You'll see Conor Shannon do it there on your screens as they fire through. And it's a transition back across track, a little snappy one, nothing too crazy, not a lot of angle. Then it's the first big wall run into deceleration. So look at this, up against the wall, and then they collect one wall, collect the second wall on outer zone 6, and then it's push it all the way out to outer zone 7 and across the finish line. Looks easy, it's not easy. The first corner, completely blind, off camber, and it doesn't look the same to the drivers as it does to you guys watching at home. They can only see the top of the grandstand when they pull the handbrake and initiate. So how does it work? How do you qualify? 49 drivers, we'll only get 32 at the end of qualifying, here's what they got to do. 2 runs of qualifying that are non-consecutive. The best run of the 2 counts overall. Top 32 will advance to the final battles tomorrow. Up to 8 championship points for the best 8 qualifier. And then we got a new qualifying showdown, meaning the top 4 qualifiers will face off. 4th against 1st, 2nd against 3rd, and then a final for extra points in the championship. So that's what the drivers will be wanting to get into those top 4 positions. Sometimes, you know, top qualifying, what does it matter? Now it really matters. So here's the drivers that are lining up this weekend. There is a mixed bunch for sure. We got Tomás Kiley, Irish legend, returning this weekend as a wildcard. Stephen McConnell from Great Britain, Ruben Balenos from Spain, Kevin Quinn from Ireland, Victor Junsu, Sweden, Chris Brady, Alan Hines, and James Dean. Wildcards this weekend. Really looking forward to seeing how those guys perform. Adam LZ, one of the biggest content creators in the automotive space, comes to a car delayed at round 1. And then again, look at this. All of these names right now are from the best of the best. Champions from every corner of the globe. Ian, I'm super excited.
Yeah, I'm very excited, Dave. And as you can see, this is reverse grid order. So the guys that you're seeing will go up first. These are the guys that qualified or finished round 1 very, very low. Heidrich, Randalou, Keski Korpi. They're all in that mid-pack now as we start to work our way through to the guys that's sitting in the top 10. And here we go, the last of the drivers. Zalewski, Heinen, and Passeur looking strong on track. Can they reflect that in qualifying? Can they reflect that tomorrow in top 32?
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing what happens, and I don't have to wait anymore because the time is here. The Irish crowd are ready. We're ready. We're heading to qualifying. It is the second qualifying session of the year, and it is a big one because this is where the championship hopes may be on the line, because if you don't get a good round here, you may be out of that race by the end, and it's Tomás Kiley on the line. This car was almost a bare shell on Wednesday night. Now it sits on the line with 1,030 horsepower, comes off the dyno on Thursday, and Kiley has beaten the best on this layout in the past. I'm excited to see this young man come on. Look at that, car's just clean, fresh, ready to go, and he's been pulling some moves in practice. Let's see how he deals with the patchy conditions here.
Yeah, here we go, down the start line, he goes through the gears, nice initiation, takes it a little easy on the first qualifying run, locks up that foot brake now as he goes very deep onto the outside zone, transitions back now. See those rear wheels slow down as he doesn't really know the conditions of the circuit at the moment, as he now works his way across that transition back, looks for the wall, finds it, as Tomás Kiley, a man that has done so many laps around this circuit, lays down an absolute banger for the first qualifying run at round 2 here in Drift Masters.
You know what, he is looking confident out there, Ian. I'll tell you one thing, my point of view right now is that Tomás Kiley is one of those drivers that comes in here as very much namesake a wild card. He could take down some of the biggest names this weekend if he keeps this kind of performance up.
Yeah, exactly that, Dave. I mean, he is on form. Look at him looking so comfortable in that car. Got it off the dyno on Thursday night, straight back to the workshop, finished the car. First runs were in practice yesterday afternoon, and he came out and nailed that qualifying line in practice. He said he's feeling strong, the car feels good. And he's looking good so far. It's a really nice qualifying run. Could have been a little deeper there, halfway through that outside zone as he wandered a little bit. But apart from that, Tomás Kiley looking very, very dialed. So there he goes into that final, second to last outside zone. Big angle on that transition. Look at the way he works the car into that outside zone. And Kiley looking strong, flirting with danger there. Puts the rear canard of this car. How much the body kit on that car, Dave?
You don't want to know. That's a very rare body kit from Japan. I mean, he's driving it like it's not, but it's very rare. You'll see some of the biggest names in the Japanese championship running that kit, and it's so cool to see someone here in Ireland repping it as well. But see, Kiley is out there with no pressure. He's not doing the rest of the season, so therefore he wants to just win this round. He can put the car on the line. He doesn't care about getting it fixed for Finland in a couple of weeks' time. He's leaving every body panel out there to try and win this. And I'll be honest when I say that one of the worst tracks on the calendar when it's wet and dry conditions is Mondello Park. And there you have it, straight out the box with an 81.5 for Tomás Kiley. And that's a big run from the Irish superstar as he sets off on his aim to try and get into that top 32. We go back to the start line. Looks like a nervous and heavy breathing Alan Hines on the start line.
No, Stephen McConnell.
Oh, Stephen McConnell, my mistake.
He is the man from Great Britain, from Scotland to be precise. Stephen McConnell sits on the line now. I spoke to him earlier on and he said this is such a big step up from national championships, you know, becoming a national champion, working your way into this. He said, I sat on the start line yesterday and looked across and you got the likes of James Dean, Peter Vincek, Oliver Randalou. They're all looking at you saying, show us what you've got. He said it was so unnerving, but it felt so rewarding to be here now as Stephen McConnell fires down. Again, another little tentative initiation, very patchy on the initiation. They have to really work these conditions out, but looking good so far. As McConnell slows that car down massively into outside zone, he's going to sacrifice some of that line. You can see the wheels slow down as he drops out of the outside zone. Now starts to work himself across the circuit, looks for the wall, nice flick, rubs the back bumper, disposes half the back end of the car on the wall, looks for that final outside zone. The car doesn't sound healthy, Dave, as he crosses the line.
I was just about to jump in and interject and say that sounds like it's down a few cylinders, that car. It sounds to me like Stephen McConnell has not got all of the 6 cylinders in that 2JZ. A bit of a misfire, and he's having to drive around it. Now, the wet and kind of slippery conditions will help that a little bit, but it is not going to allow you to move the car exactly as you want throughout the edges. So, as you said, a tentative run, didn't make any major errors, got through the zones, but the judges will want to see much more fluidity. Now, the problem these guys have is, do they set the car up for the wet or the dry? It's kind of half and half. And then another problem, especially our earlier drivers are going to have in qualifying, is the track is drying rapidly. So it looks like it's wet, but the temperatures are high for Ireland, right? So, you know,
this is a warm summer's day.
This is a warm summer's day in Ireland, but not super high, but enough that track every single lap is going to start producing more and more tire smoke, and you're going to lose a lot of those greasy areas, which means drivers don't know how hard to push. They push too hard, they spin, they go in the grass, they have a big error, or the judges will not reward them if they don't go hard enough through the zone. So I think he got caught a little bit in the middle at a 60.5, and there's definitely an issue with that car. Something, you know, sounds way down on power from what we watched in practice earlier on. So Steve McConnell, not only has got the pressure of being here as a wild card, stepping up, he now has the car working against him. Let's hope they can correct those issues for the second run.
100%, yeah. So we're going to go back to the start line. We're going to see the Spanish driver, Ruben Bolaños Lopez, now as he makes his way off the start line, gives the thumbs up. 760 horsepower BMW E46 2JZ underneath the bonnet, and he's looking good in practice, I must admit. Yesterday, this guy had been struggling with the car, adapting to it. They're making a lot of suspension changes, a lot of development going on for these guys with this car. And he came out yesterday straight out of the blocks in wet conditions where he didn't have much, and he nailed it. He nailed the track. Can he nail it now, though, in qualifying, where it really matters? He gets that car right where it needs to be. A little bit of understeer. Yeah, see him on the handbrake, adjusting that car, but works it out now as he slows it down into this big, long outside zone now. Full throttle from Bolaños as he has to work the back end to the edge of the circuit, flicks it across, wheels over, wanted to keep it tidy there, but didn't. As now Bolaños, goes for a big clutch kick, car grips up, pushes him out of the outside zone. He's going to have to work the back end now for that final outside zone across the line, but it will be a score on the board.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here that, you know, I've driven this track before, and that first corner, it's blind, it's downhill, it's off camber, so the car naturally wants to understeer a little bit, or you take it too tentatively and you got to use, now watch the back wheels lock up. That's a big no-no from the judges. They want to see full throttle in that zone, and they don't want to see any deceleration. Now, he did it because realistically, he was understeering, watch, and he was going to go off the track, so he had to adjust the car, but he puts a wheel almost 2 over there, and that's a very easy part to do it, because visually the track looks like it's wider, but it's really run off. The actual line of the track in the zone is a little bit, you know, maybe 4 or 5 feet inside that. So they want to go, and then again, a wheel over here. And it looks to me like this is another part where he slowed down, went to go back on the power, and the car just didn't go back on the power. Now, right here, there was also a surface change. So when it's in wet conditions, dry, it doesn't make much difference, but in the wet, it kind of grips up a little bit more, fresher tarmac on the inside. So there are all the things you got to worry about when it's kind of slippery and wet and dry. When it's dry, not so much of an issue. The track is consistent, but I think these first couple of wildcard drivers are going to struggle with this, especially the conditions. 55.5 on the board for Ruben Bolaños from Spain, and Ruben's going to have to probably up that score by at least 30, I'd imagine, by the time we finish qualifying here. And again, conditions will change. We don't know what the conditions are going to be for the rest of the weekend, but to me, that makes it exciting. It's different. It's something unusual. And if you're talking about something unusual and different, it's going to be this man, Kevin Quinn, on the start line, the entertainer from Ireland. This man sits on the limiter more than anyone ever should on this car, and he's here to put on a show this weekend, jumping back in on his local track for the weekend. And Kevin Quinn, for sure, will be giving this 110% in this crazy 800 horsepower 2JZ S15.
Yeah, Kevin Quinn known for the rev limiter, and you can already hear it screaming as he comes down the hill. Big flick across the circuit. Kevin Quinn, point to prove this weekend. He wants to put himself back into the mix, back into the show. Left foot braking as he goes into the outside zone now. On the handbrake, slows it down, puts the back end right where it needs to be. Quinn, a man that's been around this circuit many times as you can count on your hands. He flicks it now up into the wall, puts the back end in danger. Very nicely done from Kevin Quinn. Back up onto the wall again goes Quinn to the edge of the circuit, across the line. And a very nice run there from Kevin Quinn.
Yeah, I mean, Kevin Quinn's done so many laps of Mondello, I think the car might do it itself at some point. But the thing about it is that he always puts a little flair into the run, which I love. You know, sometimes not perfect, a little bit left foot braking. That's clever driving with the conditions, knowing I don't want to push too much. It's a solid run, it's safe, but it's safe in a way at times. A lot of handbrake here, just getting into those zones. But from my perspective, he does collect all of the zones on the track, which is very tough when you can see those wet patches everywhere. So considering a couple of drivers struggling before Kevin, he's been here on many a wet and dry day. He's learned it, and a nice wall run at the end. And this for me was a really solid look. It's right out to that wall at the end. And good score on the board, I'd imagine, for Kevin Quinn. Is it probably going to go, 90 plus? I wouldn't imagine, but I would say this is going to be a strong start. And remember, you have 2 runs. So if your first run you get a decent score, it does take that pressure off. It does allow you to say, I can do this. I can make a few, corrections, and I can do things well on the second run. So a 79 on the board for Kevin Quinn, and I think, just pushing that a little bit harder, but it's tough to do when you've got those wet patches. It's easy for the judges to say, we want more commitment, but you could mess it up in a big way if you get it wrong.
Exactly that, Dave. It can go wrong very, very quickly. And that first turn, that first initiation point, it is, for me, where it can go wrong very quickly. We go back to the line. It is the Swedish driver, Victor Jonosu, making his way back into competition. Took some time out. They worked on the cars. They figured some things out. They struggled with his cars for quite a while. Then they kind of clicked and they got it dialed. He's been looking strong in practice. What can he do as he comes off the line? The Swedish driver, 1,000 horsepower underneath the bonnet. BMW powered, BMW E92. Nice initiation. Lets the car flow, but does grab a load of handbrake as he comes through that first inside zone. Now works his way around, looks for this long outside zone on the foot brake. Oh, he's going to go wide, but he does just keep a hold of it. Left foot brakes, tries to keep the front end right where it needs to be, and it's a very shallow transition into this outside zone now as Victor Jonosu looks for the wall, looks for that final outside zone, foot flat to the floor across the line.
Yeah, I mean, if you're new to drifting, and I'm sure some of you guys are, well versed, but when we say left foot braking, what we mean is that they're actually braking while they're accelerating. So the rear of the car is accelerating, and they're also touching the brake with their left foot because they want to bring the nose of the car around. So they're braking a little bit, not full brakes, but you will see a lot of drivers drive around here full throttle with the front wheels locked up because they actually have so much grip and power in the car, they can push through the front wheels. And there you can see, whenever you see the brake lights go on, a lot of the time it is that front brake. Look, see the lock of the front wheel there? That's just to steady the car. So you got to think in a drift car, how much is going on? You're changing gears, your steering wheel is flying through your car. You're actually steering the opposite way of the way you're going. You're using the handbrake and the foot brake and the accelerator and the clutch all in the one run. So while the runs are short, maybe 50 seconds long, every single thing in the car has been pushed and dragged and touched a million times to make that go around that way. So you're driving a car unnaturally, the way it doesn't want to be driven, and then these guys are putting incredible grip in the car. So it's almost like trying to get a drag car to slide around the track, and that's how difficult these high-end cars are now and the speed that they carry. So, we can all sit there and go, oh, he could have done this, he could have done that, but these are tough cars to drive in tough conditions to be competitive at the top level of Drift Masters.
Yes, certainly so, Dave. And, like you say, these cars are bordering on almost drag cars now. Jack Shanahan said to me last year as he headed into Poland, the final event, he said, we dialed so much grip into the car that it almost doesn't want to drift.
Making a drift car not drift. That's
basically what he was trying to do.
That's what you got to do at the top level. So you take a car that wants to drift no problem, and then you put so much grip in it that it now doesn't want to drift at all. Yeah. And then you drive that at over 70 miles an hour over a blind hill in front of many, many people watching at home and here in Mondello Park. And you do that with another car about a foot away from you. Now just remember when you watch it and you kind of go, okay, fair enough. But it is a crazy situation to be in as a human being. 66.5 on the board for Victor Jonosu. And Victor puts a 66.5 on the board. And again, a little bit tentative. I can understand it because the conditions are not perfect quite yet. They will dry, hopefully, and we'll see. We don't know what we're going to see for the rest of the day. But Chris Brady, the Irish champion, last year's Irish champion, getting the wildcard entry here in Mondello Park in this R32 Skyline. He's got 750 horsepower, RB25. I don't think it's maybe the only RB25, or very few on the grid this year. So it makes a very distinctive sound, and he's a very, very good driver. Another man that knows Mondello Park quite well. So let's see how he goes. Goes for that flick initiation. Fires out a little tentative on the angle. Clever driving from Chris Brady so far as he takes it out wide. Little left foot brake. Good job from Chris Brady. Lets the car settle. Again, not super aggressive, but doing what he needs to do to not mess up that first run and get a score on the board. Big angle as he comes out of the car. That's good there. Now, how close can he go to the wall? Very close to the wall, but he drops a wheel over the edge of the track, and then he's in the wall almost for the second half. But definitely pushing the limits is Chris Brady, and that's what he's all about. That's why he's here this weekend as a wild card.
Yeah, look, he had a point to prove. He was very nervous early when I spoke to him down in the pit garage, and he was saying, I'm just so grateful to be here, and I'm just so thankful that I get this opportunity. And you know what? He's took that opportunity with both hands, Dave, and he's given it a real good shake, because that was an incredible qualifying run for, a man that really has stepped up a level to be here this weekend. He's pushing real hard. You can see goes very deep into this outside zone. Full throttle commitment. Very, very nice driving from Brady. But for me, there was just one mistake that crept into the run. It was right here. Let the car on the handbrake a little bit too too long, arrived at the wall a little bit too late, and that put him one wheel over.
Yeah, I mean, remember the likes of Brady here, nothing really to lose, just trying to show off, show what he's all about to the fans of Drift Masters. But a lot of drivers you'll see later with the Shanahans, McKeever, Viansek, all those guys who struggled, they have a different pressure. They're trying to win the championship over 6 rounds. These guys have a lot less pressure because, as far as I'm concerned, one of those things they have to do is just show up. And if they lose, they're kind of at the, I'm not saying in ranking order, they wouldn't be highest ranked, so they just can upset whoever needs to do it. So, and 70 on the board for Chris Brady, not bad going. Like you said, little wheel off here and there, but as a first run, putting a score on the board like that, it settles the nerves, and he's going to believe I can put another 20 points on that if I do my perfect run. Exactly
that, Dave. And that perfect run is out there. It's just waiting for someone to grab a hold of it. We go back to the start line to Alan Hines, another Irish driver, 2JT, Nissan 200SX S14 with an S13 front end swap. Well, half of it, Dave. He did have a full S13 swap at the beginning of the weekend, but he's had a spin in the gravel, shall we say?
No, the actual bumper came off from the speed he went into the first corner. It actually took the bumper clean off the car. Alan Hines has been going for it this weekend. Expect a big flick entry. Again, takes a little tentative over those white lines, locking that front. Oh, it's a little bit of understeer from Alan Hines. And again, I think those conditions, those cold tires on that wet ground there, the entry to me looks like it's absolutely treacherous, but the rest of the course looks a little bit. And I expect a big wall run from Alan Hines here as he fires it up along, scraping the bumper and right to the edge of the white line, and he just bounces pinball style off the wall and keeps himself in the game. I think he lost a little bit of traction there. As I said, though, the paint on the edge of the track is slippy because it's been repainted. And I think Alan Hines just got a little bit of it there towards the end of the run. He was so perfect, it almost worked against him.
You can see him shaking his head at the end of that run there because he knew the initiation was the point where he messed up. The car massively washed, kind of wanted to suck him right to the edge of the track. He did manage to get a hold of it, but it was a big handbrake drag here. Look at this, he slows the car down massively into the outside zone. It is a decel. They are allowed to slow the car down there, but I think Hines wanted to carry a bit of momentum. Yesterday in the dry, he was flying through there full throttle, so he knows there's more to be had from that run.
Absolutely, and I mean, the wildcards this weekend definitely going to throw a mix on the championship order. Alan Hines, one of those drivers, he really comes alive in the chase. That's where you look at Alan Hines, and anybody on any given day can go down to a driver, who might be, an Irish legend but not known internationally. But these guys are here this weekend to prove a point. And as I said, Alan Hines shaking his head there. I mean, it's a decent run, but he wants a big score. He wants to make sure he qualifies. And I think none of these drivers are under false pretenses that they don't. You're going to need an 80 plus to get into the top 32 here at Drift Masters. That's just the way it is. There is no forgiveness. Everyone's going to be going for that big score, and as the scores start to rise, look at the door on the car flexing with the pace. The door bending in as he throws it sideways. And we always say it's funny how they have so much aerodynamics on the car and then go the opposite direction of the aerodynamics and how they work. So 79 on the board for Alan Hines. You can see the door definitely stayed on the car, and he'll be looking for some more doors in the top 32, but may have to improve slightly maybe in his second run. We go back to the start line, and a driver that, if you're into drifting, needs no introduction. It's James the Machine Dean, back as a wild card this weekend. He is a 7-time European champion, 3-time US champion, Guinness Book of Records world holder, the most successful drifter of all time. But as he said himself, he hit the wall yesterday. He's been pushing hard. He's been changing setups because the game is just that hard now. So the machine's going to have to turn it up to 11 here to get himself into qualifying.
Yeah, he's going to go for a 100-point run here. Big speed from James Dean as he flicks that car in. Left foot braking. Look at that. Lets it go and lets it wash to the edge of the circuit. Dean on a ripper already. Look at that. Dabbing the handbrake. Using it like ABS to slow the car down. Now full throttle as he gets out of that outside zone. Flicks it across the circuit. Now looks for the wall. Precision from Dean, backs it in almost as James Dean now back on throttle. Big clutch kicks as he looks for the wall once again across the line. That final outside zone, textbook from James Dean.
It's perfect from James Dean as usual, but I think, you know what, I still think the weather conditions causing some havoc there, because we always use James Dean as the yardstick. You can see some corrections from James Dean throughout the course as he gets to certain points of the track that don't have as much grip as he thought they would have. So you can see here, James Dean having to use a little bit of left foot brake. Now this, for me, watch, he has to really modulate the car on a couple of handbrakes to get it into that outer zone, including handbraking in the outer zone, because it's just that slick there. It's just hard to get the car slowed down. Remember, you're going at 70 plus miles an hour, 140K, and then you got to go all the way down to like 50K. So there's a big decel zone there. James Dean doing a great job. This is where the precision, big flick to the wall for me here was a highlight. Look at that, almost 90 degrees to the wall as he throws it.
And full throttle.
And just absolutely full throttle straight away, all the way through that last corner. Set the car on big angle. Look at that. Boom, right to the edge of the circuit. And James Dean is back. He wants another trophy from Mondello Park. I think he's probably got more than anybody else from this circuit, and he'd love another one. I think the storage container for all the trophies for James Dean is bursting at the seams at the moment, but it doesn't matter. He's going to try and get another few.
He won another one. Wow.
There you have it, a 91.5 for James Dean in his first qualifying run. And I still think there's more in the tank for James Dean there, so we could see a little bit more of an improvement if conditions were perfect.
Yeah, and he won't shout at us after this for saying there were mistakes in that run, and he will know himself. We go back to the line to a man we didn't see at round one. There was a crash, a ship and a bridge. It delayed a container.
Yeah, so
well, here we are.
Adam LZ missing Spain, getting his car here a couple of weeks ago, getting it all prepped during the week. Having some issues, it must be said, in practice with a water pump and a couple of little bits and pieces. Just having some gremlins with the car. Brand new car. They finished this car 30 minutes before it was put in a container in Florida and sent to Europe. And let's see how Adam LZ gets on his first patchy run in Mondello Park. Fires into that first corner. And this is pretty steady for LZ. Big lock of the front wheel, taking out the cone. A little bit of understeer as he comes through the first corner, but does manage to keep it under control, put it back on some throttle, falling out of that outer zone slightly as he transitions back. Now he's got to go for the wall to climb some points back here, and he does. Sends it into the wall. Full carbon Kevlar E36 2JZ, 800 plus horsepower, and he does a good job. But that initiation, very similar to some other drivers, a little bit of a waver and a little bit of understeer, and that's because there's so much grip in the rear of the car, and the track where the front tires are going through has less rubber on it, so it's a bit of a sketchy initiation, and LZ making a couple of mistakes there.
Yeah, you could see the way the car washed there after initiation. It kind of wanted to drive straight. It's like the rear wheels are majorly overpowered, the front wheels, it just didn't have the grip, pushed him across, but he recovered from it, and I'd say the second half of the run was way, way cleaner. Look at this as he fires in across this, very nice, right to the edge of the circuit on that white line, picks up the wall, beautiful into that outside zone, full throttle straight away, no big clutch kicks, no messing around, into it, up to the wall, looks for that final outside zone and full throttle. We get a real judge here of how close he was to the wall. I mean, we're talking 8-9 inches there, Dave.
Yeah, it's a brand new out the box, beautiful car that has every single thing done.
It's the catalogue, right?
It's the catalogue. It's the 2024 BMW as far as I'm concerned, because everything is brand new on the car. However, this is their first weekend in Europe with the car. The team's saying they're still ironing out the setup. They're still ironing out a few little things they want to get right with it. And you're straight into competition. You know, for LZ, you just get a test day, a couple of days, he just arrives, has to drive the car how it is and do all that work at the track. So you can see the pace these guys are going. That toe strap is trying to get into the engine. That's how much air that 2JZ is trying to suck in. But a 64 on the board means there will need to be improvements for LZ on the second run. But again, it's not a culmination of both runs. Yep. It is the best of your two runs. You can score 20 on the first run. You can get 90 on the second. Nobody ever remembers the first run.
We always used to score a 0 on one run at least.
Yeah, sometimes two.
Sometimes
both runs. Yeah, you could add both and still 0.
Still 0.
We move back to the line. Another driver having some mechanical issues at round one. It is Ryusei Akiba from Japan, competing at D1 last year, jumping over to Europe this year. And Ryusei Akiba, this car has been completely top to bottom revamped from the first round, so hoping those mechanical gremlins go away.
Yeah, he's looking good. He's been strong in practice. New turbo for this morning. Big angle initiation. Could Akiba have found the key to success? And it looks like it's worked out for him. Maybe taking that brave line through inside zone 1 is the key as he now looks across the circuit, transitions right to the edge of the circuit once again, now looks for the wall, flirts with danger, but he's gone very wide. He's going to struggle to get himself back into the game, and he gets himself into that final outside zone across the line. He was flirting with danger in a wall there, Dave.
And I'll tell you one thing, he threw a big angle at every corner, as you would expect from a Japanese driver. They like to drive on a big flick angle, definitely the most angle we've seen into the first corner. And he kept it and he held it. I think it's strange, you look at the two runs between LZ and Akiba, they did the opposite. Yeah. Akiba nails the entry in the first corner, but then at the end of the track doesn't do as well. And then if you look at LZ's, he gets the second half. So I think a lot of that is the conditions out there where they think, oh, they're feeling the grip, and then all of a sudden there's no grip. So a brave initiation will be rewarded, but then just here, as he comes towards the wall, goes too hot, too late to the wall, leaves it a little late on the power, drops over, gets one wheel on, does well not to go into the wall as he keeps it, but it does mess up his lines ever so slightly at the end. And although with the car working good and Akiba looking strong, that's what we want to see. We want to see drivers on the track battling for the podium, not in the pits. So a lot of drivers who had mechanical issues at round one, it's great to see those cars working through practice and now into competition, because, you know, it's obviously a huge commitment to do the Drift Masters series, and the cars, and we said it, they all work when they like on the dyno, everything works great. So a 79 on the board for Ryusei Akiba. And from that perspective, for me, it's just one of those things where these drivers are going to have to say, right, second run, it's all or nothing, because there's going to be a benchmark set at the end of the first half, and that's going to be interesting. And this one, this guy's going to go, oh, my mistake, we got a little...
Yeah, you're jumping ahead.
I'm jumping ahead, yeah.
You're getting well excited, Dave.
I just said this guy, so I was pretty, I was right. It's always this guy.
Dave said he's missed Drift Masters. You love
so
it when it comes to town, right?
I love it.
Home,
This is
your track as well.
Josiah Fillets in the Corvette, firing into that first corner, representing MDF Racing. What an entry from Josiah as he lets, again, that entry looks a bit slick as Josiah goes back on the power. This car making 1,000 horsepower, naturally aspirated. No turbo, no supercharger, all American muscle for the Canadian as he fires down. Really nice line from Josiah Fillets as he fires through, and the noise and the anger of this machine around the track. That is a hell of a run.
Yeah, we were too busy talking about ourselves there, Dave, and the occasion. That happens a lot. We'll take a look back at the replay of this one. Look at this from Fillets as he fires that car in. Now, there is a mistake. The car does get a little understeer. Watch out, the front wheels, big correction. Gets a wheel on the dirt, but he saves it, and he is moving at some sort of pace right now as he comes through that initiation. Look at this, the car back onto it, but he goes shallow to that outside zone because of the correction. Now works his way into the outside zone. Hardly any decel as he gets into this zone, and then that is it. He's full beast mode from here. Full throttle, big flick transitions, on throttle so early as he looks for this second wall run, gets it dialed in, and he's just safe at that point.
Yeah, I mean, this car is an incredible piece of engineering.
Yeah.
I mean, every single component on the car has been designed in-house by Josiah, and it's a world first for many things. I mean, this car runs an S13 Silvia front end on the car, BMW steering rack. I mean, it is just a mix mash that works so well. And the Corvette running the naturally aspirated engine means he's got a lot of torque when he wants it, and you can see that through the second half of the course. Look at that carbon Kevlar getting real close to the wall there. But as you said, some mistakes on entry puts him at a 69.5, and it looks to me like there's no driver out there, bar James Dean so far, nailing every part of the track. And we move now on to, I'm excited by this one.
Yeah.
The Irish fans are going to be excited by this, because you know what? Diesel performance in Ireland is a big thing. And this is Timo Peltola in the probably most craziest diesel you've ever seen. 800 horsepower, incredible diesel build. This is 1,200 Newton meters of torque. If you're a diesel fan, you'll know that's quite a bit. As he fires in, representing Black Smoke Racing, he fires in that first car. Look at this, right to the edge of the track. And I mean, a diesel Mercedes estate car is now ripping through Mondello Park. Welcome to 2024, welcome to Drift Masters, and welcome to the madness as Timo Peltola puts it on the wall. White smoke, black smoke, and he's putting a good score on the board here. That is a hell of a run.
Yeah, that's an incredible run. We were talking to the team yesterday. They said they've done a lot of work to the car, and they said they've turned the power up. It's nearly 1,000 horsepower now and over 1,500 foot-pounds of torque. They said that they've upped everything. The boost is through the roof. 5 bar of boost.
Let me just rephrase it. 5 bar of boost in that diesel engine.
Crazy, crazy. They've developed some new wires fab to fit on the rear of it to give him the grip. And look, he's just working, Dave. He's out of the outside zone, though. He will be bleeding massive points. But for me, that's a golden buzzer moment when he puts the back end of this Mercedes-Benz estate on the wall. Look at this, flexes, and just away you go. Also, the cheapest car to run on track for the whole weekend. Also, the only car here that's running the same fuel as the tow rig that brought it here. So a lot to talk about, and always an entertainer is Timo Peltola. And, you know, if you give him a chance, he'll be on the roof of that thing, cheering himself on any given moment. And really, really cool. Great run. Great run.
I mean, you know what? We got so excited because we just want to see, he's had so many mechanical issues at Spain. Now an 81.5 on the board for Timo Peltola in third position. The Irish fans like it. Diesel power into third position.
I mean, I like it.
We like it. We like it.
We like it.
He's mad. I don't know why they built it, but I'm happy they did. We move back onto the start line. We got Joshua Reynolds from Switzerland, who has competed in the USA in the past, now putting a full season together in Drift Masters. Beautiful carbon Kevlar Supra, B58 BMW engine, 1,030 horsepower, 1,030 horsepower. You're looking at Bugatti Veyron levels of power coming off the start line in a Toyota. This is, here we go. Joshua Reynolds, you can see that entry still very slick. You can see where it's drying up in patches. Joshua just catching a little bit of understeer like everybody else seems to be there as he fires back. Look at that, a little handbrake dab, a little left foot brake. Good so far, though, from Joshua Reynolds, doing the job nicely as he transitions back. A lot of car to throw to a concrete wall as he does very successfully. A little tentative towards the end. Oh, and has a little wobble there and just goes on and off the handbrake. I think that new tarmac, that extra grip that just caught him a little bit there as the track dried. But a good run all the same from the Swiss driver. And what a machine.
Incredible machines. We took a look around them yesterday in the paddock as we walked around, and so well built, and 2 identical cars. Him and Yves Meyer running identical setups. As we take a look back at the run here from Joshua Reynolds as he comes off the line. Nice initiation, but as Dave said, catches a little bit of understeer here. Watch the front wheels, almost straight, as you say. He takes out some steering angle, then works it back in again. But he does use a lot of handbrake, but for me, the biggest mistake was on the second to last final outside zone, where he had to make a lot of corrections, shallowed up the car massively on the angle, used the handbrake to slow it down. Nice transition here, was a bit tentative on the wall, and so would I be if I was firing a 200,000 euro car at a wall. And you see there, as he's dialed off the angle, didn't want to risk the car on the first qualifying run.
No, it does a good job, and I think, you know, a lot of these drivers are probably looking at this going, it's wet, it's patchy, there's no grip in certain places. I don't want a zero, because then the zero puts all the pressure on the second one. And then if you zero on the first corner, you learn nothing about the rest of the course because you've had to start the run. So getting the data back to the team and saying, I think it's this and that, puts a 65 on the board, does the Swiss driver in 10th position. Next up, I'm looking forward to this one because I'm on the figures right now. Oh, a little bit of rain starting to drop on the track. This is going to make it very sketchy for the next couple of drivers. This is the highest horsepower car on the grid. Originally from El Salvador, now resident in the UAE, Nasser Al-Arbi. He is driving an S13. This car weighs 1,200 kilos, but it is running 1,360 horsepower, this car. And he says he can't make it any slower, so he's about to take into what he needs, about 200 horsepower with the conditions the way they are.
Wow.
We're going full slick on the first corner straight away, and look at that. No grip on that first corner. He does well to recover, though, Ian.
Yeah, he holds it together, Dave, and he dials it in. Very good driver is Nasser Al-Habali now as he looks for this outside zone. You can see big flames erupting from the back end of this Nissan 200 SX. Supercharged American V8 underneath the bonnet. Oh, and he goes wide, just one wheel over the edge of the circuit. He's going to look for the wall, puts a spoiler onto the wall, looks for that final zone. Job done. And you know what? All for all, that was a good run.
That was a great run, considering the first corner was like glass, like ice. Yeah. And he came in at no grip. You could see the back end of the car going, did a great job. And Nasser, who is an Emirates Drift champion, very, very established driver, you can see the back end of the car just completely left the chat as he came into the first corner, and he did very well to bring it back around and not miss too many zones.
No, he held it together very, very well. Good technical driving there from Nasser as he works his way around the circuit. Look at this full left foot brake, lets it go, and you can see him on and off that left foot brake, just pushing the back end of the car into that zone, making sure he gets as many points in that qualifying run as he can. And Habali looking good this weekend.
I'll tell you one thing, though. I can only imagine with 1,360 horsepower and a wet surface in Mondello Park, it's difficult to drive that because that car is meant to be at full, full chat, full power, and the grip levels are all over the place right now. So I think he did a really good job of showing how good he is, regardless of the horsepower, of how good, as you said, a technical driver he is, how he's able to adapt to those conditions. And I'm just going to be, this may come as a surprise to you, Ian. Not that much rain in the UAE.
And you know what, Dave? That's a lie.
They had a bit of it there.
They had quite a bit of it there a couple
of months ago, but they got about 3 years in one day. But generally, they don't. They sometimes just don't have the event, in drift event, if it rains. I mean, if we did it in Ireland, we'd still be waiting on our first. But what I'm saying is that, from my perspective, that's, he's adapting to cooler climates, to different conditions, and that's what this championship is all about. Mixing all these drivers in the pot. And the Emirates champion gets a 67.5, puts him into 9th position. And I can see that little spit of rain beforehand really messed up that run. So let's hope the rest of our drivers can balance it out. Next up, we got Irish youngster and school kid, 16 years of age, Conor Falvey. Conor Falvey, a rookie this year in the championship. Again, having car issues at round 1. Had an inlet manifold pipe come off in his qualifying to put the power on the car. He is familiar with Mondello Park. Let's see how it gets on in a very slippy initiation from Conor Falvey.
Yeah, but look at that, absolutely dialed is Falvey. No corrections on the steering wheel, just a little bit of left foot brake. Nice use of the handbrake there, back on throttle nice and early. As Falvey now works his way around that long outside zone, looks for the transition right to the edge of the circuit. He's going to go, he picks up that zone perfectly as he puts the back end of the S13 into the wall. Oh, and he's gone way wide though. He's put maybe 2 wheels over that white line as he looks for that final outside zone. Job done. Oh man, I really hope that was only 1 wheel because that was a flyer of a run.
I think so, but I'll tell you one thing, that looks to me like that now between those 2 walls is
slippery.
Slick, very slick. Every driver seems to me to have it absolutely under control and then pushes way too far.
The initiation though, Dave, look at this. No correction. Watch the front wheels. He doesn't make any correction. Just locks the foot brake ever so slightly to pull him into that inside zone. Dialed. He is a young man that has got a lot of talent.
Well, I'll say it looked very, very good run, but again, how are the judges going to look at that drop of the wheels over?
Well,
I mean, we're going to find out very soon.
Yeah, I mean, they've got all the angles,
But
Dave.
I mean, that's how we learn as commentators. We obviously aren't communicating with the judges. We also learn as spectators. We start to see, look at that. I think he gets onto the paint there, and it's slippery. And look at that, just couldn't keep the car.
I think that's only one wheel.
I think it might just be one wheel, but I'll tell you what, this wall run though, look at this. Whoa.
Beautiful. Look at the spoil. Look at the back end.
Look at this.
Car. Oh,
perfect. Splitter on the wall from Conor Falvey as he fires it through. This is where it gets sketchy. It's the cone. It has to just about get it back. It doesn't miss up too much, but I will say that it could be 2 wheels off the track. That's what we're thinking. I wonder, does he drop that second wheel over? And I think our judge is making a little bit of a suggestion that he may have. Yeah, 0 on the board for Conor Falvey as he puts 2 wheels over in between the 2 walls. And again, a part of the track that you've got to really look at now, saying it is do or die. You can see now, look how far deep over that white line. Yeah, so 2 wheels off the track, meaning it's 0. It was marginal, but it's enough to cost you a big run, and I think that would have been a good score. So we move it on to the start line. Another driver, Itay Seda, 17 years of age, 800 horsepower, 2JZ, another youngster. I mean, 16 to 17 years of age for 2 drivers, which is intense. That's what you think about it.
Yeah, it's crazy.
We were struggling with our hill starts at that stage. So here we go into the first corner. Itay Seda firing through. Oh, a little bit shallow there, but he gets it together. Again, that first corner was very difficult, Ian.
Yeah, it is very difficult. Look at this big handbrake drag. He's going to pull way down. That's an on-camber hill there, so it really shows when you slow down too much into that zone. As he now looks for the wall, gets this outside zone. Now, how slick is it? Yeah, you can see on that tarmac change, as Dave pointed out earlier, it's very, very slick. And Satay gets it across the line. I think there's going to be a low score, though, Dave. A few mistakes creeping in there.
Yeah, and again, it's the little handbrake jabs that the judges really don't want to see. They want it to be very, very smooth and fluid. You know, I've got some Australian fans here.
In the house.
I was talking to some spectators this weekend. We got spectators from South Africa, Canada, USA. We got them all the way from Japan and Australia, all here in Ireland to basically buy umbrellas because it's pretty cold and wet all weekend. But we appreciate everybody traveling out from all over Europe, from all over the world, wherever you've come to watch here in the flesh. And if you're joining us online, wherever you guys are, thank you for tuning in. Of course, joining me and Ian for all of our nonsense this weekend and trying to keep things, I suppose, reasonably sane, but we usually lose the run of ourselves a little bit. But it's an exciting event. And Drift Masters this year, just the mix of drivers, the personalities, the amount of, I think we've got, 19 champions, national champions on the grid. It's just nuts. You know, there's so much talent here. And I love the fact that we never know from one event to the next who's going to win, who's going to do well. I mean, we had a couple of years where there was some domination from, James Dean, from Peter Viansek, and then it just kind of got all mixed up. So 59.5 from Itay Seda, and to me, that's the point now, is that you just never know.
No, you don't.
I mean, Itay Seda beat Jack Shannon in Germany last year. We've had big upsets all over the board, and Spain. I mean, Kevin Pizor, we're looking forward to seeing him later on, because can he keep this charge going? Can Laurie Heinen, who looks like he's sitting in second position with a lot of good things in the pocket here. So we got another wild card representing Great Britain, Steve Bagsy Biagioni. Bagsy in the new GT86 this year. Big switch up of chassis, and it looks like it really suits him. In practice, he was flying.
He certainly was flying, Dave. He was putting down some whoppers of some runs, and he was, putting it to some doors of some big names. What can he do right now? He's looking slicker out there, but Bagsy, once again, another driver that's got it dialed on that initiation. Now seems to find that perfect line. Bagsy, a little dab with the handbrake, a little pull there, gets himself into the outside zone, a little early to it. Needs to wash the back end of the car up the hill, but he gets the job done now. As Bagsy looks to put the back end of this brand new GT86 to the wall, he gets it up close and personal, but doesn't scratch the paint as he now looks for the other wall, shallows up the angle as he looks for that final outside zone across the line. Job done for Bagsy.
I'm gonna put it out there and say that the paint on the edge of the circuit is actually the slippy part.
Slippy part, yeah.
Yeah, obviously you have to repaint the circuit to a certain extent to make sure they know where the lines are. But obviously if you're doing that and it gets wet, that paint starts to get slippery. And I can just see as they drop towards that white line, the clipping zones are okay because they're, you hit them and they're gone.
Yeah.
But on the exterior zones, you can see that they are quite slippy. And as the rear wheels get onto those lines, now this one, generally the driver only has the inside wheel, but it's definitely the outside wheel on the second half. I'm going to show you here. Watch as Bagsy goes through here. He gets onto the wall. This is really good, by the way, out here. Now watch as he gets to that line. Look here. Now loses the back end of the car, and that's it, almost left foot brake to avoid hitting the second one. So I think that's what's causing a lot of these drivers to have issues there, is that they're just getting onto that paint and it's just causing them. I mean, it's sorting you know,
Oh, man.
I mean, he
couldn't see it from that
He was
angle.
holding on into that wall there.
That was wheel to wall.
That was
action.
excellent. And it, again, could have easily been in it.
Yeah.
So that was expert driving from Bagsy there to get away with that one. An 85.5 for Steve Bagsy Biagioni. The wild card coming with a point to prove this weekend, goes into second position. That was a great run. And again, it could have gone all wrong towards the end, but his experience and talent got him out of trouble.
Certainly did, Dave. Well, there we go. Bagsy looking strong. He was looking strong, like I say, in practice. Can he continue this form as the British driver looks now good for the weekend? We go back to the line to a Polishman, a crazy Polishman with a turbo V8, but not just one turbo, two hanging out the bonnet, your style, Dave.
And he's got a full dollar suit, which is always impressive to me. Must be the most expensive race suit anyone's ever worn. Rumor has it they molded them all in. Anyway, here we go. It is going to be Peter Kozlowski from Poland. 1,000 horsepower, but it's not going to save him from running a little bit wide. And again, that initiation just looks so treacherous.
Yeah, he went way wide there on initiation. Completely missed that inside zone, and the car looked like he didn't want to react when he got back on throttle. Now starts to find that qualifying line, but I think it could be a big mistake. They could have already put him way down the order as he now looks for that final outside zone. He took the spoiler off the back end of the car, said that they need to, you know, get this car working 110%. They've been struggling with it in Spain. They struggled with it yesterday. And yeah, that initiation really crippled him. Watch this as he comes over the hill. A little bit too late. Dials on big angle, and you can see him on the handbrake nearly all the way down that hill, which pushed him wide, and then missed out on that outside zone 3.
It does look like a gunship, though, with the two turbos.
Yeah.
I really wish he had a button that went poo-poo-poo, like at the two turbos. Take down your opponent.
I don't know if that's allowed.
It's not in the regulation.
Oh,
I checked.
okay.
It's definitely. I think he tried it, and they said
no.
You can't shoot, you know, green shells at everybody going
At
down the
anyone,
track.
yep.
But he does good here, right out to the edge of the circuit. It's just again another little wash here. Look, has to kind of dial on big angle. The second half of the course much stronger, but that initiation, as you said, it's so tricky.
Yeah.
Right? You know, we're watching the best of the best here struggle. So as far as I'm concerned, track conditions not playing the perfect companion for a lot of these drivers. 47 on the board for Peter Kozlowski from Poland. Even though not a great score, still looking sharp though.
Yeah, still looking sharp. And this is a man we would not expect to see at this end of qualifying.
No, Conor Shanahan sitting right bang out of the points. Did not qualify in Spain, and if he wants to retain back-to-back championships, he's going to have to fight from the very back of the pack. And this is his first qualifying run. Can Shanahan get back on form?
Yeah, he needs to, Dave, as he slots it through the gear. He's been looking good all weekend. Can Shanahan get himself back on form once again? He would have seen Dean put down a ripper, and he would love to match it as he goes right to the edge of the circuit. Nice handbrake initiation into this outside zone. Dials it on the throttle nice and early, right to the top of that hill as he now flicks the car across the circuit, looks for the wall. Shanahan's dialed as he gets into this outside zone. One more wall run to go as Shanahan comes off the foot brake, unleashes the power across the line. He's back on form.
Yeah, well, it looks like the car is working too for Conor Shanahan. Look to me on the initiation, just if you watch those dotted white lines, it was the only mistake he made, and I say mistake, you're just holding on for dear life on that initiation. But just dropped a little inside those lines. So, I mean, again, with the James Dean run, there's still more in the tank, but I think it's as good as you can hope for with conditions the way they are. Yeah,
certainly so. And you can see, look at that laser focus as he comes over that hill. You can see him, look, holding on, then dials on the angle. You can see the brake lights light up as he gets himself back into it. There's a lot of corrections there on the steering wheel, Dave, I must say, you know, from that angle.
I'm 100% thinking it's the conditions, but
it has to be,
you can't ignore them as a judge. You've got to say, was it as soon as it could be? From here on in, it's a masterclass from Conor Shanahan. Just that first corner, so greasy, so slippy, and you can see those kind of wet, dry patches all over the circuit still. And look at that, right to the wall from Conor Shanahan. Again, has to get it done. He said himself, it's top step of the podium or nothing this weekend, or he's really up against it. So he knows that, you know, even though a lot of other drivers had a very poor first round, Conor Shanahan is one of them, and he is the defending champ. And, you know, we've got 5 rounds to catch it up, but you go 2 rounds without results, it's starting to look very unlikely. So he knows here in front of the home crowd, he's got to get it done, right?
Yeah. I mean, this is it. Get it done in your hometown, move on to Finland, and, you know, try and keep a hold of that championship.
Well, by Finland, we're going to start to see the championship, you know, develop. And 90 on the board for Conor Shanahan. And I'll tell you one thing, you know, he even had some moments out there that he could improve. So there's a big run in Conor Shanahan, and Becky is with him now. How's the feeling after getting the first run out of the way, Becky?
Yes, absolutely, Dave. I can see that Conor's probably very delighted to get that first run out of the way, considering Valencia wasn't your round. You had a disappointing start to the season. You've been chasing some car troubles. I know after you came back from Orlando, you went straight out to Germany to try and get the cars sorted. How's that car feeling for you right now? And that's a 90 on the board. You must be happy.
Yeah, car's on rails. To be honest, I'm a little bit annoyed. I played it a little bit too safe in the first corner. There's a big run in the bag. I was pushing this morning in practice, to be honest. I feel like I'm driving the car better than ever. And yeah, hopefully we get another dry run and we can put it on top hopefully later on. But I'm just happy. You know, I was under a little bit of pressure there. The vibes were down for sure after Spain, but you know, that's the joys of working with one of the best teams in the game. We always find a solution. We always come back, and I'm hungry for this one. I want to go all the way tomorrow. I want to be, you know, on the box and back in this championship race sooner rather than later. And it'd be no better place to get back in the race than doing that at home. So it'll be quite nice. I've got family, friends, everybody here. Thank you to my incredible team for giving me the best car again, to my incredible sponsors, and yeah, we're back.
Conor, can you give all the spectators at home, oh, I can hear the crowd cheering for you over there. Can you give the spectators at home and everybody watching a track update? How is that first corner? It looked a little bit sketchy. Is it still patchy out there?
Yeah, it's really sketchy because the cars in front of us are quite deceiving, because I think if you go for it and you use the wheel speed, you can have a full dry track. But if you're playing around and, you know, using low wheel speed, you'll still, you know, be only, you know, scratching the surface, hitting wet spots. Me and Kevin, my spotter, were communicating quite a lot before that run, and it was a risk: either go full ham on the first corner and throw it away, or, you know, play it a little bit safe and make sure the rest of the run is tidy. But I'll take a 90. We're in the game. We're in a much better place than we were, you know, at the first round. So I'm quite happy. Back, reset. Hopefully we get another dry run, and I'm confident that we can put a big one in.
Well done, Conor. Good luck for run 2. Guys, back to you.
Thanks, Becky. Conor Shannon, I feel confident, 90 on the board, and he knows it, we know it, and James Dean as well with another high score. There's more in the bank there. You know, there's more to get up there towards the 97, 98s, and I think they know it themselves too.
Do you know what I took away from that? The experience. James Dean and Conor Shanahan saying, if you go for that grip, if you go for that wheel speed, you will find the grip, you will go through the wet patches. Now, will that translate for the rest of the drivers? The Italian driver, Michael Vacca, comes off the line in this incredible BMW E36 now as he fires down, and he's another one who's gone for it. He's gone for the grip setup. He's gone full grip. He goes very wide, keeps a hold of it, and he uses that weight to flick the car across the circuit. Hardly any handbrake there as he gets himself into that outside zone, as Vacca now looks confident. He looks dialed in the car this weekend. Still not unveiled that new BMW that he's been teasing us with now for over a year, as Vacca looks for that final outside zone, tickles the edge as he crosses the line.
I've got to say, I mean, the first corner I thought he was gone, and again, the experience to pull that car. I mean, you're coming in here and the car is loaded on the back end.
Yep.
And if the front starts to go, he just had to dial on the angle. Look at this, just drops over. It could be a wheel or two, I'm not sure, but it's enough. I think it's one to get him back in the mix. And again, another driver who went in hot. And again, Conor Shannon saying, oh, I should have gone hotter. I'm like, well, this is what happens. You go hot, and it can also go right off the track. That first corner on this circuit, it's a 1 outside zone, 2 inner, 3 outer. And that, to me, in qualifying is almost the most important part. And then there's this just 2 bits between the wall. Everything else the drivers say is pretty okay. But those bits have been separating all the scores for the qualifying so far. And it looks to me like they are the bits suffering from conditions as well. A little slick, a little greasy. Manuel Vacca, look at that. Absolutely pluming the smoke off the back of that 2JZ E36.
BMW engine.
Right? It was.
Sounds like a 2JZ.
It does sound like
Everyone
a 2JZ.
keeps saying it's 2JZ. It's not. It's BMW.
Really?
Yep. I'll tell you exactly. It's an S54 under that.
Wow, okay, so it's an S54 that sounds like a 2J, but maybe a 2J sounds like an S54. You never know.
Oh, Inception. 62.5 for Manuel Vacca, the Italian. He'll be happy with that. He's always got a smile on his face anyway. And he's saying, look, I'm just enjoying this year. You know, we didn't manage to get that brand new build out, but we're going to use the old car. And look at this. The rain starts again, Dave. You told me you had this fixed.
I really promised you that we weren't going to have rain, but we're getting spits of rain, which is almost the worst conditions for the driver, because now they don't know, is that first corner wet enough that it's got, you know, got grip or not? So we're going to find out as the next driver comes off the line.
Yeah, Yves Meyer now off the line. This beautiful yellow GR Supra flicks it across the circuit, goes nice and wide. Look at that, dials it in, uses the weight of the car to go on lock and then on lock a little bit more. Now he's on a flyer of a line, gets it absolutely dialed into the outside zone now as Yves Meyer picks up the throttle nice and early. He's on it, Dave. He's absolutely flying through it as he fires it to the wall. And he puts 2 wheels over. It looked like he's on set, and he puts the back end into the curb, takes the wheel off across the line.
Oh, the wheels come badly off the back of that car. He snapped the suspension arm, and that car has just collapsed on the rear end. He hit that really hard. Now, you might look at the damage on the car and say, how did that happen? Well, that's all carbon carbon Kevlar at the back of that car, so it all bent in and bent back out.
Look at the control arm hanging down underneath the car, dragging along the track. He's snapped a lot. And you know what? That's the second time today he's took that rear wheel off the car. He was on a flyer, Dave.
That was a great run, a super run, super run.
Oh, I like it.
Yeah,
I like
dad
it.
jokes, early doors.
Yeah, dad jokes. Yeah,
So-
I mean, happy birthday, Dave Egan as well.
Yeah,
happy birthday. You've joined the 40 club.
I know. But I'll tell you what, he'd probably get a 0 club here because he hit the wall. And I say this, not in all, my point here, right? Look, gets out of here, and this is where it's dangerous. He's trying to keep it going, and that rear wheel just jumps the back of the car off. And, you know, as far as I'm concerned,
That's 3 wheels off almost.
yeah, it looks 3 wheels off. This is a big hit.
Oh.
That wheel, watch the car bounce on the wheel. The control arm completely gone. And luckily, look at that. Oh, he was lucky that it wasn't worse.
Yeah, that could have gone way wrong.
And I know it's like if this was your street car and you're watching this for the first time, you would say, "Oh, that car's written off. I'm going to be lost without the car for 6 months while
man,
someone
from
fixes
that
it."
angle, look at the sparks as well disappear across the track. That guy's like, oh man.
Yeah. But the teams behind the scenes are so good here at Drift Masters. That car will be A1 for the second run, I can guarantee.
Yeah, 100%. So there we go, our track staff out there recovering. Eves Mike will be a 0 on the board for the Swiss driver. And
And you know what? I still believe, because he put such a good run in for the first half. He's going to tidy that up. It looks like that Supra is finally clicking with Yves Meyer.
you know what? Yesterday we got teased some practice yesterday afternoon, and he was on it, you know. And I went down to the paddock and he was smiling. And these guys are always happy; they're always having fun. But sometimes these challenges get to the drivers, and he kind of looked like it was a breath of fresh air. Like, you know what? It's all coming together for me.
Another thing to note is that if you look at GT86s and these Toyota Supras, the modern cars, very little rear overhang. And what we mean behind the wheel, there's very little car. So to get your bumper, that's a very violent hit. When you get your bumper so close to the wall, you'll see it with any GT86 or any Supra on the grid. You're probably 3 inches from the actual wheel, which means you do a lot more damage than if you had, you know, Silvia, which has maybe a foot of overhang. You can bounce off it a little bit. You can't bounce off it when you've got no overhang. So while the GT86 and Supra are great modern chassis and everyone's using them, you've got very little room for error. Because if you hit something, you're hitting the whole back of the car, and wheels, suspension, everything. So that's exactly what happened. So you can see Yves Meyer now waiting for recovery on the track.
And talking to his own media guy.
Yeah, just saying.
He's like, "Did you get that?"
He's like, "Did you get it?" He's like, "I definitely got it."
I got it. Yeah, I got it.
I think everyone got that on many angles.
He's like, "I got it on the wall."
Yeah. And just another thing to point out on these more modern Supras, which is another interesting thing. 2 headlights on the front of the car are €4,000 each. So €8,000. We're just cheap. We were already talking about this in the paddock the other day. People are drifting cars for less than the price of the headlights on some of the Drift Masters cars. Just put that into perspective of how much risk these guys are taking to have these amazing machines on track. I mean, I just try and remind people, this is not normal. It's not trying to be, but it is very, very unusual how these guys build such amazing cars and then fire them at concrete walls for our entertainment. And you got to respect it. So we're going to go back and have a look at our top qualifier so far, which is, of course, the machine James Dean, back this weekend. And let's have a look at how he scored so high. So you can see here, James Dean lead wheel on those white lines. So I was getting a little mistaken myself of where it was actually the lead wheel.
The lead wheel, yeah.
So that's why Shanahan and Dean scored so high. They actually put those wheels exactly where the judges wanted. And this is absolutely inch perfect. Now, this for me was the big one, the big flick on the wall, 90 degrees and full throttle through all of this. Very little braking, if any, as he goes to the second wall. James Dean looks very comfortable in that car.
Too comfortable.
Too comfortable.
He looks like he's, you know, going for a spin down the shop.
Yeah, he found the limits. He hit the wall yesterday. He said he was trying. He was trying things
yeah.
that he's done this track so many times. He was trying to find new things to do.
There isn't any new things.
Well, he's found one. 90 degrees on the wall. Look at this. Absolutely perpendicular with the wall, which I haven't seen anyone do.
That's a big word.
Perpendicular.
You learned that one for the weekend.
Yeah, that's in my book.
I like
it's in my little book.
You didn't tell me about that before we came.
I know, but hey, we're up. We're trying to grow.
Look at this. Look at the concentration.
Yeah, he's just looking at that wall, going, "I'm having you."
Again, yeah.
See you, wall.
Yesterday.
Yeah. You smashed the back of my car yesterday. Now I'm having you.
He said he was more angry because he spent a lot of time designing the new livery.
Yes.
And he said he see this blue wrap on another car and he was like, "Oh man, I want my car to look like that." And he said, the car, it turned up and it was perfect. He said, "There's not one scratch on it." Second practice run, smashed the back end off it. I went down to see him. I was like, "Are you all right?" He's like, "I'm just more annoyed I scratched it."
I think if you went down and had a chat with Yves Meyer, he'd probably say
"Oh,
the same
look at
thing.
this, down into the the Shanahan's paddock now, they're already making changes to Connor's car as Fionn Roche gets some seat time before he goes out in the car.
Yeah, this is Fionn Roche, another youngster that's driving this weekend, having a little bit, getting a little bit of practice in.
Look at this, they're adjusting the car before it goes back out for the second run.
Yeah.
So they're making those adjustments based on that first qualifying run. Peter Vincek, look, he's having a little walk around. He's he's relaxed.
He's always relaxed. Tomas Kiley, he's got the job done on run 1. Good score on the board, and then they're getting new fresh tires on there as well. Clint Van Oort, we'll see him later on. Big result for Clint Van Oort for Holland in round 1 in Spain, and it's just the driver's trying to. The biggest thing they say is trying to get your head, relaxed
out of the game.
Out of the game, to be having fun with the team, smiling, joking, so you don't. Because remember, with drifting, you, especially in qualifying, if you're a race car driver, right? You come out there with 20 guys and you're all on the same race. So there's a bunch of you. You're on your own with all the eyes on you in qualifying and drifting. And you can tell very much from a lot of these situations that we're in that is the toughest part of drifting, the mental game. Because the car can do it.
Yep.
But you can overdrive, you can underdrive, you start overthinking, you do things you haven't done before. That's what happens to a lot of these drivers a lot of the time, is they actually psych themselves out rather than up. And once you get a good run, then you're psyched up. You're ready for the second. But now sitting on a 0 like some of these drivers are, that's when maybe the doubt starts to creep in, going, oh no, I'm on a 0, only one chance to impress. I haven't finished a full lap. But I think if you're Meyer right now, and that's why we're having a little lighthearted banter with it, is that he's well capable of going 90 plus here, because he was getting close to it. More rain dropping. This puddle is like the weather.
The local weather.
It's the weather vane right now. It is raining. You can see it in the puddles. Don't worry, there's no Tyrannosaurus Rexes coming or anything like that. But it's raining a little bit, and that's going to make this first corner, especially the first corner. Think of it. All the rubber lays down, so the whole surface gets coated with rubber, which means that the track is no longer porous, so the water doesn't go through into the, like a normal tarmac will have some porousness to it. Now it's just rubber. So it sits there, and you aquaplane on that first corner. So that's a lot of the problems these guys are going to have to suffer with. And I guarantee you, when we see our next driver go through there, it's going to look like he's on glass or ice going through that first section.
Yeah, look, and we go back to the line to Edgars Kugeras, the Latvian driver. He is the 2023 Latvian vice champion, 700 horsepower, Chevrolet V8 underneath the bonnet of that BMW Eurofighter. Now, he's had to wait. He may have got a half-wet, half-dry track. I wonder if now that track is very slick all the way around.
I would be inclined to agree. I think you're going to have a little bit more grip in the second half of the course, but that first corner on the hill, watch the back of the car when he goes through there. I can guarantee you he's going to have absolutely zero grip. And if he doesn't initiate early on the handbrake, he's going to have a spin. So the crowd here give a round of applause to Yves Meyer as he gets recovered from the track. Work for the team to do there to get him back out for the second run. Now we go to the start line. Track looks like it's clear as the Latvian runner-up in the Latvian Championship last year, ex-Latvian champion, 700 horsepower, V8 LS powered F22, so this is a full carbon Kevlar 2 series.
Yep.
A lot of horsepower. Let's see what happens. Watch how slick this is going to be. It's going to be a real sketchy initiation. Look at that. Completely loses the back end of the car, but somehow manages to get it back going again. Nice driving from Edgars Kugeras as he fires through. Good line as well as he gets out to this outer zone. Looks like he's handling these mixed conditions very well. Wipers on, rain still falling, but Kugeras goes to the wall. Now watch the paint, very slippy, does manage it pretty good. Has to come a little shallow, but great job from Edgars Kugeras to put a run in there. And that car sounds so good.
Yeah, it does sound very, very good. And you know what? He very balanced there, very dialed, knew exactly what he had to do. For me, I thought the initiation was going to be scrappy, but he got it perfect. Look at this. Little correction on the steering wheel, a dab of the handbrake, though, halfway through. I missed out on the first initial run of that first qualifying run, but he gets it done. He's shy on that outside zone too, as he gets himself into that outside zone nice and early, as Dave said. This is going to be points on the board for Kugeras, but there was a few mistakes that crept in there, and I don't think we see on the first half.
No, look, you're right. There's going to be corrections of the judges. I mean, they have no sense of humor. They're just robots.
Oh,
it's just the machines that run in their brains. Just no. But from our perspective, entertaining, but you're right, there is some errors creeping in, and they have to judge every run exactly the same, whether it's wet, whether it's dry, whether it's mixed, whether it's whatever. They judge it all the same, regardless of your car, your horsepower, how it looks. I mean, me and you, we golden buzzer a lot. We love all that stuff, but the judges see a 69.5 in that run, and that's what Kugeras will take home from the first half of qualifying. And I can understand it. I can see, as you said, the little blip of the handbrake here and there, but I think he did really well not to spin on entry, especially with these conditions. So I'm feeling like I'm positive these guys are going to clean this up. Now, next up is a driver that's down the order that doesn't want to be, is Juha Rintanen. Really thought he was getting close to the top. He was in the championship hunt as we went in the last round of Poland last year, and he was a bit far away from it now. Needs to step things up. An engine failure in Spain. New engine dynoed in Ireland during the week, and he looks like he's ready to go.
Yeah, he certainly does look like he's ready to go. And this car was very, very fast in the full wet yesterday. Now patchy conditions. Juha Rintanen, the Finnish driver, look how early he is to the outside zone. Picks up the throttle nice and early now. Rintanen dials himself in, looks for the edge of the circuit. Good transition now. Goes, big flick, the GR86 right into the wall. But he's gone very wide. He does sacrifice loads of points. Was it 2 wheels over as he finishes up the run? I think that could be another 0, Dave.
Yeah, very close to 2 wheels off there. I mean, we're going to have a look at the replay, but it looks treacherous on that first wall.
Yeah, it looks like it's glass. Like you said before, that rubber's laid down, there's paint on that area, and there's also a lot of marbles there, Dave. We're seeing them now in these wall shots, the camera that's low down on the wall. There's a lot of marbles, which makes it super loose when you get into the car, into it.
So when we say marbles, they're the little pieces of rubber that come off the tires. They're all over the grass and at the edge of the track. And if you're on the right line, you're in the nice tarmac. But if you go over, you start getting into the mess of everybody else's. And nearly a wheel off there as well for Rintanen on that zone. But this is where we're going to be looking at as he fires back through here very fast, late on the brakes. One wheel, it definitely looks to me like there's 2 wheels over there. And gets back on it, and it's only, like, here you go, you'll see it from this angle. Oh, no.
Oh, wow.
He keeps it on it, just about from that angle for me. The judges obviously have multiple angles, so we have to explain as well that they can look at any camera angle they want. So we might be watching one thing on the screens, they can watch whatever they want. They'll go to the drone, they'll go to the opposite angles, so they'll make sure that decision is right, and that's the whole point. And as the rain starts to fall, just a trickle of rain, but enough to make this track very greasy.
Yeah, I mean, he does get a score on the ball. There we go. Juha Rintanen with a 66.
Yeah, so gets the big deduction for going almost 2 wheels off,
Yep.
but then doesn't get a 0. So it's a 66 for Juha Rintanen. We'll have to tidy that up for the second half of qualifying. A lot of big names making some mistakes out there, and Rintanen is one of those casualties. As we go back to the start line, you saw him spinning around in the pits on a little
Little trike.
Little drift trike. It's Fionn Roche, 19 years of age, from Ireland. This car is absolutely identical to Connor and Jack Shanahan's car. He is the 3rd car on the team this year for the youngster from Ireland. And let's see what Fionn Roche can do as he fires. Very aggressive. This might be a great move here. He goes in on a big angle, but he makes it work somehow.
Yeah, he's pulled it off, Dave. He's absolutely pulled it off. And Shanahan would have been in his ear and saying to him, you need to do this. You need to go full throttle. And look at this as Fionn Roche now lights up the tyres on the back of that GT86, goes right to the extremities of the circuit as he puts the back end to the wall. He doesn't fall off the edge of the circuit, picks up the clutch. He's actually got too much grip for that second wall run as Fionn Roche puts a blinder in.
Yeah, unbelievable. First half of the course, it looked to me, and I'm going to say it before we watch the replay, as a little bit of, I think he came too heavy on the left foot brake. I think he came on, I think he broke a little. He thought it was going to be a lot slippier than it was. Watching the other runs, I would think the same, because you see a lot of guys put 2 wheels off. He was very cautious there. The first corner, though, big flick, absolutely inch perfect here. And as he transitions back, this is really nice, very minimal decel from Fionn Roche. In fact, both wheels make it through the whole zone, which I haven't seen too many people do. Now, this is just for me, the only, as you see, he comes through here, he doesn't want to go too fast. He sees too many people washing through here. So he sort of over brakes it, goes on the left foot brake around here, and it kind of just stalls the front of the car a little too much, and then he puts the power down. So it's a minor error, not a big error.
Yeah.
But it just, to me, I think he could have trusted it a little bit more. And to me, it's funny how he sort of was tentative at the end when it's slow, but no backing off whatsoever at the the 140k bit. He just threw it in there. So incredible stuff. Fionn Roche, a rookie this year, and another driver, who said it's a big step up. It is, you're being thrown into the lion's den, but with runs like 82.5, Fionn Roche jumps into 4th position. So I gotta say, he may be the rookie, but a lot of veterans are gonna be looking over their shoulder at this young man after this qualifying session.
Oh, certainly so, Dave. They're gonna be looking down saying, is that the recipe? Is Shanahan right now as the rain starts to fall even heavier? This is gonna get sketchy now. We go to the line with a man who doesn't care whether it's wet, dry, snowing, hailstones, anything. It's Tor Arne Kvia from Norway. The sledgehammer is back for 2024.
You know what? This is an incredible car because it's a cheap engine setup. It's a 1UZ with 700 horsepower, but man, can he pedal it as he fires through on the curb. Big move from Tor Arne Kvia. Uses the curb to his advantage, but has to lock that front wheel. And Tor Arne Kvia, I think he didn't want to get as much of the curb as he did, but he made it work. And the control here from Kvia as he fires through the circuit is exceptional. Big angle left to right as Kvyat now fires up along the wall. Will he go over? Yeah, just drops over a little bit. Left foot brakes just to get that car back, and it just falls apart just a tiny bit towards the end. But I can imagine, you know, look, first corner, pull the handbrake, no smoke, full slick. Then you get smoke. Then you have no smoke again on the outer zone and then smoke again. So I can imagine this track is really difficult to drive now.
Yeah, it certainly is. As there was a big handbrake pull there, though, through that inside zone, and the judges, that's a big no-no. Watch this as he comes through. But you've just missed it. He dabbed the handbrake.
I have a feeling that he initiated and he hit those curbs. Now remember, this track is run in race configuration the other direction.
Yeah.
So the curbs are the opposite. So it actually bounces the back of the car. And they're very slick because they're painted, obviously. And what I think happened there is he got on the curb, went on too much angle, and had to kind of adjust the car back a little bit. And Kvyat doing a good job, though, of sending that car up and along the wall. And look at that, just dropping over, but it's not two wheels. And he will put a score on the board, and you can see the rain starting to fall a little heavier now. As I think, as far as I can tell, these drivers are going to struggle. First half of qualifying so far has been a tale of the conditions.
It certainly is. There we go, an 81 on the board there for Torani Kvyat.
That's a good score, good score. With the amount of slippery conditions that are out there, that's a really solid score. And again, if they stay like this, you never know what the scores will end up as. So umbrellas are out. The smiles are still being had, though, in the grandstands as we're here on qualifying day as we head to main event Sunday tomorrow, top 16. Diogo Correa, though, not too much rain in Portugal, I would imagine. And as Diogo, who's definitely not going to back down one bit from this, wildest driver on the grid, in my opinion, he's going to go for this one. Big flick on initiation. Correa fires in. Look at that. Perfect from Correa so far as he fires through on the first three zones. Look at that. In these conditions, you can see no smoke whatsoever now from the cars. Absolutely full wet, but doesn't quite get it out to that outer zone. As Correa now looks for the transition through the center of the course. Look at that, full slick now. This is a fully wet surface as Correa does a really good job of slowing it down. That's a nice line from Correa. Not too aggressive, but enough to put good points on the board, and maybe that's the right move when he's coming off the line not knowing what to expect on that first corner.
No, I think he managed that first corner very, very well on that initiation. Look at this as he comes in. You can see here, though, too much decel. Should have let the car wash to the edge of the circuit. Didn't, play it a little bit too safe, and then completely sacrificed that whole outside zone. But he does get it back on that qualifying line right to the edge of the circuit. This, for me, was lovely, though, as he got up close personal to the wall into this outside zone and dialed himself in. Very nice job there for Diogo Correa. I think he'll be rewarded for the initiation and the two final outside zones, but for me, that big fourth outside zone was just a massive mistake there.
I mean, how do you approach it? You don't want a zero, because we've seen enough zeros. Nope. You don't want to... And guys have been nailing most of the course, and then just one
Look at the rain. Look, we can't see this from where we are. Look how heavy it's falling now.
Wow. In the slow-mo, you can see it at 83, and that's a great score again for Correa, who has jumped into fourth position, and has said, you know, in these conditions, anything above an 80, I think, is to be commended. And we have got Jack Shanahan on the line.
Hold on to your hats.
We got information?
He said he's back for redemption this weekend.
He is. Jack Shanahan, not a big result at the first round. Jack Shanahan is going to try and follow his brothers. The conditions are not great for Jack Shanahan as he comes into that first corner, but it's a perfect line so far as Jack Shanahan in the wet does nail the first three zones. Nice adjustment on the handbrake as Shanahan takes it to the edge of the course. This is hitting all the boxes so far. Oh, a little wheel drop as that track looks absolutely treacherous at that outer zone. Coming down to the wall, Shanahan can't afford to drop too many wheels here. Dustin stays on the white lines. A lot of adjustment to make that car do what it needs to do. And Shanahan is back to business here.
Wow, that's an incredible run. That's an incredible run. He said he was back for redemption. He didn't get the result. The team didn't get the result they wanted in Spain. They said they were coming back here after testing the cars, getting them 110%. And for me, Shanahan just put down an incredible run in really treacherous conditions as he comes over that hill. Look at that full compression on the rear suspension. That car fully gripped up, flicks it. Look at that little dab of the handbrake as he gets himself into the outside zone. And Shanahan, again, another driver looking cool, calm and collected, Dave. No stress. Lets the car wash across the circuit. Look at the way he's operating the handbrake. He's using it like ABS to slow the car down. Instead of a big handbrake drag, dabbing the
handbrake. And I love that he's got the old school setup.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's got the old school. Yeah, the pull-up handbrake, and never changed from that in all of his drifting career, because that was what the cheapest thing was in a BMW back in the day. Kept it all the way up to his pro car. And Jack Shanahan, this is where, for me, on-off throttle, just playing with it to feel the conditions, feel the grip.
This is the chef's kiss for me, the last wall run. This was like,
it's going to be close here.
I can do it. Look at this.
Whoa. Nice from Shanahan. I'll tell you what, you know, he's done a lot of... 91.5 for Jack Shanahan in the rain And that
Chef's
is,
kiss.
yeah, a phenomenal run under the conditions. And we watched a couple of big drivers struggle a little bit. Shannon, however, you got to remember, have got such good experience on this circuit compared to some other drivers. But another driver's going to try and do exactly the same thing is the Finnish champion, Juha Poitalaxo, on the start line. Juha looking for a turn of pace here after round one, 780 horsepower in this E92 M3. And he's a two-time Finnish champion. And he's done a lot of European wins as well. So look at this coming in nice again. And just dropping a wheel on the inside of the course there is Juha. Just unsettled. It's hard to know the grip levels. You can see he kind of went off throttle. It didn't wash the way he wanted it to. Surface very difficult. And you can see the rain falling pretty heavily now as Poitalaxo now transitions back to the wall. Grey skies ahead. And this is where you've got to be so careful on that last wall. Does a great job, Juha Poitalaxo, as he takes it across the line. The Finnish drivers, again, masterclass in the wet. And a lot of Finnish fans here this weekend, which we're all about. You know, having everybody mixed in over the weekend, representing so many European countries. And yeah, just a little shallow on some zones, but I'll be honest with you, I'm impressed these guys are making it look this good, but then they are that good.
They are that good. That's the problem, Dave. They are world-class drivers. And, you know, for me, really, the only big mistake was on the initiation. I think he didn't go wide enough, and that kind of brought him on the inside, and that put the wheels up on the curb. I don't know how the judges are going to score that. The rest of the run was safe, I'm going to say. He played it safe.
Yeah, and I think that's the right move. If you're not overly confident, just get a score on the board. Don't score a zero. Don't spin, drop two wheels. And, you know, I mean, with all the conditions we're having, we haven't seen anybody really succumb to them too badly other than hit the wall or put two wheels off at the walls. It's been like minor errors, really. It hasn't been like a disaster with cars spinning around all over the place. No. So you got to say, whether it's dry start, then it got wet, then it got definitely wetter. Everyone's kind of managing it. They're having a, you know, a think about it. The spotters are on the radio. 76 for Juha Poitalaxo from Finland. Puts him into 13th position. Of course, as we get through the order, we'll be able to give you guys more information, who's in and who's out as we get to the second half. But a lot of drivers out there now saying, how hard do I push? And I'm sure the spotters are saying, I don't know. It looks pretty sketchy to me. Next up, we have got from Sweden, Joachim Andersen. Brand new car this year. 800 horsepower. And this guy, he looks smooth in practice. Let's see if he can continue that into qualifying. Nice so far, really nice so far from Joachim Andersen, doing exactly what he needs to do. Oh, just to the edge of the track from Joachim Andersen.
This is textbook.
This is a big run here. Joachim Andersen doing a good job on that outer zone as he now plays with the throttle, keeping our car moving and not overspinning the wheels. Transitions back. This has got to be close to the wall. Andersen's got it all to do, and he's done it. Oh, look at this. That is so slippy there, as you can see the driver struggling with. It's the wettest run we've had today, and one of the smoothest as well.
Wow, that was textbook. That was so nice from Joachim Andersen. He looked dialed. The car looked settled. He looked like he knew exactly what he had to do. They got some seat time in that rain yesterday, and I think that played a big part in this because they've all now know where the best parts of the circuit are to gain that grip. And as you said, modulating that throttle, not trying to overspin the wheels and get himself into danger. Look at that, right to the edge of the circuit on that white line. Nice transition back, hardly any handbrake. He knows that probably going up to that outside zone, it's quite grippy.
Yeah, this entry to this outer zone seems to be, you know, drivers are almost all doing it differently.
Yeah.
You know, some people with a couple of dabs on the handbrake, someone with the big drag, some just using the angle. So it's interesting to watch how they approach it in the rain, because it's quite similar in the dry.
Yeah.
But here, look at there's no grip there. It looks like, you know what I think's happened there? I think in the dry, the marbles have bounced off the wall and gone a little bit back on the track.
Gone on the track.
So it is quite slippy there. And it's a great job from Joachim Andersen. 86 on the board for Joachim Andersen from Sweden. Great run, 4th position so far. That's a big run in the wet.
Yeah, that's a big score in the wet. You know, this is the first qualifying run in the wet for these guys. So, you know, and the track conditions from yesterday are completely different to today after a lot of rubber's been laid this morning in completely dry practice. Mikkel Reichardt now from the Czech Republic steps up to the line. 1,050 horsepower from this BMW 92 M3. S54 turbo underneath the bonnet, through the gears comes Mikkel Reichardt. This man only does 110% as he goes for a big flick. Can he hold on to it? He certainly can. Dials on the angle now as Mikkel Reichardt takes a little bit of Connor Shanahan's advice and just goes full ham as he gets himself into the outside zone. Reichardt on throttle nice and early. He dips a wheel in the gravel, rips the back bumper off, but keeps it on circuit, keeps it going now as he looks for the wall, flicks it up. Nice job into this outside zone as Reichardt, desperate to get himself into the show, falls out of the outside zone though, across the line.
Yeah, look, a run of big shake of the head from Michael Reichardt in the car. He throws his hands in the air. He had moments of genius. I mean, I'm not sure. Look at the angle. Look at the front wheels here. full lock on the front first corner, but he has a little dab of the handbrake, which slows the momentum. He does pretty good. To me, his entry to the second zone was, or the big outer zone, was pretty good, but then it just kind of washed off the track. He sort of lost, you know, he was on power here. Watch, just gets this wash here. Boom, and that looks to me like it's flirting with, there's definitely one wheel off. Let's see if he puts two off here. Watch the rear wheel on the white line. Oh, it looks to me like it may be two wheels. We'll see what the judge. So the gravel is two wheels, yeah. So I'm getting corrected by the judges saying, Dave, you don't know what you're talking about. It's the gravel, one wheel in the gravel, two wheels in the gravel is two.
The zero fun gang.
The zero fun gang, but they are telling me what the zeros are, so I'm happy with that. So Michael, this is also watching the change of tarmac here, caught him a little bit, got a lot of grip, and offline there, and it's oh.
Look at that, freewheeling from the gravel.
They have a ploughing championship in Ireland, and I think Michael Reichardt could be a good contender for it. 67 on the board, 19th position so far. Will need to improve, I think, for the second run, but the Czech driver always able to improve. We'll move on to the next. Pontus Hartman, Swedish driver. Well, we got Joachim Andersen looking very strong out there. Can we get another Swede into the top 5? Pontus Hartman, QJZ 1000 horsepower in this E46, firing in. Late handbrake initiation, but it looks pretty solid from where I'm sitting. Ooh, just about gets that inner zone as he fires through the course. This is good stuff from Pontus Hartman. Oh, a little bit wobbly there. It's so hard. They expect the car to wash away, and now the rain, I think, has stopped, and it's now starting to dry, and who knows what's happening. And Pontus Hartman is just doing his very best to adapt to every situation as he puts 1,000 horsepower to the ground, which is more difficult than it sounds in these conditions. And a nice job from Pontus Hartman, keeping it tidy towards the end.
Yeah, a nice job there from Pontus Hartman, and you know what? Again, another driver that just played it too safe, I think, that Dave. I thought that the track was maybe more slick than what it was, and for me, the initiation, look at this big dab of the handbrake up right here, halfway through the corner, and had to extend it. Look at that, bam, on the handbrake. Goes wide, gets that outside zone though, but here, slows the car down way too much. Look, and then dabs it again to try and drag it to the edge of the circuit. Doesn't pay off, has to work to put the back end of the car in that zone. Yeah, and then you don't do it and you end up in the gravel like Michael Reichardt. So, I mean, it's like the Goldilocks track right now. It's too much, too hot, too cold. You don't know.
You don't know. Little nursery rhyme reference there for you.
Yeah, I like it. I like it.
So we have got another driver that I think will probably go back to the pit area saying, oh, no, I made the wrong choice.
Yeah.
But it is still a score on the board, and we don't know what score is going to be good enough to get you to the top 32, because there's a lot of zeros going in. Some, you know, people in the 40s and 60s and 50s. So an 80.5 ain't bad at all from Pontus Hartman into 11th position. We've got a lot of drivers in the 80s now. I mean, not figuratively, it's not Back to the Future, but what I'm saying in the scores.
They're still here, right?
They're still here, yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, someone who's going to go fast enough to go back to 1988 would be Kuba Przeszkolski, because he doesn't know how to go slow. It is going to be Kuba's first qualifying run, the Polish driver who has won everything from rallying to Dakar to everything. He is now thrown into that first car. Oh, very fast. Can he hold it? Does hold it.
Yeah, he's absolutely dialed, Dave. He was carrying a lot of speed down into initiation. This is nice. Przeszkolski now, as he fires the back end, that GR86 into this outside zone, looking dialed, looking controlled. Look at the front wheels. Hardly any corrections now as he lets the car wash across the circuit. And it doesn't look like it has appeared to stop raining. And can he hold it into the outside zone? He can, right to the edge of the circuit, on the white line, on the wall. Looks for that final outside zone as Przeszkolski does a banger of a run.
That's a big one. That's a big one from Kuba Przeszkolski, the Polish driver. I've recently watched a video where he was drifting around a speedway stadium in Poland on the dirt in this car. So if he can handle that, he can definitely handle the conditions here. And to me, this was a textbook, pure professional drive around the circuit from Kuba. Amazing stuff. I mean, he didn't put a foot wrong there, Ian. I think this is going to be a big score.
Yeah, there was not a lot of corrections. You know, he decelled where he was allowed to decel. He put the car in the right places, especially in these conditions. And I think he's going to be rewarded for that. Look at the front wheels. They're absolutely dialed. We look at that a lot. The judges say, you know, if there's a lot of the front wheel movement, they're not in control of the car. I
want to remind everybody, if you're watching now on YouTube, on Drift Masters, watching qualifying, the only place to watch the top 32 tomorrow is exclusively live on Red Bull TV. So download the app on your phone or your device, and it's free. And you can watch all the action. You can be here with me, Ian, and everybody else in Mondello Park watching what goes down in the top 32 tomorrow. And I mean, have you got better plans? I'd like to hear them, because this is going to be wild. And 90 on the board for Kuba Przeszkolski in the wet. 4th position. Kuba's back to business, and again, another driver in Spain, you know, felt that it could have gone a little better for him, but I mean, he is just every bit. I mean, if you look at all the rally experience he has, it's all counting for this in these conditions. We move on to another driver who I expect to be textbook this weekend, is the silent assassin, Paweł Korpelinski. Very reserved, quiet guy, but behind the wheel of the car, he is every bit the swordsman. As he comes off the line, he has got 850 horsepower in this 2JZ S14 coming in very hard into that first corner. And Korpelinski doing a good job. A little bit of handbrake there just to settle the car. I think everybody's kind of doing that. This really smooth line from Paweł Korpelinski right now, Ian. And this is kind of, you know, you can see the track, the rain has stopped. We're trying to get those conditions up a little bit, but again, you know, not super aggressive, but doing the job, I guess, is the right way to look at this run. And I think that's the right approach. I think from Korpelinski's point of view, put a score on the board. I'll say, you know, the Irish looked pretty strong there for a while, but now the Polish looking incredibly strong.
Yeah, he's looking absolutely dialed in. And you know what? That was very controlled, is the way what I took away from that. Got the car settled after initiation, and he was just in control of it the whole time. He knew exactly where he wanted to put the car. The car reacted to every single movement he put into it. And look at this as he gets himself up to the wall. Nice line. I thought he was going to go wheels over here, but he puts it right to the edge of the circuit, gets into that second to last outside zone, and just works the back end of that S14 to the wall. Lovely job there from Paweł Korpelinski. He is so in control of that car. It's unbelievable.
I was just looking at our scoreboard just to give you guys an update. So the top 3 qualifiers at the moment are all from within a kilometer of each other, and jumping into 6th position is Paweł Korpelinski. So right now, in the top 6, you've got 3 Irish, 2 Polish, and a Swede. So it's all mixed up. And now another Polish driver that would like to just be right at the top. He's beaten the Shanahans and James Dean in the past. He's beaten everybody in the past, but he's jumping into a brand new chassis this year, and it's taken a little time to get 100%, but he's determined to make this the beast. This is the Supra of Peter Wiańczek, and he is looking very determined, and he knows himself that this is his. He had a great start of the year, had some issues, had an engine failure, and now he's got to come back to Ireland and take what he's done last year, top step. Pressing buttons on the dash coming down the straight is Peter Wiańczek as he fires in.
Yeah, look at this, dial from Wiańczek. Look at the front wheels, absolutely locked as he comes through the inner zone. He's on form right now as Wiańczek dials on the angle in outside zone 3. Looks back across now, finds himself into the outside zone. Dab of the foot brake just to push the back end deeper in that zone now as it's full wet, no messing around. Wiańczek looks for the wall, puts the back end of the Super into that zone, right to the edge of the circuit. Wiańczek not messing around, dab of the foot brake once again. Wiańczek absolutely dominating.
Yeah, Wiańczek's in the game now. He came back to do it one more time. He was the first driver in 20+ years to win an Irish event on Irish home soil. First driver to break the streak, and he's back this weekend to try and do it again. And I'll tell you what, he looks comfortable in that car.
Dangerous.
Dangerous in that car.
He looks too comfortable. The guys that don't look like they're stressed, that look like this is easy, they're the ones you need to worry about. And for me, if this is the same weather conditions tomorrow, Wiańczek looks like he could be dangerous.
I was watching practice yesterday. You'll see those little carbon wing plates on the back of those fenders.
Oh, I heard about this.
He came in so fast at 150k yesterday that both of them flew off the car. That's how fast he came in the first quarter. It took the bodywork off.
So what you're
the car.
saying is the carbon fibers limit is 150k.
I'm not saying, I'm not a scientist, Ian. You wouldn't quote me on it. But what I'm saying is that he is in the dry, one of the fastest guys around this track, and it's unbelievable to watch. But in the wet, it looks like he's quite comfortable too. And look at that. Putting that car, it's a beautiful looking car too at the same time.
Stunning.
So cool to see these modern chassis jump in. And there you have it, 90.5 for Peter Wiańczek, 3rd position. Oh, it's getting interesting. Knocks Conor Shanahan down to 4th position. So we got Jack Shanahan, James Dean, Peter Wiańczek, Conor Shanahan, and Kuba Piszkonski. 3 Irish, 2 Polish in the top 5. Will Max Heidrich be able to jump himself up into the top 5, the German driver? Well, I saw some runs in practice from Max Heidrich, and I saw the guys from the ambulance starting to move towards the ambulance. He was putting in some big runs, and now track getting a little brighter, and I see what Max Heidrich can do as he fires in 2JZ S13.
Yeah, look at that dialed on the foot brake. Manages to make it work. It didn't look like he was going to get there, but now Heidrich transitions across the circuit, little dab of the handbrake, dials the back of the car in just late to the outside zone and struggles to keep the back end of this S13.5 where it needs to be now. Big flick across the circuit, 90 degrees to the wall. Can he carry it on? He can, as he carries big angle to that second wall. Looks for the finish line, big clutch kick, makes it work.
Made it work, and now, like, the sun is starting to shine through and the track will start to dry. We could have, I mean, this whole weekend has been up and down. Tomorrow looking like a brighter, nicer day. But yesterday practice, both sessions had wet.
Fast.
Yeah, it looks quick there. I was just about to say, I've never seen someone come through so fast in the wet in Mondello Park, but he made it work. But we had wet and dry practice all yesterday. Now qualifying wet and dry. I feel, you never know, could be full dry by the time we get to the showdown later on, where the top 4 drivers do battle at the end of this head-to-head. So, That's nice from Max Heidrich on the wall, looking really comfortable there. I'm impressed, Ian.
Look at this. Look.
Look at
Oh,
that little
bumper kisses the wall.
Yeah. And you know what? It's classic. Max Heidrich's like, you've seen enough,
You've
Cameron.
seen enough.
You've seen enough. We don't need any more. You don't need any more shots. A 79 on the board from Max Heidrich puts him into 17th position right now. And of course, after the first half of qualifying, we'll be able to let you guys know where everyone's sitting, what they need to score, whether they're in, whether they're out, whether they're top of qualifying, whether they're in the top 4 for the showdown. Now, here's a driver that has hit the podium in Ireland before. It is Oliver Randalou from Estonia. Great first round in Spain. I thought he looked really on form. New car, looking really comfortable as he comes off the line, hoping to continue his points haul by getting a good qualifying run in.
Yeah, he's going to want to redeem himself, you know, get himself back on form. He fires it in on massive angle, and it hasn't paid off. And that is a big upset for Oliver Randalou, and that's the first 0 we've seen as a mistake on initiation, Dave.
Yeah, and I mean, it's the confidence. You want to go in and put a big run on the board, but it can go wrong so quickly. I mean, I have to admit, you know, I've driven this track before, and that first corner, you almost get a moment here where you go, uh-oh, and there's nothing you can do because you're going down the hill.
Yeah.
So you just fall down the hill, and I think that's exactly what happened to Oliver Randalou there. Just went for the big angle throw in, didn't work. You can see he actually ran out of lock. Look, you have to lock the front brake. Yeah, all 4. Just on too much angle. Now, luckily, no damage done to the car. Can come out for the second half of qualifying. And you know what? None of these scores might matter because it might be dry and everything could be different. And you could go, oh, it's back to square one again.
Square one, yeah.
So you just don't know. But all around, you can see the rain falling. Pretty. And slow-mo camera makes it look like it's torrential, but it is still falling out there. And it's not going to be easy for our next driver either. On the line, we have got Mika Keskakorpi and the Finnish champion in the F22 Eurofighter. New car this year. Looks like he absolutely loves it. Looks like he's at home. 770 horsepower, 870 newton meters of torque in a tiny little BMW. But it goes really, really fast, and he is an exceptional driver. Look at this big angle. Tried the big angle, and it worked, Ian. It worked for him.
It's paid off for him, Dave. And look at this as he now dials that car in. He said he loves this new build. He said he sold the wagon once he felt comfortable after Spain. Over one event, he felt that comfortable. He sold his old car, and he's building a replica of this so he can have 2. Because he said he loves it that much. And look at this, Keskakorpi 1 round in. He's looking super good and on form as he puts it across the line.
That's another big one. That's another big run. And I mean, I've got to say, everybody's starting to figure this out. And I think we're going to see some big scores coming in here in the wet. And if we see him in the wet, it dries up. You know, we've got a long way to go before the end of qualifying. Oh, Mika Keskakorpi, that entry was absolutely perfect and no handbrake whatsoever. This could be up there.
That's going to be up there. I'm just looking to look back at this. Look at this. The way he dials it into the outside zone, he's perfect. Times it perfect. And it looked like he was going to drop out of it, but he didn't. He took the right arc, stayed in it all the way through. Keskakorpi, man, dialing into this car so quick. It's such a transition from chassis to chassis as well.
We are here at qualifying day. Formality for some, entertaining for all, but tomorrow the main event. That's when everyone goes head-to-head top 32, and we want to see who goes through to that top 32. If you're just joining us, 49 drivers representing 23 countries when I get to the top 32 of qualifying. Top 32 scores.
Whoa,
and look at this.
wow.
Mika Keskakorpi, he might very well just guarantee himself a spot in the top 32 with that 4th position and 90 on the board. Wow, Finland into the mix. Well, that's not, you know, I'm just saying.
Let's just hold on a minute.
I'm just saying, right now, we have got 2 Irish, 1st and 2nd. We got Peter Vine 2nd, 3rd. Keskakorpi goes 4th. Connor Shannon 5th. Jakob Pushkonski in 6th. And Joachim Andersen 7th. And now an Irishman on the start line. Again, Dwayne McKeever has won many events on this layout. McKeever wants to get back in the championship right at the point of starting this event, the highest ranking Irish driver in the championship. And he fires into that first corner, as he always does.
Man, he's moving at some sort of pace, and he's going to go very wide. He dips a wheel off the edge of the circuit, but he holds onto it now. As Dwayne McKeever looks for this outside zone, gets the back end of that 180 SX right up there now. Dials on the angle. Windscreen wipers going flat out as he hits the rev limiter and fires to the wall. McKeever on the handbrake, off the handbrake instantly. Back on throttle, rubs the back bumper along the wall, across the line. He's angry, Dave.
He is, and again, does drop off the track at outer zone 3, so I'm just wondering what the judges will think of that. Everything else to me looked textbook from Dwayne McKeever, but there was a mistake as he came in. You said he was moving in that first corner.
Look how fast that is.
Yeah, but I think he went a little too fast and he dropped off. Look at this, over the white line.
Oh.
So judges are going to have a good look at that. To me, that looked like, I mean, it's a guideline on the track, but it's a guideline of the edge of the track. Again, certain areas are, so the grass is 2 wheels off the gravel, and then 2 wheels over between the 2 walls is off the track. So basically, it's a deduction, but not a zero. So last year, the judges having a look at that first corner going, well, it's just too confusing. We don't want everybody getting zeros. So that is a guideline that they have at the edge of the track. It's not a zero, but he does put 2 wheels over the guideline, which would be a big deduction, but not big enough to not put him into the top 10. And 85.5 for Dwayne McKeever. So I'm thinking if he gets that car another 3-4 feet the other way, that's going to be one of the top qualifiers out there. So an impressive start for Dwayne McKeever. We get to learn about the judging criteria as we go, which is great because
we're all learning together.
We're all learning together. It's a nice environment to learn. There we have Alex Holovnia up next, the Ukrainian, two-time Ukrainian champion, 900 horsepower M2. And again, this is Veyron power in small coupes from BMW, so these things move, and Alex Holovnia is definitely moving into that first corner, lock of the front brake as he gets it wide out to outer zone 3.
Yeah, he got that absolutely dialed in there, David. He dabs the handbrake now, looks at this outside zone, works away, doesn't get too high up. He doesn't want to drop a wheel over the edge of the circuit into that gravel, as he knows that'll be a big points deduction. Looks for the wall, times it perfectly now as Holovnia on the throttle nice and early. Big left foot brake though, slows the car down quite a lot as he goes for that tarmac change. Final outside zone, across the line, and the Ukrainian driver doing it once again.
Yeah, and you got to look at, Mika Keskakorpi in a similar chassis. And it looks good here, in the, they look good in the rain, these M2s. What a cool car, though. The only thing is when you put that wide-body carbon cover on it, about twice the width of a standard BMW M2, I'd say. Definitely the front width, but a very cool car, beautiful machine. And I like how low it runs as well, especially when he knows he at any moment could go in.
He's all about the looks.
It looks
He's
good.
all about the looks.
And you know what? It drives good, too. Really nice. You can see it's sort of a weird, rainy, bright day in Mondello Park where it looks like it's not raining, but when you look out and see the puddles, it is still quite, drizzly. Drizzly, yeah. And of course, all the Irish weather apps saying no rain today. So this is, you want to, even if the weather apps can't keep up with things around here, this is the Bermuda Triangle. If you haven't been to Mondello Park before, this is where weather exists on its own.
Yeah, yes, has its own.
They're probably in shorts and t-shirt 20 minutes from here saying, oh, what a beautiful day, not a sign of rain, and then just swirling around Mondello Park. But it's an 80.5 for Alex Holovnia from the Ukraine. Very solid score, puts him into 17th position. He's in the mid-pack right now, but he's inside that top 32, which is where all these drivers will say, I don't really care as long as I'm in the mix. And right now we have got another heavy downpour of rain coming on the track, which means our next driver, Oran Nielsen, is going to be under pressure. This is the heaviest we've seen it yet, Ian.
Yeah,
this is going to be tough.
I just had to stand up to take a look out because it looked worse than what it is, and it is really coming down now. But Oran Nielsen won't mess around. He doesn't care, Dave. Through the gears he goes, and this man's been on his roof, upside down and everything in the last 2 years. What can he do here in Mondello Park? Almost had success last year, but it just didn't pull off for him. But now he's looking like he's on form. This is very controlled from Oran Nielsen, one of the biggest cars on the circuit. This Toyota Supra making it work right now. The weight probably going to his advantage as Nielsen fulfills the outside zone and gets it dialed as he looks to flick across the circuit now. One treacherous part left to go between these two wall runs. Can he hold on to it? He certainly can as Nielsen puts the wheel to the line and the bumper to the wall as Nielsen fulfills the zones and gets the job done.
That's incredibly impressive in these conditions. I mean, it is absolutely pouring down.
In a double-decker bus, basically.
Yeah. He's got the biggest car. It's the worst conditions in rain. And you know the worst thing is? It actually stops. So the only run with that level of rain is Oran Nielsen's, and he does a great job. Crowd appreciate it. They know how tough this track can be. If you're a drift fan from Ireland, you know this. You would have seen 55 spins at this stage usually because it's that. But these guys are, they're taking to it. I wanted to not say duck to water, but that's where
just
we're
say
at.
it. Just
like a duck to water.
Yeah, there you go.
But Oran, look at that. There's so much work going on in the car because he doesn't know what the conditions are like. He can barely see out the windows, and he still puts a solid run in. That's an incredible achievement from Oran Nielsen, and I think probably one of the most naturally talented drivers on the grid.
100%. This guy is so committed, does a lot of work himself. You see him on social media repairing the car, building the engines. He's always up to something behind the scenes, and Oran Nielsen lays down an absolute stormer of a run right there in, as Dave says, probably the heaviest rain we've seen all day, and he takes top spot with a 92-point qualifying run.
In the worst conditions all day, Oran Nielsen, and literally the worst conditions in a massive downpour, goes #1 in qualifying. Forget your Irish, your Finnish, and your Polish. It is Norway on top spot right now. It's heating up even though the track isn't, and that is impressive.
Did you just see the onboard?
I did not.
He was throwing signs at the camera while doing the last turn.
Calm down, Oran Nielsen. He's showing off now. I like it though.
Yeah, I like it.
David Spasov on the line. Polish rookie this year. 23 years of age, another youngster in the championship, 920 horsepower. He's not going to need any of that for this run. But let's see what he does. He's coming in very hot.
Yeah, he's putting down some pace right there, though, and he's making it work. It's David Spasov from Poland now as he puts foot to floor, looks for the outside zone, waits for the car to react on the handbrake for a long time, but it does work for him now. Spasov puts foot down, kicks the clutch, lights up the tyres on the back of this S15. Incredible looking machine. Fires the car across the circuit. Now looks to damage the back end on the wall. He drags the back bumper along the wall. And Spasov puts the rear wheel right to the white line. Dabs the foot brake as he looks for that final outside zone. And again, another good run in the bag.
Oh, you know what? It almost seems like we're in reverse championship order from last year, because these are the guys that finished the highest in Spain. And Spasov had a great round, and he's right up in the championship mix here. And you know what? Looking like it wasn't a fluke. He's here in completely different. There ever was more opposite conditions than Spain. And I kind of like it, because you go from the extreme heat of Spain to the rain of Ireland. And if you want to find the best drifter in the world, you got to give him the fast track in Spain that's hot, and now the sort of, I would say, sketchy track in Ireland. And if you can continue to your form throughout all, then you are the best, and that's the whole point.
And do you know what's the biggest test? Yeah, you can go fast in the dry, but can you go fast in the wet? Can you do it on a circuit that has condition changes, track changes? Can you do it all over Europe? That's the question.
Well, that's the thing. We want to find the champion of the most competitive drift series in the world. You're going to have to test him. And 87 for the rookie David Spasov into 8th position. They're scoring higher in the rain than in the dry. Welcome to Drift Masters, and that's what it's all about. And the judges are going, how are they getting this so right with the conditions so bad?
It's just working for him, Dave. It's working real good. We go back to the start line. It will be the Polish driver, Jakub Kroll now. This incredible carbon Kevlar S14.9, 2JZ underneath on it, 850 horsepower, brand new car for 2024. And Jakub said this is the best car he's ever built. He's adjusting to it, he's dialing it in, and it looks insane as he fires it in now. What can Jakub Kroll do? That lead wheel on that white line. Look at the front wheels, absolutely dialed. No input from the front wheel whatsoever as Kroll on the handbrake for a long time. Can he get to that zone? Of course he can. As the Polishman now works his way around that long outside zone, fires across the circuit, gets himself right where he needs to be now, up into the wall. The sketchy part, as Dave likes to say, it's right to the edge of the circuit once again for Kroll as he rubs the bumper on the wall to the edge of the circuit across the line. This is insane.
What is happening right now? I expected it just to all fall apart. There'd be no grip out there. Everybody be spinning off the track. You know what? We've got our track marshals that are going, oh, here we go. Gonna have to clean all this up now. And they are just on rails out there. And another massive run, this time from Jakub Kroll. Look at the angle he's pulling there.
It's insane. And he looks so comfortable. The car looks dialed. For me, it's the front wheels. You know, in the wet conditions, we talk about it in the dry, but in the wet, you expect to see it more. His front wheels barely moved apart from a transition. He was so in control of it, and it's fast.
Smooth operator.
Oh.
Smooth operator. As he gets around
I like that song.
Yeah. I'm not going to sing it.
Oh.
We're live. But later. Maybe later.
Yeah, cool.
But I will say, from one of the things I've noticed is this is the most consistent. Look at that, 89 from Jakub Kroll from Poland into 8th position in the wet. What's happening right now? Why do they keep putting us up here as so-called experts and we know nothing?
We know nothing.
I thought this would be 40s and 50s, and here we have another driver on the line who had a big first round in Spain. It's Clint van Oort from the Netherlands. The Dutch driver looks very comfortable in this car this year, and can he handle these wet conditions? The laser focus as he goes through the gears on the straight. You can one error and it's all over here. And Clint throws it in. Another driver just handling it, but a little bit shallow on the first corner.
Yeah, it takes it a little bit too much on the grass there. Front wheel way over that curve, and he will get deducted points for that now as Clint van Oort dabs the handbrake, slows the car down as he looks for this outside zone. Anti-lag banging as he comes around that long outside zone, and Clint van Oort, the Dutchman, looks for the wall now. He's been taking body panels off this car all weekend, and he keeps them on for this run as the anti-lag fires across the circuit. Up to the wall he goes, right to the edge of the track, avoids the grass and across the line.
It's amazing. You can see the exhaust push the water off the track. Yeah. It's so cool. And a little shake of the head there. Clint knew that first corner wasn't exactly what he wanted.
No, and it wasn't. You can see the way, look at the way the car reacted there, and he had to dab the handbrake halfway through. He knew it was kind of going on the grass. He wanted to extend it. And you can see, watching there now, the onboard, as he dials himself in. Big handbrake drag as he goes into the outside zone.
Still a decent run, though.
A very good run.
Like, I can't believe we're being this kind of harsh in the wet, because we expected, I mean, he got around would have been great.
Would have been great, yeah.
But we're now being quite critical because we've watched so many big runs go in, and I think this is going to be a pretty decent score for Clint Van Oort. Bar that first corner, everything else pretty dialed everywhere he was. So I think the Dutch driver will say, I could have been closer to the wall, I could have done this, but I mean, he knows he has it in the bank now as well. So an 80.5 for Clint Van Oort as he gets 21st position, sitting in the bottom half of that top 32, but still inside that top 32, most importantly.
But interesting, we're going to see 80s all the way through in our top 32. This is going to be a high scoring round once again.
For sure,
We
absolutely.
now kick off, Dave, the top 5 in the championship, and our 5th place driver is Kevin Pascolti. This man has been threatening to do things this year, Dave. What can he do? He's been building up for the last 2 seasons. He now looks even more dialed and focused than he ever has before, and he fires in this 1,000 horsepower BMW E92. Oh, and he gets massive understeer, and he holds on to it, though, as now Kevin Pascolti once again fires across the circuit, looks to pick up a little bit more points as he goes right to the edge of the track. He's trying to fulfill the zones as much as he can as Pascolti goes for the outside zone, fires across, looks for the wall, no messing around from Pascolti. The Hungarian driver will want to do some damage to the championship this weekend and the back of the car as he puts it across the line.
Impressive. Oh, and a 360 to finish it off. What a showman Kevin Pascolti is. Always smiling. You can stand this man in the rain for 4 days in Ireland, he'll still be smiling, having a conversation with you. One of the great ambassadors of the sport. And Kevin Pascolti sitting 5th in the championship right now, so these are big runs.
And that's what I'm saying. This could be the round where he lights his championship, you know, hopes.
Look at that. The Irish crowd saw the 360 and we're like, we're in. We're
We love
involved.
it. Yeah, hey, we're the same. We are just the same.
It doesn't count for anything.
I was just looking around for the golden buzzer.
Yeah, but we can't give 10 more points for a 360. We can, but they count for nothing.
Oh.
We have no authority on that.
Sure.
But it was a good run. I mean, as you said, understeer through the first corner will cost him some points.
Yeah.
And, you know, we're into the top 5 currently in the championship with a 360, beautifully executed. Should be an addition to the track, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah.
Well, maybe not in tandem battles because, you know,
Oh, that could be
carnage.
dangerous, yeah.
But you can see Kevin Pascolti, there's very little grip out there, but an 81 on the board, 18th position for Kevin Pascolti. The Hungarian doing a pretty good job as we move now into the top 4 in the championship first runs, and it's the evil eyes of Benedikt Szczerba, those red lights in that bright yellow BMW, and look at the laser focus. He's not even paying attention to the camera. He's like, I got some work to do here, guys. Sorry, I'll be back in a minute. It is the Lithuanian driver. 820 horsepower. We've got a lot of Lithuanian fans here this weekend. Want to see Benedikt Szczerba put in a good run. And right now he's 4th in the championship, and he is firing through that first corner. Holding on to it. Nice to the outer zone as Benedikt Szczerba as he fires that car, but very, very fluid, but big angle. Can he make it work? He does make it work. Szczerba holds on beautifully on the outer zone. Szczerba now firing back towards the wall. You can see how close he's going to get, pretty close. And he's right on the extremities there, and it's very hard to see those. Oh, big smash into the wall from Szczerba, but he keeps it moving. That's what we want to see. Secretly, that's what we want to see.
I want to see him break the cars.
I want to see him crash into
Yeah,
the walls.
I like
It's fun
that.
to watch, isn't it?
No one's hit the other wall
Not
yet.
too bad that it
Not too bad, yeah, just enough.
Just enough that it's
Just
exciting.
tail lights,
You know,
yeah.
We're live though, so we're back. We're back. So Benedikt Szczerba, I mean, you couldn't say. I mean, if you're a judge, could he been closer to the second wall? I don't think so.
No, look, for me, the thing it lacked a little bit was a bit of flair and maybe some speed. It was very slow coming out of this outside zone, and it looked like it just maybe wound some grip out of it a little bit just to get a little bit more balance. And it was a tentative run for Szczerba, is what I'm going to try and say.
Oh, and he absolutely
batters the back end of that
mills
car.
into the wall there. But you know what? Watch, it doesn't actually affect him too much. Look, he gets right to the edge. Close your eyes now. Oh, he barely even comes. He doesn't come off the throttle. He just absolutely smashes the back of the car and doesn't even stop or waver. So I don't think it actually will affect his score that much, because what the judges look is, did the impact with the wall affect the car? And it looked to me like, you're going to see it here, it didn't affect it too much. So got some Lithuanian fans here in Mondello Park. And they're loud, and they're rowdy, and they want Benedikt, and they got an 84 to celebrate as an 84 for Benedikt Szczerba into 14th position. That's a good run.
Very good run.
Wouldn't like to be a tail light, but everything else was pretty good. We now move on to the top 3 in the championship, the 3 drivers that hit the podium in Spain And back to business, back to his best, is Adam Zalewski from Poland. He's an ex-Drift Masters champion, but he had a ton of mechanical issues for over 2 years. Round one, it all came together, and he took third step on the podium. And he's good in the wet, he's good in the dry, he's good anywhere. Once the car is working, Zalewski's a threat.
Yeah, he is a threat, Dave, and he's come off the line. He can smell a championship in the water this year, and maybe this is a year he can get a 2-time championship from Adam Zalewski now as he dials that car in. Nice line so far through that first car. There's a lot of corrections on the steering wheel, not a lot of grip out there on that initiation now as he works his way. Big handbrake drag into the outside zone, and Zalewski looks slow once again. Another driver that's going a little tentative here. He could have maybe picked this one up, but who am I to say anything against this man? He is an ex-Drift Masters champion as he fires it to the wall now. Zalewski wants to keep this one clean. He wants points on the board. He wants to be in the show. He's a danger in twin battles as he makes it across the line. Zalewski's here for business.
Oh, that car is so violent. The amount of anti-lag. And if you're new to the sport, and I'm not a mechanic, but I'll tell you what anti-lag means. It means that it just keeps the turbo spooling. So you hear that bang, that's every time he comes off the throttle. It's just keeping that turbo spooling so you have no lag whatsoever. And it's very violent. It's beautiful noise, in my opinion.
Yep.
And Adam Zalewski's car sounds incredible this year. BMW engine in this.
Yep, they changed it up.
Yeah, went from the Toyota 2JZ to the BMW S54, if I'm not mistaken.
58.
58. So I mean, this is a good, an interesting, like, sort of prototype car that's working really well.
Yeah, a lot of guys taking the change over now to the BMW S58 motors, saying that they're like a 2JZ, but they're more ready and available, and they're a lot less of a cost because they're a new engine being produced constantly.
Yeah, well, they stopped making the 2JZ in what, the 90s?
Yeah.
So, I mean, this is the new 6-cylinder, the BMW engine. A lot of guys, you said, developing them. You know, it's a new, I think drifting's going to see a lot more of this.
Yep.
Because, again, as you said, there's only so many 2JZs built in the world. And, you know, we blew a few of them up in drifting over the years.
There's been a couple
There's
going
been
back,
at least 3. So good to see this, I suppose, surprise package doing well. And an 84 on the board for Adam Zalewski, 14th position for him. A lot of drivers in the mid-80s now. This is where it's going to be really tough for a lot of our guys sitting on zeros or low scores from the first half of qualifying, because there's a lot of guys with big scores in there already. Now, sitting second in the championship. He finished second in Poland last year, and he's second in the championship last year. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. This year, he wants to be the champion. And Lauri Heinen from Finland, laser focus into the first corner. NASCAR powered.
Wow. Yeah, look at this. Lahainenen's not messing around. He wants a championship. He missed out on it narrowly at round one. He wants to get that top step now as Heinen throws big angle into this outside zone, works the throttle there. Dodge, NASCAR V8. Pro-charged, supercharged, bolted to the side of the engine, screams down in front of the grandstand as Heinen avoids the wall. He doesn't want to damage the back end of this carbon fibre S13, but he does damage it on the second wall, looks out the window, across the line.
That's poetry in motion. Poetry in motion from Lauri Heinen. It sounds good, it looks good, and the judges are nodding their heads. Heinen this year says, forget the Shanahans, forget Bjornsek, forget the Rintenens. This is my year. And he's in second in the championship. I would argue the best sounding car on the grid as well, and it is, you know, it's incredible to see how consistent he is. And we talk to a lot of the top drivers. You talk to your Connor Shannons, your Peter Bjornsek, and they say, why Lauri Heinen is so dangerous. He makes no mistakes.
Yep.
He doesn't make big errors. He doesn't do stupid stuff. And that is what a champion does. It grinds out the results.
Right, I spoke to Lauri Heinen yesterday. I went down there. I said, you made any changes to the car from Spain to Ireland to adapt for the track? And he said, yeah, I've made a big change. He said, I made, oh, wow.
Wow. Well, I'll tell you what he's changed is the score. It's a 93.5 for Lauri Heinen. First position. Finland are here in the building.
I'll get back to that conversation later on, but we've got Kevin Basur on the line who would have just got that radio message saying the championship now might be at risk.
Yeah, well, you're in first position right now, Kevin, but Lauri Heinen has just put a 93.5, the winner from Spain. Kevin Basur, last year's Rookie of the Year, and he's going for a big one here. Massive entry coming from Kevin Basur as he fires through on big angle, and it's perfect so far. Basur looks dialed.
Yeah, he is dialed, Dave. He goes right to the edge of the circuit. Look at this. Oh, wheels to the line. He's not messing around. This is the nicest entry into the outside zone in this weather we've seen so far. Now, as Kevin Basur picks up the throttle, he had problems earlier. He wasn't looking as dialed. He wasn't looking as comfortable, but right now, he looks like he's at home as he fires the back end of that BMW to the wall. One wheel over as he rubs the back end on the second wall. Anti-lag popping and banging as he crosses the line.
Oh, this championship fight is heating up, even if the conditions aren't, because Kevin Basur from Estonia has just put another banger of a run in, and Kevin Mazur has looked, and that initiation is absolutely outrageous in these conditions.
That is a huge weight transfer. One side of the track to the other, no messing around.
Like, we're watching drivers who, you know, have a lot less experience than some of the Irish here, do things the Irish have never even done here. And that is how competitive this championship is right now. Kevin Mazur from Estonia looking fairly dialed. As you said, the only error we could pick up on was this little wheel drop just here. Just drops a little bit over, but it's not massive, and he doesn't affect his line too much, and he just about scrapes the wall and gets away with it. I'll be honest and say, you know, we looked at Spain and said, hey, it's all mixed up. Will these guys, you know, hold their form? And it's looking like, to me, Laurie Heinen, Zalewski, Cherba, Pazur, all in the top 4 are back in business at round 2. And if you're a Shanahan or you're one of these guys that finished high last year, you're now saying, where's the chink in the armor? An 88.5 for Kevin Pazur puts him into 10th position as we finish out the first half of qualifying. And you know what? The conditions may have been a little wet, but the action is definitely heating up. So let's have a look and see where we are after the first half of qualifying. Laurie Heinen, 93.5 in first position. Oren Nielsen from Norway in second with a 92. Jack Shanahan in third position. James Dean in fourth. Bjeinsek 5th, Kwiski Korpi in 6th, Connor Shannon 7th, and Kuba Pishkansky all top 8 in the 90s after the first half of qualifying. Jakob Kroll, Pazur, Spossub, Anderson, Korpelinski, Biagioni, and McKeever rounded out. And you can see here on your screens, everybody else sitting in those 80s all the way up to, where's our cutoff? 70.5 right now, but it jumps dramatically when you get to like 26, and all the rest of these drivers out of qualification at the moment. But everybody gets a second roll of the dice, 3 drivers on a 0. So we are going to see what happens as we switch it around. And now we go back to the second half of qualifying. And it's so mixed up with the wild cards and what happened in Spain that we're going to get big names and new names and rookies all over the place right now. And it starts with a rookie in this Drift Masters Championship, but not a rookie in Ireland. It's Tomas Kiley in this 1,030 horsepower. And he's going for a big one, Ian, a big one.
Yeah, he's got an opposite side of the circuit. He knows he needs to throw down. Look at this, almost backwards as he comes down now. And Tomas Kiley feeling comfortable. He lets that car wash, but he's very wide. As Kiley goes 90 degrees to that outside zone 3 now, slows himself down, reasserts himself as he gets into the outside zone. He slows the car right down. Now he starts to pick up the pace once again. Big angle again on the transition, 90 degrees to the wall. He sacrifices a little line, but he keeps it clean, keeps himself out of danger as Kiley puts a back bumper to the wall across the line. The Irishman is back on form.
I was just thinking to myself, one of our judges has to do angle here. And I'm going to look at that score and go, I'm not sure there's more angle to be had in a run than Tomas Kiley. Look at the entry. Almost 90 degrees in the wet is Tomas Kiley. And here he definitely was at 90 degrees. Look at this. Comes through here. Oh, just about keeps it together. Very entertaining run to watch, but a couple of errors as well. Drops just maybe 2 wheels over there. It's going to be a deduction. It's not a 0 in that part of the course, but he just about keeps it on the track. Impressive, because I would definitely be backwards at that point.
Right.
And he just has so much talent to be able to pull that car back again. I gotta say, love his work. Love his work.
Love his work.
Love his work. Tomas Kiley, you'd swear this was a demo event where he's like, just like, oh,
An angle event.
Do you want to just do some fun runs? We'll do some big angle. You know, the crowd are loving it. I see the smiles in the grandstands. I'm sure you guys at home are smiling as well. Because why would you come to the most competitive championship in the world and go, I'm going to do it way harder than everybody else? Tomas Kiley, he left it all on the track. I don't know what the score is going to be, but he left everything on the track there, which I absolutely love.
Yeah, there was nothing left in that one for Tomas Kiley. He literally threw down. He knew he needed to, you know, pull one out of the bag that was going to set the scoreboard alight.
It's a similar 81.5, which puts him in 20th position. It had all the angle, 17 out of 20, but the line, it messed the line up a little bit.
Yeah, put him off in some places, and now rain starts to fall once again in Mondello Park. Just a little trickle this time, and that may change up the conditions once again for the Scotchman. Stephen McConnell now sits on the line, 2JZ GTE Nissan 200SX. Steve McConnell comes off the line, gets the green light ready to go, needs to get the job done here, 60.5 so far, but he knows the cut-off's going to be around an 8. He needs to put everything he can into the bag. He goes very wide, he's super wide onto that inside zone. Oh, and he's put it into an over-rotation.
You know what, I think that might have been a case of trying too hard. Came in very hot and just didn't have the grip. Needed a little bit more, I suppose. I mean, you can't just Tomas Kiley every corner. You know what I mean? You can't just, but again, I think it's also, remember, Steve McConnell never driven this track before. No. So he is at a huge disadvantage compared to probably 95% of the grid here. And, you know, I think from that perspective, for me, for Stephen McCall, it's been, with the conditions and everything thrown in there, it's a lot to take in one weekend.
Oh, it certainly is, Dave. You know, even the occasion, you know, being in the paddock with some of the best from around the world, these guys get a little overwhelmed, especially when you get to that start line and see who you're competing against. He shakes his head in disappointment, but look, he's here, he's going to have a good weekend, he gets to sit and watch tomorrow. What I'm going to say is going to be an incredible show.
Yeah, and I mean, the weather giving a lot better for tomorrow than it is today, so that's going to be an interesting one as well, because...
Hey, can you still buy tickets on the gate, or are they all sold out?
You got to buy them online.
Oh, okay.
Buy them online, you can come down, hang out with the rest of us here, we're all having fun. Rain, sun,
We're
snow,
still smiling.
but, yeah.
Still smiling. Even Ruben Balanas, look, he still thumbs up. He points down the circuit. He's like, I'm ready to go.
That's where I'm going.
I'm going down there. That's where I'm going.
down there. Well, the rain in Spain falls mostly in Mondello. So we have Ruben Balanos on the start line. And let's see, I mean, he had a tricky first run.
Hey, but
it's the second run, you can do what you want.
He can, and yesterday in the wet, he was absolutely flying. Now, can he replicate that right now in qualifying? He takes it a little easy, he jumps onto the curb, and that dials on the angle, and that helps him. He gets that initiation and that front inner zone lovely, but he doesn't let the car wash out to outside zone 3. He's on the handbrake early. Now starting to redeem some points. He lost a lot there from sacrificing outside zone 3. Can he pick this one up? Goes right to the edge of the circuit. Does the Spanishman now as he flicks the car towards the wall, a little danger area. He sacrifices some angle to keep it 4 wheels on track as he goes for the finish line. The last outside zone awaits for the Spanish as he comes across the line.
It's a sketchy one. Especially the outer zone 3. Just seemed like he went on too much angle and just couldn't get the car to where he needed it to be. He was on big angle here, almost ran out of lock. And then I think you have to make some adjustments, which he missed outer zone 3. So I think the judges say, and I was listening to the briefing, that this zone right here on the outside, he's in the middle of the track, and that's one that they weigh very heavily on. That's one that they say is the most difficult because it tells the story of the first 2 zones, whether you got to the third one or not.
Exactly.
And that's why they judge so heavily on it. And again, because he messed it up, he had a big handbrake drag in here. So there is some errors there. I have no idea what the score will be, but to me, just from, you know, my layman's view, some errors creeping in, especially in the first corner, which they weigh on much more heavily than the second half of the course.
Exactly that, Dave. Yeah, that line completely compromised there for the outside zone 3, and that'll be big deduction for that score as it drops in a 57.5. Not enough to get him into the show tomorrow, and unfortunately bows out of competition early.
And this is where it starts to get harsh. We'll know straight away whether somebody's in or somebody's not in.
Yep.
And now Kevin Quinn sits on the line. He's a 79 on his first run, which at the moment is enough for 27th, but it might not be enough for top 32 at the end of qualifying, so he needs to jump up here. He needs to make an impact. He needs to do something crazy, and no better man.
I was just going to say, an impact and crazy. You've got the right man on track right now as Kevin Quinn from Northern Ireland fires down, gets that front end dialed into that zone, and now he washes the back end of this S15 right to the edge of the circuit. That 2JZ screaming on the rev limiter as Kevin Quinn, not scared to use all of the power and unleash all of the car as he works his way around the outside zone. Quinn across the circuit, looking for the wall, going to hang that big spoiler right over the wall as Quinn goes for it. A little tentative as he entered that zone, but nevertheless keeps it in there as Quinn now dials on the angle. Big clutch kick across the line for Kevin Quinn.
Yeah, it looks to me that the track has some areas of grip and some areas of absolutely no grip, and that's what you can see on and off the throttle. You can even hear the throttle response of how he has to react on every single moment of the track, but it's a good run. It's a solid run from Kevin Quinn. Nothing crazy, but he got all the zones, and that's, I think, the correct approach. 79 on his first run. And again, remember, 79 is where we are, sort of sitting in 27th. We're kind of in the 70s there. Again, top score at the moment, 93.5 from Laurie Heinen, which is unbelievable in these conditions. And Kevin Quinn gets that zone pretty good. The judges are going to have a look at this one again. Here, you know, played it safe a little bit, not super wide in that outer zone, kind of, you know, tentative one wheel in the outer zone. But I mean, in these conditions, we can't really nitpick too much. And does Kevin Quinn improve? I think it's a solid run. I think he's going to do better than the first run, I would say. Let's see where it sits him. It's an 85. 85 for Kevin Quinn. Jumps up into 16th position. And 85 is only good enough for 16th position right now. This is going to be a tough qualifying session as we go back to the start line. That's Victor Jönsson from Sweden. Right now sitting outside the top 32, 66.5 in his first run. He's in 37th position, so he needs to improve. We're gonna say high mid-80s has got to be done here. We are looking in real trouble. And look at this big initiation already from Victor Jönsson. A big angle, can he hold it? He does hold it so far. Pretty good from Victor Jönsson as he comes through the first 3 zones, nice and solid. A little bit of handbrake just to adjust the speed of the car into that outer zone. Staying on throttle as he transitions back. This is the bit everyone seems to be struggling to get out of the corner. Yunsu, a little wobble there as he comes toward the wall, but he's in the right line, in the right place, and in the right zone. That's better from Victor Yunsu from Sweden. A nice finish to the run. And it is treacherous out there. You can just see how much inputs they have to put into the car.
Yeah, they're really having to work to get the car to go where they want it to be, and you can see there was a big handbrake coming into that first wall run, that outside zone. I think that's going to hurt the score quite a lot because it's changed the line into that big outside zone before the second wall run. But nevertheless, did a very nice job here, especially this, the big transition back, dabbed the handbrake, scrubbed it again. I'm not sure if that was at the very end of that decel zone, but then a big clutch kick, picked up the wheel speed and let the car rip across the circuit. But for me, it was this transition as he goes into the wall. Look at this big handbrake drag, and you see the line just about picking up that outside zone. It lets the car wash halfway through, but then washes out of it and doesn't get the wall. Not sure how the judges are going to do that one. 72, it wasn't enough. There was too many errors, too many mistakes into that one, Dave, and he is on the cut-off, but I think he's going to be out of the show by the end of this.
Like, that's the place you don't want to be, is 32nd, because any movement whatsoever, and you're out of the show. And we'll see where now we have next up Chris Brady. So Chris Brady's currently been knocked out by Victor Yunsu into 33rd, but he can now jump up and knock out Victor Yunsu. So let's see what happens. The Irish champion, the current reigning Irish champion, Chris Brady, comes off the line in this 4B25 700 horsepower R32 Skyline, and he's firing in pretty aggressively so far.
Yeah, he's carrying a lot of speed here, and he knows the circuit, he knows the conditions, but he's gone very, very wide, drops a wheel over the edge of the circuit. Will be points deducted now as Brady gets into this outside zone. Nice timing, hardly any use of the handbrake as he works the car, looks for the transition point, gets it dialed perfectly right to the edge of the circuit as Brady now goes for the wall run, picks it up nice and early as he dials on the angle, looks for that second outside zone as he comes across the line. Brady getting the job done.
Yeah, very tidy second half of the run from Chris Brady. Just the first half, that drop off the circuit with the two wheels, and we saw Dwayne McKeever do everything right except that and still score high. So it's not the end of the world. It's not, two wheels off the same as anywhere else in the gravel or the grass. But just here, playing with
big
the drop. It's a drop off. Yeah, it's an aggressive drop off the track there. You can see how it upsets the momentum of the car as he transitions back. And Brady doing a good job. I'm going to say it right now. It's a good run.
Yeah, it is a good run.
The problem I have is that is it good enough? And that's what the question is. I mean, everyone's good. That's the problem. Everyone can drift. Everyone's great. But you got to be kind of exceptional to kind of get into top 32 at Drift Masters level. And we know Brady's capable of it. But on that run, did he do enough? That's the question.
Well, that's going to be answered any second now, Dave, as the scores drop in from our judges and we get these beautiful slow-mo shots from our Phantom camera. Look at this. It's like,
it looks good. Everything looks good. Even in the rain, it looks good. Look at the guy walking slow-mo in the background. It looks majestic. Majestic walk. It's a 73.5, so it is enough for 32nd position for Chris Brady. He knocks out Victor Yunsu, but is it enough again? Because every movement of every driver here in the scoring is going to knock Brady out if they jump up. Next up, Alan Hines. He's sitting inside the top 32, 28th position with a 79. But he shook his head and said, first run he wasn't happy with. Let's see if he's happy with the second. Lowest horsepower car on the grid, but it won't matter. A bit in the rain.
No, it certainly won't, Dave. Nice initiation as he carries the speed. You can see him holding on for dear life there as he locks up the front wheel, and that's going to sacrifice that line. You can see he struggles to get to outside zone 3. Big handbrake drag now into this outside zone, and there's a lot of mistakes already creeping into this for Alan Hines as he works his way around, looks for the transition. Now the wall runs are no issue for the Irishman as he places the back end of that car right onto the wall into the outside zone. Second wall run coming up, and he gets it dialed as Alan Hines hits the rev limiter and smashes the anti-lag across the line.
Yeah, I mean, again, solid second half of the run, but that's a big error on the first corner. You mentioned it just looked like he didn't extend the drift enough. Outer zone 3 completely sacrificed. I would say, from my perspective, this is going to hurt his score. Just here, watch how far away he is from that outer zone. And that's, again, I only just know from experience on the judges on this track, they really weigh on that zone to say if you get that, because if you're on the inside, again, why are we doing qualifying? Well, obviously we want to take 49 drivers out to 32, but we're looking for the best lead runs. You can't have good chase driving tomorrow if you don't have good lead runs, and the lead needs to be on these extremities of the track for the chase car to have all the room to maneuver, and that's what we're judging here. So could someone chase that run very successfully? Probably would have been a bit tight on that first corner. So that's what they'll be weighing on, but I still think Alan Hines doing enough everywhere else to not be totally detrimental to a score.
Exactly that, Dave. Well, scores drop in. It will be a 70.5 for Alan Hines, and not an improvement. Stays in 28th position for the moment. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough, though, to keep himself in top 32 action for tomorrow.
Yeah, look, things are moving around a lot now, especially towards that 20th to 32nd position. Not a concern for this man, though, James Dean, who sits currently in 4th position, but he wants to make it to the showdown. He wants to make it to the battles. And remember, the top 4 go head-to-head in battles. And right now, James Dean is sitting in 4th with a 91.5. Can he improve? Can he go higher?
Well, he's going to go for it, Dave. There's nothing to lose right now as James Dean fires in almost 90 degrees on initiation. Picks up that inner zone now. Lets the back end and it's S14.9 wash right to the edge of the circuit. Dean on the handbrake. Technical driving. Look at Dean right to the edge of the circuit. A little wash there, but he lets the car go and picks it back up again once he comes across the circuit. Looks for the wall run. He's going to go 90 degrees once again as he puts the tail lights to the wall. James Dean not messing around. Anti-lag popping as he puts the back end to the wall across the line. The machine is back in town.
I don't know if there's much more out there. I don't know if there's much more out there than that. Takes the cone off the wall with the spoiler. James Dean, he's doing another lap even for more score here, which obviously doesn't count. But for the fans here, James Dean putting on a show, wild card this weekend. And this, to me, I'm not sure there's much more out there. That was pretty much spot on. You've got
that's a big statement.
I mean, every zone, not a huge amount of slowing. Just here, a little bit of handbrake, double down. I think it's okay. This, it washes a little bit just here, but I mean, I'm talking, he left foots and corrects it instantly.
Yeah, instantly, yeah.
So I think this is going to be way up there, especially the 2 wall runs at the end, which I'm going to say were outrageous.
Yeah, I mean, 90 degrees to the wall, puts the tail lights to the wall, no messing around. This guy's like, I'm getting the best footage I've ever got.
This first one is impressive, so he's an inch away. This one, on the other hand, watch the cone, having a nice time, thinks it's having a good day, bam,
boom.
Face plants the cone. And just knocked it over, not even blew it, just knocked it over going, boom.
Look at this.
Oh! And this shot here, I mean, there's going to be nobody closer.
Oh, man.
Man needs to just relax a little.
Nah, he's not going to do that.
He's not going to do that. So let's see where James Dean goes. It's 97 on the board. What? First position, 97 on the board, and that is the biggest score we've seen, maybe ever seen in Drift Masters. Right now, James Dean with the 360, with the celebration, with the smile, and now he's down with Becky. Becky, that was a huge run for James.
Absolutely, Dave. A huge run indeed, and a very happy James Dean here. We're delighted to have you back in Drift Masters as a wild card right now, but the global warfare layout, I mean, I would hazard a guess, over 1,000 laps you've done here, but you've got to tell us, how critical is it, that initiation point, to get a high-scoring run just like that?
This weekend is insanely challenging for everybody because it seems like every lap we do is new conditions. I'm lucky I have a lot of experience here, but still, I got caught out this weekend. I hit the wall yesterday with patchy conditions. But, you know, second run, we got a good score in our first run. Even those challenging conditions, I just wanted to push hard, put on a show for the amazing Irish fans. It's great to be back in Ireland. Love being back in the car, and yeah, I'm enjoying every moment. So really happy with that. And yeah, huge thanks to the team for putting in all the effort during the week. We had an insane week leading up to this event, and yeah, let's have some fun.
Fun indeed. I mean, I'm going to ask you, did you feel the cone just as you knocked it very nicely off the wall there?
I knew we were on the wall. I didn't know that the cone came off, but yeah, we were pushing it. We took a lot of chances. I thought I almost overdrove going into the second turn because we knew we had to do it, watching Laurie and Jack and everyone doing amazing runs in these conditions. So it was either going to work or it wasn't. I'm lucky it worked, and yeah, it looks like we're going to have some tandem fun later on tonight. Let's see if we can hold on to that score, end up in top 4, and I'd love to do a battle here before we go home tonight.
Excellent. Thank you so much, James. Guys, back to you. A delighted JD130 there.
Thank you, Becky. I love how James's fun is our terrifying.
Yeah.
We're like, oh, just having a bit of fun. And I was like, you're just doing 80 miles an hour on the way and sideways. But a man with the pressure off his shoulders is James Dean, and a man with the pressure on his shoulders is Adam LZ. First run puts him in 40th position. 64 was on his first run. He struggled in the conditions. Now it's full wet. Let's see what LZ, the first American to take on the Drift Masters Championship. A lot of pressure on this run.
Yeah, certainly is, as he slots his car through the gears, dials on the angle. Oh, front bumper flexes. Oh, no! And LZ puts it on the grass.
I think that was definitely a case of going a little too hot into the first corner. And again, look at the scores coming in. You've got to do it. There's no safe runs anymore.
No, you
put it all on the line.
You need to push, David. We're going to be at an 80-plus cut-off in a minute, and LZ knew he had to pull it out of the bag. He had to perform, and unfortunately, that is the fine line that James Dean just spoke about. It either works or it doesn't work. You have to risk it.
I think you have to risk it, and then it's, as you said, it goes one way or the other. And I think we've had James Dean in the wall yesterday. We've had LZ now take, and again, watch this, just loses the back end of the car, and it just happens in an instant, and that's the problem. And I think LZ knows himself right about here. That's going to be tough to bring back.
Yeah, look, he's on the lock stops, and look how relaxed he is. He's like, there's no saving this at this point. Oh man, it will be a 0 for Adam LZ on his second qualifying run. No improvement whatsoever.
Yeah, and again, I mean, this weekend they said a lot of kinks in the car they needed to work out, and that was the case there. That maybe didn't get enough practice in the wet this weekend. We move on to our next driver, Ryusuke Akiba from Japan. First run is a 79, which is 30th position right now. I don't think that's a safe place to be. He's going to need to really improve his run here. 825 horsepower, 2JZ S15, all the way from Japan in the wet, and he's coming in very fast.
Yeah, he is coming in very, very fast, but he makes it work, Dave. And look at this, he goes super wide. He's just going to hold on to it as Ryusuke now fires his car across the circuit. An incredible looking S15. He puts the rear wheel right to the white line, a little check up there, but he makes it work. And now back on the power once again, as the Japanese driver is going to throw some flair at this one, puts the back end towards the wall, absolutely hammers the rev limiter through the floor, puts the back end on the wall once again, just upsets the angle, but he keeps it together. Wow, Ryusuke not messing around, not leaving anything on track there.
Yeah, it was
Dave.
an exciting run, but there was some errors in there. Came in, I think, as I said, a little too fast. Drops over the edge of the circuit, but does hold on to it and keeps the run moving. But here, look, just flirting with disaster, but he gets away with it. And Ryusuke Akiba knew at that point he'd made the mistake, needed the impact at the end, and physically got the impact with the wall. Does okay to get it across the circuit, and he made a big error on the first run between the two walls. This time, keeps it tidy, absolutely hammering the rev limiter. And as you can see, probably the brightest car on the grid, I would imagine. As he takes it, this is where he decides to just absolutely smash into the wall here. As you can see, taps it, but it does affect the car. So that's going to be a bit of a deduction from the judges.
Yeah, you watch it here. Look, it just taps it, bam, just upsets the steering ever so slightly.
That camera shot on the ground. I don't know whose camera that is and how brave they are. But
That's yours.
What? My camera's there?
Yeah.
So it's a 68. It's 29th position for Ryusuke Akiba. That's where he'll stay. Very nervous wait now, I'd imagine, for the rest of qualifying to see if he's done enough. And now we move on from America to Japan and now to Canada as Josiah Fallet is in this Corvette. And I mean, Josiah actually competed at the first round of the Irish Series here a couple of months ago to get some experience, but he's going to need it now because he's got almost 900 horsepower NA in this Corvette. And Corvettes in the rain are tricky to drive.
Yeah, here we go. Look at this from Josiah, though. As he fires in. Oh, he goes 90 degrees. He gets massive understeer, but he holds on to it. He makes it work, but he's going to sacrifice outside zone 3. Josiah, oh, and it all goes wrong. And the opposite drifts there. I'm going to call it, Dave, and say that could potentially be a 0 already for Josiah now as he tries to finish up the run. Where is he at the moment? 69, he's outside 35th position. Could be the end of the weekend already for the Canadian driver as he looks for that final outside zone. I'm not a judge, Dave, but
Yeah, I think he went in for the big entry, very similar to a lot of drivers have done now, seeing some of James Dean, those guys throw him in, thinking there must be grip out there, but he lost the back end of the car, which he had to sacrifice massively. And yeah, an opposite drift there could very much look like a 0 to me from the judges. I mean, opposite drift means drifting the wrong direction where you should be, and right here, he's kind of wobbled the car. So we'll have a look and see what the judges say. Either way, it's not going to be a better score than his first, 69.5 on his first run, and it's going to be a 0. So outside of competition for Josiah Fallet from Canada, and after a very strong practice session and engine failure in Spain, the conditions just not suiting the Canadian driver. As we move on to our next driver, Timo Peltola from Finland.
yeah, 81.5 in his first qualifying run, sees him in 22nd position at the moment, Dave. I think that might be enough to keep him in the show, but knowing this man from Finland, he is absolutely insane. He's going to go for it, and he does. Look at the concentration as he slots through the gears. Black diesel smoke pours from the back for this Mercedes-Benz estate. Makes no sense what we're saying right now as he absolutely sticks it to the qualifying line.
Perfect so far from Timo Peltola. Look at this as he absolutely nails the course in this diesel Mercedes wagon, transitioning back through the zones. Can he get the last 2 zones right? This could be a big score. Right to the wall goes Timo Peltola, and this looks absolutely dialed onto the wall. And that is a phenomenal run from the Finnish driver. Incredible. The smiles in the grandstand. They've all come here in a diesel car today. They definitely didn't expect to see one doing something like this.
Foot out the window, waving to the crowd. Timo Peltola is a showman.
Yeah.
And what he just done was a masterclass in a car that nobody would said made a competition drift car. Look at that line through that zone. I don't know if it was luck, skill, or holding on for dear life, but it happened.
Timo is a wild man, whether it's on track, at the after party, in the shopping center. This man is on 24/7, and I gotta say, whatever improvements they've made to that car, this thing looks so competitive. 1,200 Newton meters of torque in this thing, incredible. As you said, 5 bar of boost.
Yep.
Which is enough to blow any engine in half except the diesel engine. And this is a cracking run from Timo Peltola. The fans like it, we like it, I'm sure you guys at home like it, but will the judges like it?
I'm sure they can. They've got to like it. They've got to smile at that at least.
Yeah. It's diesel. Oh, it's an 83.5 for Timo Peltola, 19th position. And the judges saying, smooth, but no real risk in some areas. So he was just a nice tentative run towards the end. Could have risked a little bit more, just when we compare it to some of the higher qualifiers like Laurie Heinen and things like that. So we move on now to Joshua Reynolds. Joshua on his first run scoring a 65, so he's also outside the top 32. Needs to jump up. Needs to get a big move going here.
Yeah, he certainly does, Dave. They're getting more and more adjusted to these Supras. They've taken a lot of time development, a lot of work in them. Oh, and he's gone for a big flip, but he left it very, very late. Can he pull it off? He can. He makes it work right now as Joshua Reynolds finds the outside extremities of the circuit, flicks the car back into this outside zone. Now he's starting to look dialed as Joshua Reynolds works his way around the outside zone, looks for the transition, makes that one, shallow. Looks like he was going to make it work. The car gripped up, and that's now cost him that outside zone and the wall run. He's flirting with danger. This might not be an improvement on his score as Reynolds finishes up the run. Has he done enough?
Well, I'll tell you what, I mean, it's the entry for me. It's like he almost was the opposite direction on that first zone, which the judges look, he's almost going through the nose through that zone, which is very, I think he might be in an opposite drift. Because if you think about it, he's the wrong direction on the initiation zone, so therefore he's going the wrong way, which I've never seen before.
Never
on this
seen
track.
that before, yeah.
But he left it very late to get his weight transfer done. And the judges are going to say, well, you're supposed to come through. I mean, if you're chasing that, you're going the wrong direction on initiation. I mean, he made it work, but if, again, we're looking for lead runs, which is what the point of qualifying is, I think that'd be very difficult to chase. Like, you almost would not know what to do there. So let's see what the judges say. That's my first impression.
And you know what? I'm inclined to agree. I think you're
I just
right,
think,
Dave.
if you're going the wrong direction through the initiation point, what does the chase car do in that position?
Yeah, look
there
at
you
that.
have it. A 0 on the board for Joshua Reynolds, 39th position outside of the top 32. And again, I think he just left it all a little bit late on the initiation to do what he needed to do. You can see all of the horsepower there in Nasser Al-Arabi's car. We said it before, 1,300 horsepower. I think 13 horsepower is probably enough for Mondello Park today with the conditions we have. But Nasser, another driver sitting outside the top 32 with a 67, needs to improve. Pressure starting to build for everybody here.
Yeah, the pressure's on for a lot of these guys. Oh, and a big spin before. That's how things have changed massively. The rain still falling. It looks on the camera like there's no rain falling, but it is as we take a look out of our commentary tower. And that just goes to show you that initiation is way slippy. Is that what caught out Joshua Reynolds?
I think something is catching it. Like, it's very wide. He lost it instantaneously there. And, I mean, I'm not sure what the cones did to him. But he knocked them all over.
I'm hearing word in my ear that they think that something might have broke on the car as he initiated.
So they're saying something on the car has broken on initiation. So it's not just the conditions, something more sinister at play with the mechanicals of the car. So something happened when he flicked
the car, yeah.
And to me, because he's not driving, I actually noticed he didn't even attempt to drive.
No.
So something happened to the car instantaneously on that first corner. And we're not sure what happened to the car, but it definitely was enough to stop Nasser from being able to correct. And there you have it, outside of competition. So, you know, it's so harsh because you gotta look at this. This is Nasser shipping a car all the way from the United Arab Emirates to Europe. Very obviously expensive, a lot of time, and it's very tough logistically to do it. And first round has a fire in the car, melts all the wiring, doesn't make it to qualifying. And then second round, something breaks on the car again. And you feel like the whole world's against you. And you're not getting to show your talent as a driver. And that's what I think a lot is happening here. And again, you got to remember, Nasser, another driver who's never driven the circuit before. There's only 5 drivers on the grid that have never driven here before. The others have a lot of experience. So Nasser, another one of those drivers. So unfortunately, I'm sure we'll hear back from the marshals what actually happened on the car, what broke, but something caused him to go completely the wrong direction on the initiation.
Yeah, very unfortunate. As you can see there, the cone's getting removed. He's moving it now, so I'm not sure. Maybe it was the handbrake. Maybe the handbrake failed. So we're just trying to find out what's happened to Nasser Al-Harbali's car and why he wasn't able to initiate there and put the car into a spin. But Becky's down with Adam LZ. Becky, what's going on? He must be dejected.
Yes, not the start that he would like for his weekend, but Adam's still got a big smile on his face. You've come a long way to get here, and you're in a car that you're incredibly comfortable in. The E36 is a chassis that you know very well. But can you tell me what's going through your mind right now after, unfortunately, not qualifying this round?
Yeah, I mean, of course, I'm bummed, right? More than anything, like, you just want to leave the weekend having had fun, and I didn't get to have a lot of, good tandem runs or battles with everyone. The team worked incredibly hard. Johan, Owen, Ginge, my spotter, and Lee from Ireland, who's been helping us out. And we've had the gearbox out of the car. We've been fixing so many random problems throughout practice that we didn't turn a lot of laps in the car, but it's in a really good spot now. So going into Finland, which is in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, very soon, I feel good. Just bummed I didn't get to drive more.
Do you think it's something to do with being in Florida in the sun all the time, and then suddenly you come to Ireland and you're like, welcome to the Irish weather. This is real rain on a drift track.
To be fair, rain is usually my strength just because it rains every day in Florida. So I don't really have an excuse there. But more than anything, it's just, figuring out a brand new car. There's little things to work out and just takes time.
Absolutely. Well, we're looking forward to seeing you in Finland. Thank you so much, Adam.
Of course, thank you.
Back to you guys.
Well, Adam LZ still smiling.
I
think it's smiling. All these drivers are going to smile, but inside they want to drive. They want to do more runs. They want to do more laps. They all love drifting as much as they love winning. They love staying on the track. And we always say the biggest reward for doing well at drifting is you get more drifting.
Yeah.
So we go back to the start line. A driver who sits on a 0 is the Irish school kid Conor Falvey.
Does he got to go to school Monday morning?
He has to go to school. Well, the school's off now. It's summer now, so it's off. But he can
This is summer?
This is, well, it doesn't look like summer, but this is our summer. So Conor Falvey is on the start line, 0 on the first one. Had a great run, put 2 wheels off the track. This is a big pressure run here now.
Yeah, he was unfortunate on that first qualifying run, Dave, and he'll be looking for a little bit of redemption now as he fires that car and he's moving. That car is at pace right now. As Conor Falvey works the back end of that S15 into outside zone 3, flicks it across the track, big handbrake track, but he's allowed to decel right there as he now works his way into this outside zone. He's on it, Dave. He absolutely flying.
Yeah, Conor Falvey doing everything so far. This is where he messed up on the first run, but he takes it to the wall, and this time does keep 2 wheels on the track. Does get to the wall, smashes the back end off the car, and Conor Falvey bringing the fight.
Hey, can he?
That was a big one.
Can he?
That was a big one. I'm not sure it's right there.
Let's take a look at the replay.
But he left it. He left, I'm
look
sure.
Look at the speed.
Yeah.
The wheel was on the dotted lines, right? That's the point. That's where he has to be. This to outside zone 3 was textbook. The transition back, all right, big handbrake drag, but it's very wet. The judges will take the track conditions into consideration here. But look how early he gets into that zone. Completely fulfills it, Dave.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good run. As I said, I want to watch the last wall run. Did it upset the car? He hit it pretty heavy.
Don't say that.
I think he hit it pretty heavy. We'll have a look as he fires down along the wall, and you'll get a good look at it here. This is where he dropped off the track. No such issues this time. And watch the front wheels. No, doesn't correct. Takes the back bumper off the car. And, I mean, he left it all on the walls here, as you can see. 16 years of age. And a big run for Conor Falvey because he had a 0 on the board from the first.
Can he go from 0 to hero? Can he go from 0 to hero? At 16 years of age, rookie year at Drift Masters, this could be the weekend in his hometown.
Well, let's see. It's a 93 for Conor Falvey. 93 puts him into 3rd position. Conor Falvey's in the game.
0 to hero. He is my hero right now. What a run from that young man. He learned from that mistake. He came back reasserted, and the Irish fans, Dave, are elated.
Yeah, another Irish driver putting a good run together here. As now we go back to the start line, it takes another driver sitting outside the top 32. And I'm looking at these kids. They're kids. 16 years of age, Falvey. Now looking at 17 years of age, Sadat. And the pressure is mounting.
and there's a lot of pressure on their shoulders. It's a lot of pressure on their shoulders, a lot of eyes watching them, the judges being so critical every single move. These guys have to prove they are the best of the best, and right now, Sada comes off the line in this BMW, through the chicane, through the gears, laser focused. He dials in, he wants this one, he flicks the car, look at the speed again. Once again, another driver absolutely flying through. That initiation, he makes it work, he goes right to the edge of the circuit. Sada wants this, he wants to be in the show, he wants to prove his worth as he fulfills this outside zone. No messing around, both rear wheels in it, as he now lights up the tyres on the back of the BMW, looks for the wall run, can he make it pay? And he's shallow, a little tentative to the wall he goes, as he now hammers the throttle, touches the back bumper on the wall, gets it across the line, and job done.
You know, it's night and day from the first run. Night and day, because the first run was sketchy, it was sloppy, that one was precise, that one was on the line. And look at the front wheel, right on those white lines as he came through there. And I mean, you take the Driftmasters grid, and you look at the experience that's on. There's drivers that are driving in this competition, and drifting in general, longer than these guys have been alive.
Yep.
And they are out there door on door trying to do their best. And when we see these kids 16, 17 years of age, you know, even up to the early 20s, trying to go up against the biggest names in the game, we love to see them actually perform, and they're the future. And that's what we got to look forward to, is these guys getting better than they are now. These guys are on the rise. So Sada doing a great job there for me. It's better than the first, as you said, some tentative moments, but let's see where the scoreboard goes. And I'm just, you know, it's so fun to be part of a championship where you got so many new faces coming through, and Sada 84.5 puts himself into 18th position right now. And there's a lot of drivers near that drop zone that are looking very nervous right now. One driver that should be also thinking about trying to get into the top 4 is now Steve Bagsy Biaggioni. The UK driver has an 85.5 from the first run. There's only one way to go from here, and that's up. Bagsy wants to get to top 4. That's why he's here. Let's see if he can get it done.
Yeah, he finds himself in the mid-pack. What can he do as Bagsy now works his way down this brand new GT86, flicks on the angle, gets the car dialed, big clutch kick, but catches understeer. Did the car cut out? Yeah, it looks like something's broken on the car, and that is unfortunate, but he's safe, Dave. He's safe in the top 32 at the moment. They've got time to repair that car.
I say safe for now, because we don't know what's going to happen. Still a lot of runs left to go. We'll see where the scores drop in, but something just turned off in the car, it looked like to me. Like he went on power and nothing happened, and it looks like he's lost drive completely.
Yeah, it looks like he's lost drive, and I'm getting word in my ear that the guys on the track, our marshals, very technical guys, most of them drifters themselves, are reporting back to Richie, our main track marshal, saying, hey, look, it sounded like transmission failure or a drive shaft. Something went wrong. We don't know what it is. It could be a prop shaft. Yeah, it looks like maybe a prop shaft. They're looking underneath the car. A simple fix. I was
just thinking, like, when you're running that much horsepower and grip, that you're breaking the prop shaft in the rain.
Yeah.
My God, we are running some machines out here. Like some machines out here.
I heard guys yesterday saying they were breaking the half shafts off the differential in the rain because they were running 7 PSI on the stickiest tyres they could buy.
And just the difference between a puncture and 7 PSI is not that much.
There's no difference, really.
There's barely any air in the tires. You can see every tire. Look at the back of his car. Barely any air in the tires.
Yeah.
Now, why they do that is that the flatter the tire, the wider the surface patch. The tire gets wider at the back, you get more grip on the ground. However, it does put a lot of grip and strain on the transmission and on the differential and all the rest. So that looks to me like what the problem is there.
Yeah, I think this could go down to, look, engine's still running, looks all good. And for me, it sounded more driveline side, like a drive shaft or a prop shaft maybe. And that's what is being reported back from our track marshals. They're going to try and fix it on track, Dave. They're that keen. They just love working on cars.
Get the jacks.
They're like, get the jacks out. We'll get this fixed.
You'll finish this run.
Yeah. You go back. We'll let you go again.
Yeah. If it was, Days of Thunder with Tom Cruise, we'd probably allow it, but it's not. We can't do that. So give it up for Bagsy. Unfortunately, not getting the second run of his what he wanted. He didn't want. He still got a very good score from the first run. I think that'll be the most frustrating thing for him, is that he was geared up for that big run, the 90-plus run.
And you know what, for me, Bags is very experienced. We've seen him on the top step of the podium, not in Drift Masters, but events here at Mondello Park. And he would have seen everyone else run, and he would have been picking out the points of what you can get away with. You need to go fast in that initiation. You need to carry the speed. It will allow the car to wash out to outside zone 3, and you could see that being reflected in his initiation. Unfortunately, it just didn't work out, and the car said, hey, I've had enough drifting for today, mate. Yeah.
So what are you doing? We've enough. We've done enough. Let's go tomorrow.
Let's go tomorrow. let's have a night off.
Yeah, as you said, he looks to me like someone that's not in major stress with an 85.5 to get into, I mean, I've said it very loosely, but unless something dramatic happens and everybody scores a 90, he looks pretty safe. So not the end of the world, but something he would like to be a little bit safer on and get himself maybe high 80s there, just, you know, guarantee that you're in the game.
Of course, Dave. Yeah, exactly that. So there we go. Our incredible track team here at Mondello Park, recovering Bagsy from the circuit. He's got a good team with him down there. They'll get that car up in the air and repaired. Back out for tomorrow's practice before Top 32, which kicks off tomorrow, Dave, at 3:30?
3:30 local time.
Local time. Remember that, local time.
Local time. So we have got at the moment James Dean sitting in first position in qualifying with a 97, which is outrageous. We've Laurie Heine in second position with a 93.5. Connor Falvey in third position with a 93. And then we have Oren Nielsen with a 92 in fourth position. Jack Shanahan in fifth. Jainsek sixth. Kaskikorpi seventh. Connor Shannon eighth. Pishkonsky in ninth. And that's how we're sitting right now. Doesn't matter, but remember the top four will face off in battles for extra qualifying points in the showdown later today. So that's exciting. A little taster of what's to come tomorrow.
Little tease.
A sample.
A sample.
A sample. Now, a man that does need a big run is Peter Kozlowski. He's got a 47 from the first run. Big mistake in the rain. It's definitely a full wet track now. Maybe a little bit more predictable. Big initiation, late initiation. Misses outer zone 1 actually, does Kozlowski, but gets inner zone 2.
Yeah, that was a scrappy initiation from Kozlowski, the Polishman, now looking to redeem something out of this run. Big handbrake there as he goes into the outside zone. He doesn't get both rear wheels in it. He's just flirting there with losing a lot of points now. Needs to try and redeem some as he fires this S15 towards the wall, and he takes it easy. He takes it a little tentative as the sun now peers through the clouds here at Mondello Park, but he doesn't take it tentative on the second wall. Smashes the back end off the S15 and finishes up the run.
Yeah, if you are manufacturer of the rear right-hand side of a tail light of an S15, this is a good weekend for you to set up a stall here in Mondello Park, because we're going to lose a lot of them. And it's just the initiation for me was that he didn't quite get the weight transfer right there, and it does make that pretty tricky to get right from there on in. Does a good job to recover for the outer zones here, and I think, you know, it's definitely just a little bit tentative out to the outer zone as well. It looks like Kozlowski's been struggling with that car all weekend, and the conditions when you're kind of struggling with a car don't make it any easier when you've got very, very torrential conditions. And look at this. He comes through here, he just says, I think I'm just going to smash into the wall now. And he does that expertly, but it does affect the car. That's what we look at. You can touch the wall. It's exciting no matter what way to do it. But if they can hit the wall without affecting the... You look at the front wheel of the car. Does it adjust when he hits? And as he comes through, you watch the front wheel of the car, you're definitely going to see that adjust. And therefore, it's actually a hit with the wall. It's the difference between a wall run and a crash. Crash means that it affects the car, and the judges deduct it. If you just touch the wall, it doesn't affect the front wheels of the car. You know,
he hit the wheel, that's
He hit the wheel off the wall, so that was way buried in there. So 52.5. Unfortunately, we'll see the weekend end there for Peter Kozlowski from Poland. And just didn't go right from the start this weekend. Another one that he'll probably say, I'd rather forget it. Let's refocus for Finland.
Yeah, back on the line we go, Dave, with Connor Shanahan sitting with a 90-point run.
Yeah, he got a 90-point run, and it was enough for first at the time, but now he's in 8th position, not in the top 4. He needs all the points he can get to get back into the championship race, so he needs a top 4 finish here. He's got to go for it.
Yeah, he's going to go for it, Dave. He wants to be in that top 4. He wants to take James Dean down. He wants to prove he is and can be a 2-time champion now. As Shanahan fires to the edge of the circuit, he looks way in control. Big angle on that transition. Big handbrake drag, gets himself way into the outside zone nice and early, fulfills it full as Shanahan now opens the throttle fully, looks for the outside zone right to the edge of the track. Look at this. He's going to go for a nice flick up into the wall. Big wall run as he dabs the handbrake now, works his way around this long outside zone onto the wall once again, just flexes the back bumper as Shanahan transitions across the line. Job done for the young man.
Big run. It's another big run for Connor Shanahan, and after some issues with the car in Spain, not qualifying, it's definitely not knocked his confidence. And I suppose the Irish support here in Mondello Park helping Shanahan and willing the Shanahans along here this weekend to get back into it. Connor Shanahan waves to the fans in the grandstand. However, looking at the run, it was absolutely inch perfect. I think just up until the second wall for me. And again, it's back to my point originally that when you've got a GT86, you've got, I mean, it's so hard to go near a wall without hitting the wheel. And I just wondered, did he just nick the wheel on that wall? That's the only thing I could see. Everything else was absolutely perfect. Comes out here into that second wall. Just watch this as he comes through. I just want to have a quick look at it again. But this is on the line. Look at that, on the line. And the clipping point's been long washed away, so he's doing this by muscle memory. Just watch the front wheels of the car. Does it affect the car a little bit? No?
Nope.
Pretty perfect. I mean, you think, look, it's got like what, tiniest little bumper on the back, and he rubs that and it still doesn't hit the wheel. That is impressive stuff. Connor Shannon with another huge run here in Drift Masters, and the current and reigning Drift Masters champion is back in the game with a 93.5 going into second position. Wow. It's heating up. It's heating up.
Well, he matches Laurie Heinen's
So
first
Laurie
qualifying
Heinen
run.
and Connor Shannon, who fought it all the way last year, are now on equal scoring as they sit in second and third position in qualifying right now. Love to see it.
Love to see
Next
it.
up, we got Manuel Vacca from Italy, the only Italian driver on the grid. He's sitting outside the top 32, needs to improve, coming in very fast.
Yeah, been carrying speed all weekend. This BMW been on rails all weekend here in Mondello Park, and right now looking good. He had a nice first qualifying run, but it wasn't just enough to get him into that top 32. Now works it. A big flick there as he had to reassert the car, make sure it was in that outside zone. As Manuel Vacca goes for the wall run, what can he do? He sacrifices it though. He doesn't run the back end of the car on the wall. A lot of grip dialed in. Car washing, wavering, and stalling all over the circuit, and that's scrappy at the end of the run.
Yeah, it looked so promising for the first couple of corners, but then that last corner, you can see a lot of adjustments in the front steering, and that's where the judges will be looking at. Is he driving or is the car driving him? And it looked to me like everything was perfect for Manuel Vacca up to this point. Thought this was going to be a banger of a run.
Yeah.
But just that change of tarmac and a little bit of marbles down at the end just seemed to, waver the car more than he'd like.
Yeah, I think it really started to happen here, where he slowed the car down quite a lot, and then he knew. Look at the steering there. He's flicking the car. His big clutch
A lot
kicks.
of grip in that car,
a
even
lot
in the
of grip.
wet. You can see it fighting actually to spin the wheels
Yeah.
in the wet, which is insane how much grip is in there. But just to me here, as he comes through here, you can just see the car starting. You can see the rain pouring down on the slow-mo camera. 71.5 is not enough for Manuel Vacca from Italy. He goes out of competition, and it's harsh because it was so close to the perfect run.
Yeah, it certainly was. Well, a man that almost had a perfect run was on the line right now. The Swiss driver, Yves Meyer, sits on the line from Drift Force. Fist pumps the window. He says the car's back, it's repaired, it's ready to rock and roll. He was on a flyer until contact with that last wall run, Dave. Can he get it done now? The weather has changed. Full wet, not patchy. Time to do it.
Yeah, well, here we go. So it's going to be, he's got to do it. 0 on the first run. He had an excellent 3/4 of the run, then had that crash at the end. Can Yves Meyer make it work here as he goes through that first corner? Looking good so far. I mean, he looked really good in the first run, too. Firing through perfect so far from Yves Meyer. Now, this is what we came here to see. They've had to repair the ball back.
The wheel snapped again. The control arm's completely ripped out the subframe. He's doing this with a damaged wheel when he can't.
Something
he can't
has
continue.
happened again, and I was just about to say they repaired the car, and now it breaks down, and oh, that is heartbreaking to see from Yves Meyer because, oh, look at that, the wheel completely bent, and the Irish fans give him a big round of applause because that is not how you want to exit competition. The driver could do nothing about that.
No, the wheel completely, the control arm ripped completely out the subframe there. Watch this as he comes down, looks all well so far. And obviously it's the opposite side of the car. Now, everything's still attached to this point. Now, was it the drop off circuit? No, oh, it snaps there.
Yeah, it snaps. You can see it actually when it's the bump. When it hits the bump just after outer zone 3, the control arm just falls out of the car. Watch the rear right of the car. Look, right here. Boom. Just snaps the arm.
Oh.
Now, I'm wondering, is that a result of the first incident? Has to be.
Yeah, it has to be. But this has happened 3 times now over the course of the weekend. He was recovered in earlier in practice with the same arm, the same damage on the car. Now, is there something broken that's unrepairable?
I've got to say that's a harsh way to go to competition.
Oh.
Really harsh, and we feel for Meyer and the whole team. And we got to move it on. Unfortunately, not for Meyer this weekend, but will it be for Krojeris? He's outside the top 32, 69.5 on his first run. The Latvian driver has to get it done here. Another driver under big pressure to get it right.
Yeah, look at the understeer already as he fires that car across the circuit. He just wanted to wash in a straight line. He holds onto it, and now he's going to go a little bit wide, but he does make it work as Edgar Krojeris puts that car right where it needs to be, gets into the outside zone. A V8 underneath the bonnet of this BMW 2 Series, full carbon fibre, carbon Kevlar car as he flicks it towards the wall, no messing around, but he does go wide. He just about holds onto it as Krojeris hammers the fault, trying to keep that car going. As he gets it across the line, it could be job done.
You know what, those moments there where you're sitting going, it could all go wrong, and he kept it moving. And I think that's the thing now. You're fighting the car the whole way through. You don't know where the grip is. You don't know what's happening half the time, but Gutierrez does a phenomenal job of not overcommitting to any of the corners and just drops off the track a little bit there, which the judges will look at. And as he comes back through here, a little wash, and I think he got his wheel off just about here. But he doesn't, you know, let it get the best of him. He stays on it and he stays through the run. The rain continues to fall here at Mondello Park. Just want to note that my iPhone app said there would be no rain today, so
I'm sure that the Irish iPhone lies.
I'm just saying they should, in iPhone in Ireland, should just say rain every day, and then we'd be pleasantly surprised. I don't know why would they even bother saying no rain, because it's never going to be the case. So we should just have it all rain for every day for the future, and then if it's sunny, we'd all be optimistic.
Happy.
Yeah. Because this to me looks, if you look at the camera now, this does look like rain to me. So you can see Gutierrez doing a good job, and also makes some great kebabs, by the way. So if you're in Riga, you want to grab one of those. It's unfortunately, though, not enough with those wheel drops to get him into the top 32. And it is an out of competition. That's another harsh score, and again, another driver's falling victim of the conditions. Juha Rintanen is up next, and Rintanen, he's outside the top 32, the guy that finishes top 5 in the championship last year. This would be a massive upset if he doesn't improve. Rintanen's got pressure on his shoulders here.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on his shoulders right now. Not the best start to the year so far for Juha Rintanen, but can he redeem something from a wet Mondello Park as he now unleashes the throttle? 1,000 horsepower once again, a 2JZ GR86. Makes his way around Mondello Park into this outside zone. Goes Juha Rintanen, foot flat to the floor, as you can hear the anti-lag popping and banging as he looks for that zone, which is completely washed away now. He's blind. Muscle memory, as Dave said, as he gets into this long outside zone. Goes for the wall as Juha Rintanen flirts with danger, but keeps it clean as he looks for the final outside zone across the line.
Just, you know, you picked up on a great point there, Ian. Hard to see where the clipping zones are right now, because
even the visor.
Yeah, you can't paint in the rain. So they're trying to do it on muscle memory, and it's very, very difficult to know where the edge of the track is. And he does drop off over the edge of the track a little bit there, but he does a good job on the outer zones. And this is a solid run in the rain from Juha Rintanen. He's such an experienced driver, such a talent, but he hasn't won that biggest prize in the game, which is the Drift Masters Championship. And it's not been the perfect start. Engine failure in Spain, and now torrential conditions here in Ireland. And Juha Rintanen fighting an uphill battle right now to try and get himself back in the mix.
Yeah, certainly so, Dave. For me, it was when he stopped the run. Look at the visor, completely covered in rain. It's something that I didn't even think about earlier on today. And Juha Rintanen, I mean, he's doing this with no windows. This is hard work for these guys.
Yeah, could have been a little closer to the walls as well there, but you know, you're trying to not put two wheels off, and you can barely see where the edge of the track is. So an 82, though, he does climb into the top 32 in 24th position. Rintanen still in the fight, and nervous moments for the team there, I would imagine, because it's not easy to get a big score in these conditions.
No, certainly not. We go back to the start line where we see the Irishman, the young rookie, the new third member of Team Shanahan. Fionn Roche now sits on the line. He's happy to rock and roll. No worries for him as he slots that car into gear. Fionn Roche sitting with an 82.5 at the moment. He is in the show, but he'll want to climb himself into that top 4, try and get a battle before we leave the venue tonight. Big flick across the circuit for Fionn Roche as he fires that car down. Big speed as he's absolutely dialed. Picks up that inner zone. Now goes right to the edge of the circuit. Picks up outside zone 3. Back again. Big handbrake drag there for Fionn Roche on the foot brake as well. Trying to work the back end GT86 into that long outside zone. And then you see the two cones. That's where the zone is. Gets it now. Does Fionn Roche as he goes for the wall. Keeps it tentative. Keeps it safe. As Roche now unleashes the power. Screams at 2JZ across the line. The final outside zone collected, and Fionn Roche throws in a 360 for the fans.
Yeah, another Irish youngster enjoying the occasion here this weekend. And you look at Team Shanahan from Spain, an absolute disaster from start to finish. Fionn Roche, the only driver to really make an impact. And right now it looks like all three Shanahan cars looking pretty strong and stable out there on the track, as Fionn Roche and Conor Shanahan, Jack Shanahan, all within the top 32. But will Fionn Roche improve and go higher and safer into the bracket? So let's see where Fionn Roche lands. It is absolutely sopping out there. Is that the word you guys would use in the UK?
Yeah, exactly the same term. Yeah, exactly the same term. Yeah.
So Fionn Roche doing a good job. I mean, it's so hard to see where the edge of the track is. You're just using the walls as reference at this point.
It's just muscle memory at this point, right, Dave? You cannot see, and for us, it's different. For you guys in the grandstand, for you guys watching at home on the broadcast, you can see everything from a bird's eye view. When you're sitting in that car, wow.
Big score drops in for Fionn Roche, 90.5. 8th position for Fionn Roche. Massive score.
Huge score, but it was a blinder of a run. And just going back quickly to what I was saying, when you're sitting in the driver's seat, you are super low down. You cannot see those zones. when they're washed out.
And that even makes Fionn Roach's score even more impressive as Tor Arne Kvia, he's in 27th position at a couple of sketchy moments on his first run. The Norwegian sledgehammer, 81 on the board. He needs to climb up higher. He's going to try and go for it here. Try and go for the top step, because that's what Kvia does.
He certainly does. Look at this big initiation right on the rumble strips. The whole way's a little wide, but can he make it work? He certainly does. As Kvia now starts to scream that Toyota Turbo V8 engine underneath the bonnet. Kvia into the outside zone. Now Kvia starts to work and massage the back of this S13 right where it needs to be. Flicks across the circuit. Kvia now is going to go for this. He's going to go for the wall, and he does, but he's a little shy. He's not as deep as he needed to be. Kvia, one more wall run to go, and one final outside zone. Job done for Tor Arne Kvia.
You know what? Another driver under amazing pressure there, because Kvia's used to being, he's top qualifying number of times.
All the time, yeah.
But it's the rumble strips for me. Once he gets on there, and we know from watching enough Mondello Park runs, it's very hard to come back from them, because you just bounce along and it's very slippery. I thought he was going to spin the car.
Yep.
Does an amazing job to keep it on track and does collect all the zones. Kvia, not with the perfect start in Spain to his championship, but in Ireland, he's always gone very well, especially in the chase position here in Ireland. So once he gets to the battles, expect Kvia to be turning it up as we go through the competition. But does a good job there. And he got an 81 on his first run. To me, that looked better. That's just from where I'm sitting.
Yeah, I mean, I would
a lot
agree.
better.
But the judges,
You know what they're like.
we know what
They'd be looking for stuff that they've got people for.
Yeah, that's just for
But
fun.
it is their job, to be fair.
Yeah.
So Kvia, he could have been closer to the walls, but wasn't playing with fire too much. And Kvia doing a good job of just getting that car around the circuit. Looks good this year, the car. Really bright. And it's a fun car for a fun driver. All the style. 87.5 for Tor Arne Kvia, puts him in 13th position. You'll be happy with that. I think he's safe at that. I think he's going to be pretty safe at an 87.5.
That's a wild statement.
87.5 should be safe enough, I think.
Yeah, I'd say it would be.
Yeah, so next up we go, Diogo Correa from Portugal. And he's be like, oh, we get one of these what's called a rainy day every now and again in Portugal. But he's got to adapt to it here. He's got an 83 on the board. He is inside the top 32 and 24th, but will want to improve very fast, scary fast from Correa.
Yeah, no messing around from Diogo Correa. He's going to push him a little wide. He catches big understeer, but he does recover from it now as Correa flicks that car across the circuit, looks for that outside zone, makes it work. He's a little shy though now, starts to work the back end of that BMW into the zone. Mercedes-Benz engine underneath the bonnet, 1,000 horsepower, screaming round Mondello Park. Again, another driver keeping it tentative, doesn't want to drop the hits the rev limiter shy from that second wall run as Diogo Correa finishes up a run. I don't know if that's an improvement, Dave.
Yeah, I was inclined to agree. I think it's another run where I think the initiation, he went a little too hot, a little too fast, had to dial on big angle. But watch as he corrects that angle, he kind of loses a bit of momentum and has to straighten the car out. So the first corner for me, if you get those first three zones good, you're looking at probably, you're still up there in the 90 pluses, but just for me there, he's dropped it out. And this transition is kind of in the wrong area, so missing a wheel for a bit of the zone as well. So it's a good run, don't get me wrong, and the conditions are tough, but when we notice those 90 plus runs, I'm not sure this is going to be one of them.
No, I don't think it is, David. There you go. Score drops in to 76.5, keeps him in 24th position. I don't even know. I'm not even going to curse anyone at this point.
Yeah, well, next up on the line, we've got Jack Shanahan. He sits in 6th position right now. He got a 91.5 on his first run in the rain. He now sits in 6th, and you can just bet everything in the house that he is going for top step here. There's nothing left for Jack Shanahan other than style, flair, and trying to do a perfect 100, but easier said than done.
Yeah, well, he's going to go for it. That's a fast initiation. He didn't go right to the edge of the circuit. I thought he was going to go wild on the initiation, but he kept it calm. And now as Jack Shanahan goes way deep into outside zone 3, big angle transition, and he makes it work into this outside zone. Shanahan back on throttle. Look at this, dialed, in control, and he comes down the circuit right to the white line now as he looks for the wall. Will he go for it? Will he put the back bumper to the wall? Of course he will. It's Jack Shanahan. He's in for a show-off for the Irish fans. Smashes a tail light, takes it to the white line and across the finish line.
I'll tell you what, I was just thinking, it's so funny because the cars are so similar, his and Conor Shannon's car and Fionn Roach's, that I was like, you get sort of a standard level of how close can you put a GT86 in the wall. But I think Jack proved the point there, flexed the back end of the car, the line was perfect throughout. I expected, you're right, a wilder run. This was a precise run. This was a run that I think the judges will nod along and say, hey, he did absolutely everything we wanted him to do. And as he comes through, a little dab and a handbrake, but nothing. And watch the transition for me. This is what I wanted to see. Did he handbrake here on the transition? Because I have a feeling, and I am correct, he did not until he got right in the zone.
Right in the
so
zone.
he actually transitioned on full throttle, which looked pretty good. But I'm not sure what the judges are going to say, because we're down to the finest of margins now at this point. A lot of drivers looking incredibly consistent here. And look at that, right to the edge of the circuit. If there's no more precision to be had, gets into this outer zone. I just want to see how close he is to the wall here. Pretty close, but the next wall run, this is the one that's really impressive as he kind of comes out, flexes into the wall. Oh, you gotta love it. You gotta love it. 90.5 doesn't move him up the order. I can see that. It needed that little bit of risk and flair. It had the precision. Almost emulates his first run. And again, Shannon safe for competition tomorrow, which means both Shannons, in my opinion, safe for competition tomorrow. But you've got to look at it from a perspective of what's going to top at 97 from James Dean here, which was a wild run. Big angle, all that. And Juha Poitalasso from Finland get himself up the order. He currently sits in 34th position. He needs to move up. He needs to get in the 80s.
Yeah, he needs to be in the show as he now fires this BMW E92 down into that inside zone. Oh, big understeer, but he keeps hold of it, and he's shy on that inside clipping point now as Juha Poitalasso transitions the car across the circuit. Big handbrake down, dabs the handbrake once again. Once he gets into that zone, he massages the back end right to the edge of the circuit as Juha Poitalasso fires now from the white line up into the wall. Will he risk it all? No, keeps it safe as Poitalasso flirts with danger, flirts with the walls as he puts the back end to the white line across the finish line. Job done for the Finnish driver.
That's a big move. I mean, is it enough? I mean, for me now, it's like you're looking at what, 85 plus to be safe? And even I can't believe I'm saying that. But he does have that understeer, has that correction through the first corner. Other than that, everything looked pretty super smooth to me. But it's a correction and it's a mistake. And when you're down to the margins of 85, you know, around there, he's currently sitting on a 76 and 34th. He's outside top 32. So let's see what happens when the scores drop in. And the sunshine now, of course, you know, we went every other weather here today. So now we're having a little bit of sunshine burst through the clouds. And it looks like the rain has stopped. But I don't expect us to see a dry track here today. It was almost there.
Almost. It was
yeah,
close.
we started with some smoke, and then it got kind of rainy towards the middle. But remember, the iPhone app said no rain, so this is all an illusion. It's not really raining. It's just it appears that way. How good does this car look, though?
So good.
Oh, 79 just about creeps into the top 32. 31st position for the Finnish driver, and that's a nervous wait as well. As we go back to the start line, Joachim Andersen got an 86, which I think is enough to keep him safe at this point to the competition. He will see top 32, but remember, you want to go top 4, so therefore you get the extra showdown battles and more points, and they all want more points. So here we go, Joachim Andersen from Sweden comes off the line.
Yeah, through the gears he goes, the Swedish driver looking to claw himself some more points in the bag, as Dave said. Nice initiation, very fast. He's on the rumble strips, but he makes it work now as Joachim goes right tight to the curb, keeps it clean, and now washes out nice and deep into outside zone 3. Fires the car back across the circuit, dabs on the handbrake, works it back into that zone, and makes it absolutely perfect for Joachim Andersen. This is a ripper of a run so far for the Swedish driver. Not as deep on outside zone 5 as we'd like to see him. Oh, touches the wall. Absolutely clinical from Joachim Andersen as he flexes the bumper on the walls. Job done across the line. Incredible stuff from Joachim Andersen from Sweden.
I've got to say, both his runs, he's a danger. He's a danger for everybody tomorrow because he is not making any errors. It's not like it's a fluke or one run's good, one run's bad. He is on it. This new build, this new setup is working so well from Joachim Andersen. And you've got to say, like, every run is super smooth. Yeah, and that's difficult when you look at the conditions changing from run 1 to run 2, and he still looks just as comfortable.
Yeah, he looks super comfortable. He looks dialed in the car, and it looks like it's working perfectly for him. This was a textbook run from Joachim Andersen. I think he'll be rewarded with this with a little improvement from the judges. For me, it was the wall runs, Dave. It was just a little, you know, the exclamation mark on the end of the run.
I'm just looking at across the track here going, the sun shines enough here, you never know, because the track does dry very quickly. But I'm not thinking we're going to get a full dry track, but it's going to get patchy. And it's going to get patchy for the drivers sitting in the highest positions in the championship. Just putting it out there, not trying to build up any drama. I mean, I would never think
You would never do that.
I would never think of building up some drama, but there may be some drama coming up later on if we see conditions stay as they are. Boom! Into 9th position goes Joachim Andersen with a 90 on the board.
Look at the line. 55.5.
Perfect. Almost perfect on the line.
Incredible.
We now move on to Michael Reichardt, the Czech driver, sitting in 41st position. He's not in the mix right now. Needs to improve. And as I said, needs to get into the 80s. That's where the cutoff looks like it's going to be. And Michael Reichardt, the Czech driver, sits on the start line. Had a big entry the last time. Didn't work out quite as well as he would have liked. Dropped the wheel at the gravel. Has to tidy it up here if he wants to see battle action tomorrow.
Yeah, he shook his head. He knew he got it wrong, but can he redeem himself? Can he repair those mistakes he made in the first run? He's gone for a very fast initiation. That lead wheel right along that white line. Oh, but he catches understeer. He has to get himself out of it. Now works himself back into it again. Big handbrake drag from Michael Reichardt, the Czech Republic driver, working his way around the circuit. It gets a weird line into that long outside zone down the back edge of the circuit, but not into the gravel this time. Will he put the back end to the wall? He certainly will. Michael Reichardt not scared to damage the car, but he spins it.
Oh, no. Oh, no. That'll be it. That'll be the end of the weekend for Michael Reichardt, and he was so close.
Man, he was 100 foot away from being in the show. How did it all go wrong?
As much as I love drifting, you gotta hate it sometimes because it's so harsh.
I mean, he caught a whole load of understeer there, and it kind of let the car wash across the circuit, but it paid off because it allowed him to get to outside zone 3. How did it go so wrong here? What happened? Oh, he stalled the car up there.
Yeah,
he let it slow down.
I think he tried to come off throttle and it just lost the back end completely. I'm not sure what happened.
Oh, look at the team. So dejected.
They cannot believe it. And that's how harsh the sport can be, from the celebrations of some drivers to the commiserations of other drivers. It is down to those couple of seconds, and that's it. That's your whole trip, your weekend, your building of the car. Everything comes down to that. And Pontus Hartmann right now sits in 28th position, so he's quite close to the drop zone. And there's a couple of drivers that could knock him down a peg, so he's got to do something here too.
Yeah, he certainly has, Dave. Through the gears now, unleashes the power from that 2JZ underneath the bonnet. This BMW E46 as he flicks the car across the circuit. Big handbrake drag way through the initiation point. I'm not sure how the judges are going to deem that one as he fires down, looks for outside zone 3, collects it. It's a little wide, but he makes it work now as Hartmann transitions back, gets to the outside zone nice and early. On the throttle, you can see him comfortable now. He's starting to think about the line as he comes down into the wall, flicks the car across the circuit. Plenty of time to get that one done in the rain as he fires it up onto the wall now. No stalling up. Oh, and he goes wide, and another driver shuts it down in the same place. What is going on?
That is very unusual. I'm not sure what happened there. So is it the change of surface and the extra bit of grip that's catching these guys out? I'm not sure.
That's two drivers consecutively, back-to-back, same place, car shuts down.
Not sure what's happening.
Or stalls up, should we say, on grip.
So right here, now let's look at it. There's a change of tarmac here. You'll see it as the second line on the bottom of your screen. Let's see, as he gets to there, grips. But it does look like the car just shuts down. I mean, it's in the wet, so you can still float through there regardless of the grip. And something just went wrong. Something shut off. A 0 on the board. He's still in the game, still in 28th position, and there isn't so many drivers to go left in qualifying, so it could be okay, but not a position you want to be in.
Certainly not, and we see Jakub Szkonski pull to the line in this incredible full carbon fiber Toyota GR86, the first one that we see.
Whoa. Blue carbon fiber.
Was blue, now it's blue. Yeah, he's gone Batman spec.
He's gone Batman spec. Go Batman spec.
I mean, he looks cool. He looks like Bruce Wayne.
It does, to be fair. He could be Bruce Wayne for all we know. Kuba Szkonski coming in. He did a brilliant first run. He's sitting in 11th with 90. Well, look at the entry from Kuba Szkonski. Absolutely threw it into the first corner and makes it work. This is a big run so far from Kuba Szkonski. Now, can he keep it together? Yes, he can. Perfect in the zones. Kuba's on it this weekend as he comes through that second section, and this is very precise from the Polish driver as he transitions to the wall. Perfect. Oh, on the white line, little wheel over, but not enough, and he's going to go for it. He does go for it, tags the wall. Big run from Szkonski.
That was textbook.
That's a good one now.
Man, the speed he come into initiation was incredible. I really want to see the replay. Let's see if there was any mistakes creeping into that run. Look at the angle, the wheel on that white line. It was corrected the steering wheel, but judges will be a little bit lenient on that considering the weather conditions as he transitions through. Look at him on the handbrake, working away inside that full carbon fiber GR86, and look, he's even got a track map glued to the door, Dave, so he can see where he's going when he knows where he's going right now, because look at the line.
Didn't need GPS for that one.
Oh,
he knew
man.
exactly what he was doing. And
Look at that in that zone.
This is a great run. It's got it. I mean, he had 90 on the first run. Like, it's going to be similar, but it's going to be, I don't know, is it better? Do you think it's better?
Did it have the flair of James Dean? Oh,
I don't think it had the flair of James Dean, but here again, he kind of stalled it to get it out to the wall, but he does get it out to the wall.
I'm going to put it out there. He's got to be a contender for the top 4. This has to be a contender for top 4. It needs to be a 93 or more.
I don't know.
He's already on a 90.
Oh, it's very
man.
good there. Now that I look at it, yeah.
I think this could
It's
be a
going to be
contender.
up there. It's a 95.5 for Kuba Peszkonski. Second position, goes into the top 4, and that is going to be tough to beat today. Ireland in first place, Poland in second place, and Finland in third. Oh, it's back to business again in Drift Masters between those 3 nations as another Polish driver lines up on the start line. Paweł Korpelinski. First run was an 85.5. First run was textbook. It was precise. It was clinical. Now he needs to go a little wilder.
He is the stone cold killer. He keeps himself very quiet, but when he gets on track and the visor drops, it's all business for Paweł Korpelinski as he puts that car right where it needs to be. Could this be another big one? No! Puts it into a spin.
Oh. And I thought, you know, it came in just perfect, but it looked like he just put too much angle in there and lost it on the initiation, which is very un-Paweł Korpelinski. Very uncharacteristic.
Very uncharacteristic for him. He's very calculated, very cool, calm and collected. Unfortunately, makes a massive mistake. Big angle on that initiation now. Could you be right, Dave? Could things start to be drying up?
I'm just saying, if we get more than 14 minutes sun here, we might have a dry track, but I think that's a big...
That's your whole summer.
That's our whole summer. You're looking at it.
This is summer. Richie in the tower has just pulled out the string vest. He's like, get me to the beach.
He's got a bucket and a spade in the bag, I think.
Ready to go.
Ready to go. So Paweł Korpelinski does spin out on the first. You can see just gave up on it, just said it's not going to work. But again, we're not getting whether it rains, whether it's... Oh, look at that, the crowd know it. You can see it. A lot of Polish fans in the grandstand, not happy, not impressed, but he's still in the game. He's still in 16th position. He's still in the fight. And you know what? You can spin out in your second qualifying run all you want. You can still win the event tomorrow. So it's all about the main event tomorrow. Now, for Poland to go top, this is their last chance. Peter Wiańczek lines up on the line, 2-time champion of Drift Masters. Sorry, my mistake. 3-time champion of Drift Masters. He was 2-time back-to-back. He's in the Supra. It looks incredible. He's driving incredibly. Got a 90.5 on his first run. Nothing to lose, but trying to get into that top 4 now for Wiańczek.
Yeah, and he'll want to contest James Dean at the top there. What can he do? Big flick initiation for Peter Wiańczek right now as he fires in this brand new A90 Supra, looking absolutely dialed on circuit as he works his way across the track. This is nice from Wiańczek right now. He needs to add a little flair to this, though. He needs a little excitement. He needs to get the judges asking the question, is this the best run of the day? As he absolutely calculated. Will he put it to the wall? Of course he'll put it to the wall. As Wiańczek goes right to the edge of the circuit, he's going to go for the wall. That's the foot brake. Absolutely textbook from Wiańczek.
Wow. We are going to have some fight tomorrow, I can tell you that for free. I'm not even going to charge you for that kind of information.
Wow.
Wiańczek, I mean, for me, you could just see when that car transitions how much grip he has dialed into it, that it almost tries to straighten at every point. Wiańczek, though, that angle on the initiation was pretty special. And you know what, you've got to say about Peter's driving that whether he's in the S15 or the Supra, the driver makes up 70% of it, and he is as good as it gets.
He is. Look at this on the onboard. I love to see these onboards and see him working away in the car, seeing what they're doing, seeing how they're reacting. Is there any mistakes? Look at the steering inputs. It's so minimal. The steering wheel is barely moving in his hands as he transitions that car across the circuit. Big handbrake drag, slows the car down for the outside zone. Little dab of the foot brake just to turn the car onto more angle. And Wiańczek's looking absolutely solid in this car. Tomorrow, Dave, as you say, rain, shine, snow, ice, it's going to be electric.
Yeah, and I mean, you've got so many drivers that look like they can win this competition right now, which means that they can't all win the competition. So
why not? We can change.
That's how it works. At 91.5 for Peter Wiańczek, 7th position, and I can see it. Little waver on the transition. Judges saying just the car looked a little too hooked up. But other than that, I mean, 90 and a 91, Wiańczek's in the game.
He certainly is in the game. Look, did you see how calm he looked doing a 360?
Yeah.
You were screaming the last time you did one.
Yeah, I'd be terrified if I did one of those. Anyway, we're going to move it on to Max Heidrich now. He sits in 33rd position, where nobody wants to be, just outside the top 32. He had the 79, he's got to go up into the 80s, and this is a big run for the German driver. Has to get the job done.
Yeah, he's carrying a lot of speed in right now as he comes through the gears down, and you can see the way the car's hooked up. It didn't really want to initiate. Now it catches a little understeer, but he collects it up once again, picks it up, reasserts himself. This is fast. From Max Heidrich, the German driver, always goes 110%. Will he put 110% into the run as he transitions across the circuit? Could have been wider, but he's going to make it work anyway. And he's shy on the outside zone. Has to let the car wash to get deep deeper into the wall. He can't get there, but he can get across the line. Has Heidrich done enough?
It's a sketchy one. There's a couple of errors in there, and I hate to be negative, but I'm trying to see where the scores are going to land. And if you look at it, there's a couple of moments there where he just wasn't. And again, if you're following in a driver like Weinsek, it almost exaggerates it sometimes. And he does a good job through the first section. This is pretty solid here, and it's just for me towards that last wall run. Just a little bit of struggle for the car to stay where he wanted it to stay. Now, this is good, really solid from Heidrich as he goes around this outer zone, collects everything. As you said, could have been watching it. I mean, where is the zone is the question. But he does get it. And just watch here, goes a little too early on the transition and misses that outer zone, not getting close to the wall, gets into it late. I mean, it's down to the finest of margins when you're at this level. But just here for me, just got into that zone a little bit late and dropped out of it a little bit again. So if it's going to be close. It's going to be close if it's an improvement.
Is it enough?
Just watch here. Just doesn't enter the zone at the right position. Quite a distance from the wall there. And I know the first half of the run is weighed heavily. An 84.5, it is enough to get him into 20th position. And you know what? I was just thinking, there was a big run there if he just got those 2 wall runs right. He could have been way up there in the high 80s. And it's enough for the German driver to jump in. And I'm happy that here comes a man under big pressure. Oliver Randelou from Estonia. Very solid first run. Great first run in Spain. But now in Ireland, sitting on a 0 after the first half of qualifying. The Estonian driver has to get the job done. Has to improve and cannot afford any mistakes.
No, got it all wrong on initiation. Will he go as wild as he did last time? And he's going to go for it. He knows he has to push. He can't be tentative. He can't go easy on this run. He knows the cut-off right now is a 79.5. He needs a big score in the bag as Randelou works his way into this long outside zone on the foot brake. Anti-lag banging, and he's dialed all the way to the edge of the circuit. Now he drops down, looks for the transition. Doesn't go as deep as we'd like to see him, but he does now work his way into this outside zone. It's very clinical from Oliver Randelou as he absolutely hammers the rev limiter across the line, and Randelou's done all he can do right now.
Yeah, good run, solid, and you know what? That's a pro run. That's someone who knew he couldn't push as much as he wanted to, simply because if he did, he couldn't afford another mistake. Really solid from Randelou there. Knew he had to get himself into that top 32. And it looks to me like he's done a good job of that.
Yeah, he certainly has done a good job of that. Is it enough, though, Dave? That's the question. You know, we're seeing a lot of these...
Yeah, you're right. I mean, does it have the flair, as you said?
I think that's it. The flair, the excitement, the smile on the judges' faces, which is so hard to get.
Yeah, stone cold killers, those guys. They're very smart.
That is the one that's going to get you up there into the show. I don't know.
It's a great run. Good run. Is it a great run? I think it's where we're at.
Yeah.
And again, I mean, if I was in his position, you don't want to mess up because you're on a 0, so you have to kind of hold back a little bit. Could have been closer to the walls. You know, it was pretty good everywhere. Nothing really wrong with it. But how right is it? That's the question.
Look at that shot.
It's an 86. An 86 for Oliver Randelou, goes into 16th position, and that's a great score. I think that's as much as you can do, and I think we're looking at flair beyond that.
Yeah.
So it was a really technical run. Really enjoyed it, and Oliver Randelou definitely. The sweat from his brow will be wiped because he is now into the top 32. Mika Keskakorpi, he got a 90 on his first run. Now Keskakorpi, I think this young man has the stuff to go out there and go top 4, but he's going to have to throw caution to the wind.
Really? Let's see. Through the gears he comes down. Brand new build for Keskakorpi. Big, fast initiation right to the edge of the circuit. This is looking good, but he does come up shy on that first inside zone now as Keskakorpi looks to transition the car. Big handbrake, but times it perfectly now as Keskakorpi works the back end of the 2 Series into the outside zone. Full throttle now being unleashed from the BMW turbo engine underneath the bonnet as he flicks it up to the wall. Nice line into that outside zone. Works away as he puts the back bumper to the wall. One more zone to collect for Mika Keskakorpi. The Finnish driver gets the job done.
He is also in the mix, I think, tomorrow to be a tough competitor to beat because he's only in his second ever event in this car, and every run he looks more comfortable.
He's just getting more consistent.
Yep.
That, for me, replicates the first run he done, and that's a dangerous driver. When they're consistent, we've seen it time and time again, you can take a championship, you can be in that top 10.
Yeah, and a lot of people will watch the judging scores on this and go, oh, I don't know where they're getting the score from. Remember, it's not just about hitting zones. It's about how you hit those zones. It's how fluid you are, how many corrections, how much speed you use, how much risk are you taking. So while a driver could collect all the zones, as judges say, they might only get a 75 because of how tentative they are. Everything above that is about risk and speed. He has the risk and speed, however, he does miss that inner zone on the first corner, so that's going to hurt his score a little bit. It could have been a little wider to the wall there towards the end, but as you said, consistency wanes out because remember, when you get into the competition of battles, you don't want to be making mistakes. And an 83, so not as good as the first run. I can see where the judges are coming from on that one, and in 11th position. But if you can get an 83 and keep your lead runs like that, you can then just concentrate on your chase driving, right? So we move back to the start line. Dwayne McKeever had a good first run, 85.5 for the Northern Irish driver. However, he's in 19th position at the moment, and he definitely doesn't want to be there. He wants to be right up the order, so McKeever's going to have to go. Another driver trying to get into that top 4.
Yeah, he's going to want to push himself into that top 4. He wants to do battle. And look at this, it's very quick for McKeever. This car is super fast, and that's a dialed line as he now works his way down. Doesn't drop a wheel over the edge of the circuit this time as he gets himself into the outside zone. Hardly any handbrake, and he lets the car wash. It looks like it's floating around the circuit. Can he add a little bit of flair and style to this? The Irishman flicks the car to the wall as McKeever goes 90 degrees, back bumper to the wall. McKeever, one more wall run to go, almost takes the cone down, hammers the throttle across the line. That is the Dwayne McKeever we've been looking for.
That's a big run. That's a big run from McKeever, and again, he's won a lot of events. Double 360, do the math.
Double? 720?
720.
You couldn't do it. I did it before you.
Yeah, I was too busy. I was excited. So you did a 7. Good math.
Quick maths.
I hope now it's a 1080.
1080.
Do you see?
Yeah.
So that was a great run for Dwayne McKeever. Again, he's done a lot of driving on this circuit, wet or dry. This was the run I think he wanted to try the first half of qualifying, and he got it done in the second. So I think McKeever, regardless of the score, will be very happy with this run. Doesn't make any major errors. It's very fluid, very fast, no real mistakes anywhere on the track, and he had the flair towards the end. So this is a contender for me. This is right up there amongst the best runs we've seen. I like the fact he's got an air freshener on the steering wheel just going around all over the place.
Oh, that's pretty cool. I didn't see that.
Just casual air freshener. Yeah. So as he goes through, look, watch this wall run here, look. Pretty close, man. Pretty close. Dwayne McKeever happy with that one, and he gets close to all the walls. This was very good, and it is very good. And 92.5 for Dwayne McKeever puts him into 6th position. And 6th position is not enough to get to the showdown, not enough for top 4, but it is enough to be way up the order tomorrow. And here you go, look at this. There you have it. The old 720-roo there at the end for the fans here in attendance. And when you're making smoke in the rain, you know you got a lot of horsepower. That's the way, that's the way it works. We move on now to our next driver, Alex Holovnia from the Ukraine. Holovnia sitting in 31st position. I couldn't tell you, can't say for now what the amount of scores that are here in front of me. But he's got an 80.5, so he needs to improve, jump up the order a little bit. Holovnia's got the talent, he's got the skill, he's got a beautiful F22. And he's come in very wide, understeered, and he's got a problem here, a big problem. Straightens up quite a bit and misses that inner zone.
Yeah, he's safe now, Dave. Everyone now that's in the competition that we'll see is safe in competition, but that is a big mistake, and I can see him not scoring as good as he did on his first qualifying run. An 80.5, as you said, I think will keep him where he is. He's making more mistakes now. You can see him dropping a wheel over that white line, comes away from the wall. This isn't clean. Holovnia knows this one's a bad run.
Yeah, I think Holovnia probably through the first corner knew this is not the one. This is not going to beat the first run. And 80.5 puts him in 31st position at the moment, which is enough, as you've done the calculations, Ian, to get him into the show, but just about.
Yeah, just about. I think Clint Van Oort sits on the drop zone. No one else now from here on out till the end of qualifying has scored lower than that. Clint Van Oort is the lowest scoring driver, so everybody that's in is in at the moment, Dave. So
yeah, well, that's we're just trying to jump ahead, but we want to give you guys, we want to let you know the stakes.
Yeah, of course.
What's on the line?
We want to know what's on the line.
Yeah, so at the moment now, the remaining drivers, who are all the top finishers from round 1 in Spain, have an opportunity to try and get into the top 4.
Yep.
They get into the top 4, they get to go straight to the showdown to get more championship points. That's how it works. So first place will battle 4th place, second will battle 3rd, and then we have a final, and that's all for more points in the championship. You now know that the drivers that are in that top 4 really want those championship points, because it is another addition to their tally. You might look at James Dean there and say he's a wild card this year, so maybe not as important to him, but he just wants to do more drifting, as he said. But it is a 49 for Alex Holovnia. But Connor Shanahan and let's say even Kuba Pishkonsky, who are currently sitting in there, Laurie Heinen, they all need these points from the championship. James Dean's kind of the cat amongst the pigeons there, but she likes to be. As we move down to Oren Nielsen, who was sitting in the top 4, he's now in 7th position. So all what he's got to do here, all that can change things up, is that he wants to beat a 93.5 from Laurie Heinen. Can Oren Nielsen from Norway do that?
Well, I mean, if there's any man for the job, it is this man for sure. As he flicks that big Toyota Supra across the circuit on the rumble strips. No messing around, but he catches big understeer. And he misses that inside zone now, gets back on it. Now finds that qualifying line. As Oran Nilsson starts to bleed points, he's trying to reclaim something that he's got lost in the bank. But he's slow as he comes out of the outside zone. He flicks the car across the circuit, looks for the wall run, dials on big angle. That's a big risk for Ryan Nilsson. He's throwing some flair at this one, goes for the wall but misses it, and almost straight lines to that final outside zone. It fell apart, Dave. It wasn't as good as what he'd hoped for, and Oran Nilsson himself knows he's in the show, and that's all that matters.
Massively, and I'll tell you one thing, from my perspective, like, you got to throw caution to the wind, and it looked good, but it's just that understeer there. That's all it takes. 1 split second in the whole run. He just caught a little bit of understeer in front of the car. Now, I'm going to be a little technical here,
okay.
I would like to be,
okay.
is that you've got to remember that all the rubber is laid on the rear end of the car, right? So it's on that initiation is all on the rear. The front tires don't lay as much rubber. So the front of the car, especially in the rain, it's like 2 different conditions. The rear of the car is on one level of grip and the front is on another, and what happens is they put a lot of grip in the back of the car and it starts to push the front of the car a little bit through that first corner, and it's a weird corner because it's downhill and off camber, so the car kind of compresses on the back end of the car, lifts the front wheels, and your front wheels kind of go light, so therefore that's why you get that little moment of understeer there, and I think that's what Oran Nilsson just got caught out with. I mean, he was able to adjust in milliseconds to get it out of there, but you can miss that inner zone so quickly, and it's an 84 for Oran Nilsson, 2 very good runs, 7th position. He'll be very happy with 7th.
Yeah.
In my opinion. But I think he's going to be really pumped that he's got a really good top 10 qualifying score if it stays there. And let's see what happens. So we move on to our rookie driver, David Spostop, who's been looking really good this year. When you think about it, came into the stadium in Poland last year, impressed everybody, and now he's in 16th position with an 87. Nothing to lose, he's in the show, can go for it here.
Yeah, he can go for it. And all he can do right now is mix up that top 10, try and get himself into that top 4. This is fast for Spostop right now as he picks that car up. Nice initiation, very close to the curve. That's a very nice line through those first 3 zones as he flicks the car across the circuit. Could he be going for a technical one in? Could he be going for some points back? Could he be trying to get himself way up the order, out of 16th, out of that mid-pack, out of danger? As he now looks for some flair, he's going to go deep to the wall, and he does. Almost puts a spoiler through the wall. He goes wide though, keeps it safe. But David Spostop looks for that second wall run, across the line, job done for the Polish driver.
You know what, I'm just starting to see a star born here, because every run we think, you know, he's a rookie, you know, he's going to take a little bit of time to adjust to everything. A lot of rookies this year are doing really, really well. And Spostop is definitely, for me, one of the best in the business when it comes to staying cool under pressure.
Yeah.
I know he's done a lot of driving in Poland, and a rookie in Drift Masters terms, not in drifting terms. But he's 23 years of age, he's looking very comfortable. Every round we see him, he gets better and better and better. So for me, that's the kind of trajectory you want to be on in Drift Masters. And again, 2 runs for me that look great. 87 on the first, can't wait to see what the judges drop for the second. Looks good.
Does look very good. I'm just looking at this. I was just waiting to see. It was just 1 wheel over that white line and to keep himself out of danger. And the score's dropping in, Dave. An 85 dead. The Spostop stays where he is. Not as good as his first qualifying run, but another driver that's super consistent.
Yeah, I think for me, it's one of those things where it's tough to battle someone that's not making errors, whether it's wet or dry. We don't know. Tomorrow looks like it's going to be drier, but you know, in the rain, if you can do it, you can certainly do it in the dry. So next up we have Jakob Kroll. Of course, because it's raining, we can actually see what's going on because there's so much smoke when it's dry. We do want dry, but it does make it interesting when we see so many inputs in the car. Next up, Jakob Kroll hits the track, 89 on his first run. Oh, big initiation from Jakob Kroll as he holds it. This man is in love with this car, but not in love with that amount of angle as he over-rotates it on the first corner. But again, another driver knew he was safe in the top 32. Why not throw it in, right?
Exactly right. There's nothing to lose at this point. You're in the show tomorrow. The battles will be decided on track. There's nothing you can do about that. But just to try and mix up that top 32 grid, can you get yourself higher up the order? Can you make it into that top 4 to, you know, claw a few extra points towards the championship?
Yeah, and if you look at it right now, we got James Dean in first, we got Pushkonsky, we got Shanahan and Heinahan, Connor Shanahan. They're all in that top 4 right now. So from that perspective, if anyone was to try and get more championship points, you've got to be looking at these next couple of guys because they're in the mix, right? So if you want to do it, you got to do it now. We got, what, 6 drivers left, top 6 in the championship right now. And those are the guys that if they don't want to lose points, they're going to have to try and get into the mix. So James Dean's not really taking points from anybody, but definitely Connor Shanahan would want to put some points on Laurie Heinen, would want to put some points on everyone else involved. Pszczonski also climbing back in after Spain. Not the perfect round for him in Spain, but a good start. Next up, we got Clint Van Oort, who sits at the moment in 31st position, which will be enough to see him in the top 32 action tomorrow. However, he does not want to be sitting down at 31st with the heavy hitters up there at the top of the order.
Oh, look at this, he's going for it. Gone through the gears, nice initiation from Clint Van Oort. He's absolutely hammering through. Oh, and he's put too much into it. Can he hold on to it? Oh, he's going to try to. He just about saves the run, but it's scrappy as he goes to an outside zone 3, and judges will be very critical on that, as now Clint Van Oort tries to rescue some more of this run, looks for outside zone 5, picks it up, and he transitions across the circuit, goes for the wall, misses it, screams the anti-lag, and this rev limiter through the floor as he absolutely pins it to the white line and gets the job done. But that, for Clint Van Oort, was a terrifying hold-on moment.
I was about to say, I think he thought it was gone, and then, oh, I'm still alive. I'm still okay.
There.
But it's not going to improve massively from his first run, unfortunately. Look at it, it just goes wrong instantaneously. A little bit of understeer, just a little too fast here, big lock, and he's like, uh-oh, a little bit of handbrake, just about holds onto it.
Look at it from the in-car. You can see it from the in-car here on initiation. Oh, look, dials on the angle. He's literally got no more to go. Downshifts, big clutch kick, gets the wheel spinning and says, it's too late now, it's all over. That big run he was going for, unfortunately, ended very quickly.
Yeah, for Conor Shanahan right now and all the guys in that top 4, I'm just thinking, I was just looking at the weather, I'm just having a little look ahead going,
You need to stop doing that.
I just want to know, is it going to be patchy, because I feel like we'll have a very sketchy couple of battles. So the showdown element, which is coming up very soon, is the top 4 drivers. I keep reiterating because it's new for this year. First place goes against 4th, second against 3rd, and the winner of both go into a final, and that's for championship points. So it's like a little taster of what's to come in the main event top 32 for everybody who's on qualifying day. You get that little teaser of, it's not a trophy, but it's a couple of points, and it means that you basically have an opportunity to test out your opponent, and they get a little bit more of an advantage of top 4, because usually what is the big risk of going big on your qualifying run? Well, now you got a reward, which is that top 4, those battles. You get a little bit more battle action than everybody else. So it's interesting at the moment, James Dean, but at 97, just looks like that's going to be very tough to beat by anybody. And a 61.5 for Clint Van Oort puts him in 30th position as a final position, but it is inside a very competitive qualifying session. Clint is in the game, and remember, didn't have the hugest qualifying run in Spain, but did all the damage to go to the top 8. So it doesn't really matter. Anything can happen on game day. But Pascalti is another driver sitting at 29th, way down the order, wants to be up in that top 4. Has the form usually to do it. Made an error on his first run. Can Pascalti get up into the 90s here?
Well, he's going to try, Dave, and he want to get himself into the mid-pack at least. But again, he catches understeer, and you can hear him off throttle. So clear with that V8 when you can hear it just idling away. But now works his way around the outside zone, and it looks like he hasn't gripped that car up too much. He wants it to be easier to drive right to the edge of the circuit. Goes Kevin Pascalti as he screams it down into that wall run on the white line. Goes Pascalti, looks for the rear end on the wall, gives it a little rub. Deep into that zone across the line. Nice job from Kevin Pascalti.
Much improvement on his first run, I will say. I think you know, the first corner, if you look at it from a zone point of view, it was absolutely pinpoint. Look at that front wheel on the dotted line, on the curb there, and then watch this. Watch that outer line, just comes into it absolutely perfect. From Kevin Pascalti's point of view, that's a big improvement, and I think he gets to this zone with all, you know, with the 2 wheels straight in from the start to the end. I think it's going to be a good score. I really do think so. As you said, could have been a little bit more aggressive on the throttle, a little bit more aggressive on the angle, but after, you know, what he would consider a sketchy run on 81 is not sketchy, but it's not a perfect run on the first run.
Yeah.
I think this is really precise. If you watch where those rear wheels are, they're everywhere the judges told him to be. And Pascalti drives like that. He's very precise. Huge talent, in my opinion. And as we head, I mean, wouldn't he love to be leading the championship going into our Hungarian round later in the year? Wouldn't he love that?
I think they'd sell the place out.
Yeah, exactly. So he is the highest ranking Hungarian driver right now. And, you know, Hungary's behind him. But let's see if they can go up the order. Yes, an 86.5 for Kevin Pascalti puts him into 17th, and an 86 is only good for 17. Shows you the level of driving we're seeing here in mixed conditions today in Mondello Park.
Yeah, certainly so, Dave. Now we're getting to the top 4. Benedikt Ascherba steps up to the plate. First qualifying run, an 84, so he's down into 25th. He would like to step up and get some points.
There's a man there that's got the stuff to do it. It's Benedikt Ascherba.
Oh, he's got the sauce.
He has. And this is going to be a caution to the win because he wants to get up the order. Benedikt Ascherba coming through the gears, weight transfer into the first corner, and he makes it work so far. Pretty perfect from Benedikt Ascherba as he takes it right out to the edge of the circuit. Little dab at a handbrake, and it's right in there to the outer zone. This is really good from Churba so far. Needs a little bit of aggression. That's what the judges wanted on the first run, and he's given it a little bit more. Oh, a little bit shallow on that outer zone, and not quite out to the wall there from Benedictus Churba. Oh, and he falls off throttle for some reason. Churba just expects the car to wash, and it sounds like something broke.
I think it's drying up.
That could be it. It could be that it's actually got a little bit more grip on the track. It definitely caught Churba there.
Because there was no spray from the back end. Look at this. Now you start to see spray from the tyres here. You can see how wet it is through this first couple of outside zones, especially there going into outside zone 3. Now watch as he wakes his way into these outside zones. The spray slows down and you start to get the steam, which would suggest that there's not a lot of standing water on the circuit, but just water in the grain of the track.
So now watch it, look, he expects it to wash, it just stops.
Doesn't. It starts to grip up. A little bit of spray there, but watch on the final outside zone. Watch this on the tarmac change. No spray, grips up.
Yeah, I think he's got caught by that change of
and did
surface.
you see a little bit of smoke there?
Don't tease me with a bit of smoking. Smoke at a drift event in Ireland. Are you mad?
Crazy, right? These guys haven't used tyres all weekend.
Oh, this is a cheap weekend for the boys here because it's been pretty wet. But yeah, that's it. I think he's struggled. You can actually look at the surface in the slow-mo. You can see very little standing water left there. And there are certain parts of this track that will dry quicker. Notice at 82.5 stays where he is in 25th position, Benedictus Churba. And now that I have a look out, we are seeing some of the track start to dry, which is going to make our showdown battles very sketchy.
Very, very sketchy indeed. Now that puts Adam Zalewski, who sits on the line, in an awkward position. Some guys stalling up on that last outside zone. The initiation super wet. How do you play it out?
This is tougher.
What do you do?
This is clearly tougher for these three drivers. The top three in the championship, starting with third position in Spain, it is Adam Zalewski on a very patchy track, which is the worst conditions you can be in a drift car. Zalewski's got to use all of his experience here as he fires in. Absolutely no grip on entry. As he comes through it, perfect so far from Zalewski, adapting to the conditions really well. Now, you can see the car just staying on angle there as it slides around the track. It's very tough at the moment, and Zalewski's going to have to look smoke coming out of the back of the car. So we have a full wet, dry track now, and this is where everyone was struggling, but Zalewski's doing a good job so far. This is where everyone was getting caught out just as the tarmac changes, but Zalewski gets ahead of it, kicks the clutch, and does a great job in probably the toughest conditions we've seen all day.
I hate to say it, I was right.
You hate to say that you were right?
Yeah, because, you just keep going on at me.
There you go. So you can see Zalewski adapting to the conditions.
It's patchy. The initiation's soaking wet. Look how wet the initiation is. There's nothing. You can see the front tyres. They're struggling to gain grip. And then as soon as they get into that fourth long outside zone, it's almost bone dry around there. And then transition across the circuit to 5 and 6. It's wet again. And then you're into that last outside zone, bone dry. This is going to be sketchy for the last two drivers to go who are fighting for a championship.
Yeah, that's pretty much the tail of the tape. And I mean, this is Drift Masters, so everything can and often does happen.
Yeah,
so
of course.
We got Zalewski. I think he's done the best run he can do in these conditions. Yeah, in these conditions. Look at that. You can see him. He's fighting the car.
Yeah.
Because at some point it's gripping, then it's not gripping, then it's, look at that. It's not a smooth run because he's having to kick the car on the clutch to keep the wheels moving. Does a great job.
Oh, it does an incredible job.
But I can see it just wavering because it's damp, wet, dry. And there you have it, an 83 for Adam Zalewski, 24th position. I think that's as good as you could do in these conditions. And I think now you got to look at this showdown coming up and going, it's going to be risky on the cars. Really risky on the cars because of these conditions.
Right.
But this is the man, Laurie Heinen. I think he's, at this point in time, got to secure this top four. And at the moment, he's got a 93.5 on the board. Worse conditions than the first run. And to guarantee it, he's got to go higher.
He's certainly got to go higher. He needs to push himself up a couple of spots at least right now as he flicks that car in. Oh, 90 degrees from Laurie Heinen as he now unleashes that incredible sounding V8. But this is where things now start to get tricky. He transitions into outside zone 4, and this is where it's going to grip up. Can he hold on? Oh, look at that. Almost bone dry halfway through the zone as Laurie Heinen flicks it across the circuit, goes for a full wet transition towards the wall. Can he hold on to it? He can. Now it's going to dry up once again. This track is unpredictable, but he still puts the bumper to the wall.
I don't know how he's doing that.
Still fulfills the zones.
I don't know how he's doing that because he is at every moment completely adapting to whatever grip he has. And he was ahead of it. I don't even know how he did that because he's coming in. Look at that. Full 90 degrees.
Full wet.
Full wet. No grip whatsoever, and he's on full, he thinks, well, then you transition, all of a sudden you get grip, and the front wheel, lead wheel on that white line was perfect from Heinen. as he comes through here. That's perfect as well. Now watch this. As he comes in here, he thinks, oh, I've overcooked it. Then all of a sudden, boom, loads of grip. But he manages to look onto the left foot brake, smokes up the rear tires at the end of that zone, which is mad. And then as he transitions back, we saw Churba not be able to transition the car. But Heinen is adapting every moment to when, look.
But it goes from dry to wet again. Look at this, soaking wet down there. Spray from the tyres.
Yeah, and then comes in here, and all of a sudden, boom, we
dry.
got tire smoke straight away as we go into that zone. And he looks like he doesn't waver one bit.
Quick fact for you. I said to Laurie Heinen, what did you change on the car from Spain to Ireland? He said the only change we made is we made a special rear bumper that was 3 inches shorter. Dave.
Wow, wow, wow. It's a 94.5 for Laurie Heinen. He goes into 3rd position. And Ian will never get to finish that story with the amount of scores Laurie Heinen's
I'm going to finish it now real quick. They made the bumper narrower, so he said, when I run the wall, the tail lights touch the wall, not the bumper, so I get more points.
Oh, sneaky. I like it. We move on now to the man that finished top step on the podium in Spain. It's Kevin Pazur, 2023's Rookie of the Year, your current championship point leader. But will he be that in the next 50 seconds? Because he needs to get into that top 4 to stay in the mix.
Yes, 14th position at the moment. He needs a big run. He's going for a big run. Look at that left foot brake lock as he comes down the hill, over the brow of the hill. The championship leader right now wants it. He's hungry for it, but he knows this is tricky. Oh, and look at the smoke, straight away dry. But now it's going to go wet. Look at the car get loose as it hangs across the circuit. He's going to fire up onto the wall. Big angle, big speed. He balances it, but now it picks up dry again. Tags the wall across the line. This is insane. This is Drift Masters.
I don't know how they're doing this. I don't know how they're, I mean, whether it's wet or dry, one or the other, but when it's both, how much input you've got to put in the car is insane, and Kevin Pazur does a great job. Is it as good as Laurie Heinen's? For me, probably not, but it's not far off. It's really good. And I will say, from like the fact that he's got full smoke coming from the car at one point of the circuit and another point of the circuit, just completely slick. So what does he need, Ian?
The upset could be if he scores more than a 93.5. If he scores a 94, he pushes Shanahan out of the position of scoring any points this evening.
So Conor Shanahan will hope to stay in the top 4 to get more championship points back on Pazur if he doesn't score higher than a 93.5. If Pazur scores higher than a 93.5, he knocks Shanahan out of the top 4. And this is championship is what we're looking at here, because Dean not too concerned, Heinen already in, and there you have it, an 87 for Kevin Pazur, puts him into 14th position, which means we have finished qualifying and we have our top 4 for the showdown, and those guys going to get more championship points, and they need to win a semi-final and a final to get even more championship points. So to climb back on, here's your result list. It's in James Dean tops qualifying with a 97, Kuba Pashkansky in second with a 95.5, Laurie Heinen with a 94.5, and Conor Shanahan in 4th position with a 93.5. They're going to the showdown. Connor Falvey, Dwayne McKeever, Oren Nielsen, and Peter Vjonsek rounding out the top 8. And here are the rest of your results. And it's a mixed bag in there. A lot of big names going out and qualifying. Ian, a lot of guys that would have expected to get into that 32, not there.
No, not there, Dave. And this one's going to be upside down and inside out. Look at that. Pontus Hartmann just scrapes through in top 32. And these are the guys that are out. Poitalasco, Alan Hines, Joshua Reynolds, Ryhart, Kozlowski, Stephen McConnell, all the way from the UK, didn't make it in. These guys, here we go.
Yeah, so it is going to be James Dean with a 97. That is the top step in qualifying, and this is how he did it. He went in a full wet track, and he went absolutely bananas is what he did, and he loves bananas. So it made perfect sense. He was the most angle, most consistency, especially this part of the track, put the spoiler over the wall, but this was the pièce de résistance. The cone was sitting there minding its own business, boom, gets knocked off by the spoiler, and James Dean inch perfect. However, now we go to the top 4, which we now have to see battle head-to-head to see who gets more championship points. Here's how it works. 4th will go against 1st, 2nd against 3rd for more points on the board. James Dean, who's not in a full championship, kind of cat amongst the pigeons. But for Conor Shanahan and Laurie Heinen and our drivers, they have to make sure that they get these battles won.
Yeah, there we go. So, Dave, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. If you're here in attendance at Mondello Park, stay in your seats, because
it's going to get more exciting.
We have the showdown coming up in 5 minutes' time. So those drivers are now preparing for their battles. Dave, I didn't even get to see the battle tree. I was people in my ears. I was getting information left, right, and centre. And you know me. if someone says one thing, that's it. My brain shuts down. So
You're, you know, that's how you are.
give me a point out battle. What's the one? What's the what? Tell me the one, Dave. Tomorrow.
Do you know what I want to do?
Go on.
I'm not going to tell you anything. I'll tell you why. Because we got showdown battles ahead of us, and I'm thinking right now that the battles tomorrow look pretty spicy, I will be honest. And we'll see them all on social media, so if you want to check out all the Driftmaster social channels, you'll see all of that. However, right now, I'm going to get to see the top 4 in qualifying actually battle in these conditions. And that is something that would never happen normally until you get to the end of a competition on Sunday evening. But now on a Saturday evening, or this weekend, we get to see James Dean, we get to see Laurie Hyman, we get to see Connor Shannon, we get to see all those guys go head-to-head. But now it's an interesting one. Do they want to risk the car ahead of tomorrow to get the championship points, or do they not? So it's very hard to know what way they'll approach this. So here's the point standings right now from this event. James Dean has 8, but he can score more. Pishkonsky has got 7, he can score more. Heinen has more. And this is, again, where they sit right now. But those top 4 will score more bonus points, depending on if they win their semi-final and the final of the showdown. It's more drifting, it's more fun, it's more Drift Masters. What more could you want?
More.
More?
I want more.
Do you want more?
Yeah.
We'll get you more. So this is how the showdown works. Something new this year, I'm enjoying it. I like this little bit of bonus action we get at the end. So the top 4 qualifiers face off in battles for extra, there's up to 4 additional points for the contenders. So that means a lot when it comes to the last round of the championship, or you're going into Poland in a couple of rounds' time. Those extra points make all the difference. And I think if you're looking at it from a perspective of James Dean has said doesn't care, Kuba Pishkonsky, Connor Shanahan are really looking at catching up on Laurie Hyman. Laurie Hyman being in there is the biggest thing. See on the start line. How are we going to see? Will we see a Heine and Shannon back at it again? Will we see Dean and Shannon back at it again? Will we get there, James Dean against Connor Shannon, and just on a Saturday evening, on the qualifying evening, and Kuba Pishkonsky is get Laurie Heinen, which is mental. Will we see the 2 Red Bull GT86s in the final? Will we see Dean and Heinen in the final? What way is it going to go?
I've just had a thought.
It's dangerous.
With Laurie Heinen's qualifying score and what he earns now in this battle, did he just take over the championship?
It could be championship leader. We
championship?
can't speculate, but we also can.
My maths is mathing today.
So right now, we got 4 drivers trying to get more points in the showdown. It's the second showdown of the year. Some of the biggest names in the game. Let's get to it. You want more action, you want more excitement, but you're not going to get it any bigger than this. Connor Shanahan and James Dean in the first semi-final of the showdown. The Master and the Apprentice.
Well, they battled just a few weeks ago.
They were in the final of Formula Drift just 2 weeks ago. Now they're in completely different cars in their home territory, and they live 1 kilometer from each other in Cork. But now they're going to want to be a lot closer than 1 kilometer for these 2 runs. Dean in the lead, Connor Shanahan in the chase, and Connor Shanahan has a lot more to gain than James Dean does, because Connor Shanahan needs these championship points. James Dean, well, he's not going to bow down for anyone, is he? He's going to want to win everything this weekend, go first in qualifying, first in the battles, prove it that his worth is still here in Europe. And this is going to be one. And you know what? Connor Shannon has come a long way in the last little while against James Dean. Now, he's not the young kid that James Dean, taught the ropes to a couple of years ago. He is a full-fledged champion. You've got 2 European champions on the start line, and you've got the guy that beat James Dean in the USA 3 weeks ago. There's a lot riding on this. James Dean's going to want a little redemption for what happened in the US. Connor Shannon needs the points, and we're going to find out right now what's about to happen.
Yeah, they're through the gears, through the chicane, down they come for initiation. Oh, big separation already as James Dean starts to pull from Connor Shanahan. As James Dean fires that car, a little understeer from Dean, though, as he picks it back up against Shanahan, desperate. You can see him dialing off the angle, looks for the door of James Dean's S15, and he finds it in the outside zone. He's back in contention right now as Dean picks himself up, fires it backwards to the wall. Shanahan goes for the dive, looks for the door, and he gives him a little rub. He tags the door and cross the line. Shanahan means business.
Oh, Shanahan leaving a big old tire mark on the door of James Dean's car towards the end of that one. This is kind of personal out
That's
here.
fruity.
That kind of
got
personal.
fruity.
I thought, maybe he's taking it easy, and then nope.
James Dean was up and gone.
There's a lot of grip in a straight line from that S14.9. I can see it on the straight, and Connor Shannon just got caught a little bit. And again, remember, very difficult, as Connor would say, from up on the start line to know what the conditions are, what you're relying on your spotter. But right as they get through the course, Connor Shannon gets back in the game again, and he does a really good second half of the run. I mean, for me, I think there was probably 3 points of contact on the last wall, as Connor then makes the big dive here. Now, how many points contact do we get? We definitely get one. We might get one here again. It's great driving.
This is incredible driving. And then this is just a teaser of what you're going to see tomorrow in top 32. This is just, oh man, look at that. That is wheel to wheel, wheel to door, wheel to everything right there.
Yeah, and again, remember, this is just the showdown, but try tell them that. Because remember, even for your own ego, and even for your own statement to the rest of the grid, you go out there and beat a couple of these guys, you go, well, everyone's going to be scared of me tomorrow. And that's what they want, right? They want to get this battle practice. This is not battle practice. This is for points. So it's a little bit of a step up from what they would do at open practice, where they kind of always leave about 10% on the table. Not here, not now. James Dean on the start line, Conor Shannon on the start line. Conor in the lead position, James Dean a little bit. That's how many times he hit James Dean. He had to tape the car back up, and Marston's got the magic tape out there, and it is structural. We will say it is structural, because by the end of the weekend, you just have a full grey car of masking tape, pretty much, because everybody's going to be hitting everybody. Conor Shannon, look, you see, he knows if he wins this and the final of this, it's an extra couple of points in the championship. And for me, that's all he wants this weekend, is top step on the podium, and he wants, even though he qualified lesser, he can catch up more. So that's the interesting little twist here.
Oh, this could be a twist over the weekend.
No, and it could make a big difference in the championship as James Dean sits in the chase position. He's definitely going for it here, Dean, as he leaves the line way before Shanahan. Shanahan goes through the gears.
Yeah, look at this. Dean knows he's got the grip. Look at this. He's onto the back bumper already. James Dean hunting down Conor Shanahan, and he's closer through that first corner than Shanahan was. He looks for the rear wheel as Shanahan deals with it perfectly, but James Dean times the transition absolutely spot on, and now they get into the outside zone. Dean giving him some room to manoeuvre. They look for the transition into the wall, and Dean will make the dive right now. Up into the door goes James Dean on Conor Shanahan's 86. He tags the door, pushes him across the line. This is insane.
That entry was insane. That entry was almost stupid, in my opinion, because he still has to go tomorrow without breaking the car, James Dean. And Conor Shannon, I think he knows.
Shakes his head,
I think he knows it was the run-in, but James Dean's proximity on entry was silly. Look at this. That is at over 110 kilometers an hour, and he's right there on the door through the first corner. Inch perfect from Dean. An inch perfect from Shanahan, to be fair, too.
The transitions are just absolutely incredible. And how they're dealing with this change
it's insane.
Track conditions is just mental.
Well, as they get out of the car, Mondello makes some noise for Conor Shanahan, and James Dean back in business this weekend. These are, I would arguably say, that ranked 1 and 2. I'm not going to give you an argument over where they place, but 1 and 2 in Irish drifting right now, and they're having a good conversation of the conditions right now. But one of them is going to go through to the final of the showdown. One of them is going to be eliminated, but back in tomorrow for the main event. And let's see which way the decision goes. Going through to the showdown final is James Dean. James Dean gets the win and goes through to the showdown final. Conor Shannon does earn extra points, but not as many as he wanted as James Dean. And I think it's a pretty obvious decision. Proximity through the first half of the course, well, Conor didn't have any.
No.
So James Dean goes into, and again, and now Conor Shannon will hope that whoever goes into the final, James Dean beats them and doesn't get any more points on him, right? That's how that works.
I mean, look, for Shanahan now, I'm sure Shanahan just said to Dean, beat Heinen.
Yeah, just, or Pishkonsky. Because
Pishkonsky's not in the championship.
He's as much as Conor Shanahan is. So here we go. Laurie Heinen will be in the chase position, but Kuba Pishkonsky in the lead. Now, these are two guys that we expect fireworks on track. And with those patchy conditions, anything can happen. Kuba Pishkonsky will take the lead, and then as the higher qualifier, Kuba's on it this weekend. I mean, he's going to be tough for Heinen to beat here. Heinen is coming in on great form for 2023, but he's up against a very steely competitor and one that looks like he's very at home.
Yeah, he certainly is. But for me, Pishkonsky's always had a turn of fortune in Mondello Park. He's always got it dialed. The light goes green, they're through the chicane, down through the gears they go. Heinen to chase down Kuba Pishkonsky for a spot in the showdown final. And once again, big separation. Pishkonsky fires that car in, he's not messing around. This huge separation this time as Pishkonsky puts the car right where it needs to be, and now it's Rory Heinen that's playing catch-up. But he's out of the outside zone. It's scrappy for Pishkonsky. Heinen opens the door and takes a step in as he looks for the back bumper on that GR86 and fires it down onto the door as they get into that final outside zone. Heinen now going for some redemption, looks for the side and across the line.
I think they're learning that I'm just going to put a big statement out there. Think about it. All the way through qualifying, what side of the track is everybody starting on?
The other side.
Yeah, on the lead run, right?
Yeah.
So all their engine, all their exhaust is drying that side of the car. When they go to the chase lane,
oh, you're right. They can't get out. They're soaking wet.
It's soaking wet, the track there. So the dry line is the one everyone's been qualifying on. and that's where they're getting caught. You can see James Dean learned that straight away from his spotter, so that's why he left the line early, but nobody obviously informed Heinen the same. He gets lost. Now, Pishkowski doesn't have the perfect lead run here either, but I think that's down to the conditions. It's very patchy out there. Some smoke, no smoke, spinning. It's just hard going.
Oh, wow, look how close he was there. He nearly drove right through the side of Pishkowski's car.
Gotta say, this is going to be, I mean, this is the thing. Will whoever leads first have the disadvantage because of the conditions? Because if Kuba now hears from his spotter, leave early. Don't leave with him. You've got to go soon because you've got no grip on that side of the track. And he's staggered back a little bit as well. So this could be, again, an advantage. Now, when we get to the final between Dean and whoever wins, they'll both know this, so that's not going to be an issue. But right now, it does look like that lead line is far drier, and that's why we're seeing that separation.
But we're going to see it right now. Will Laurie Heinen, a drag race, pull away from Kuba Pishkowski? Or will Pishkowski no? Will he leave early? Will he wait? Who knows? Well, we're getting the thumbs up all round. They slot the cars into gear. We get a green light on the start line. It is go, and Pishkowski now matches the pace of Heinen. He won't let him go. He knows what he needs to do. And look at this, he's door on door. They're coming down through the gears. Heinen flicks the car across, and Pishkowski now has the advantage. No separation. As he fires through, he gets right up close and personal. As Heinen goes wide, drops a wheel off circuit. Pishkowski deals with it. They get into this outside zone, but Pishkowski's way on the inside. He's almost going to tag the front wheel, and it's wandering and wavering for both guys as he now fires towards the wall. Will Heinen go wide? He does. Oh, contact! As Pishkowski bangers the side of Laurie Heinen.
It's only the showdown, guys. It's only qualifying. It's only qualifying showdown.
They're battling like this is a final.
Everybody, calm down. This is just for 2 points. 2 points. 2 points of qualifying. That's all it is. No need to absolutely smash your opponent. But Kuba said, nah,
I don't care.
I don't care. We got more panels. We can take down a Heinen.
We can fix this.
So he definitely has much more proximity on Heinen, but then how will they look at that big incident at the end? Both drivers did finish the run.
I'm just saying, look, there was a few mistakes from Pishkowski. Watch this. Wavers massively there. He almost drives straight, to be fair, as he comes out of the outside zone. I think for me, Laurie Heinen didn't have the...
It looks like Heinen comes a little bit off throttle there, to be honest. It looks like Heinen actually does get
where
popped.
he grips up. Oh, he bent the rear wheel.
Ugh.
So damage to Heinen's car. Can he complete the next battle if he wins the battle?
Well, I'll put it this way. I think Heinen comes off. I think it's caught by the transition of surface there. Look to me, no smoke from the rear of Heinen's car. Let's see what the judges say as the drivers sit, await their decision. And here we go. Who's going to get through to the final to face James Dean? It's going to be Kuba Pishkowski. Kuba Pishkowski gets the win and goes through to the final of the qualifying showdown. And look at the back wheel of Laurie Heinen's car. It's definitely not aligned. I'm going to put it on. It's definitely facing the wrong direction. And if you were wondering, would they push so hard in these qualifying showdown battles, or was it more of an exhibition? Well, now you have the answer. They are pretty much bending each other's cars to pieces. So it is going to be Kuba Pishkowski and James Dean in the qualifying showdown battle. And this is big for Kuba Pishkowski. These are all the championship points that he was losing in Spain, now coming back his way.
Yeah, exactly that, Dave. And you know, for James Dean, this is just borrowed time. This is just more fun, more seat time, more experience around this circuit that he doesn't need experience or seat time on. So,
but I think, to be honest, if you look at James Dean, didn't win a round of Drift Masters in 2023, so he's coming back to prove his point here that he's still the best of the best. And he didn't do Spain, but he's going to do a couple of staggered rounds this year, and he wants to win all those rounds because he wants to come here and say that he's the best of the best. But a man that is sitting very high in the championship, maybe even leading the championship right now, is with Becky Evans. Laurie Heinen is down trackside.
Oh, I've lost comms. Max, if you can hear me, I've lost comms. Well, Laurie, that was a serious run out there. But can you tell us, we were watching as you came down in the right-hand lane there. Is it quite wet out there? Is that what caused that separation to begin with?
Yeah, I was a bit too eager on the start and had to slow down and lost him there.
When you were coming into the final outside zone, you saw Kuba coming into you there. Did you think, is he going to hit me? And did the bang feel as big as it looked from the outside?
Yeah, it was actually a big bang, yeah.
We had a quick look around your car, and your left-hand wheel there is looking a little bit bent, so a few more repairs, but tomorrow we'll see you in the show.
Yeah, it's good. I always drive the mistakes out in this top fork, so maybe tomorrow is better.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Laurie.
There you have it. So he's using the top four of the Showdown to just iron out those
Iron
mistakes.
out the mistakes.
Yeah, there you go. Look at them having a great time.
Having a great time.
Having a great time at the grandstands.
That'll be me later with a pint of Guinness.
You think so?
100%.
Okay. We'll have a talk about that. You got a problem, Ian, but it's okay. We'll work through it together. We'll move on to now. It is the final. James Dean, Kuba Piszczonski are going to go to that showdown final. Kuba Piszczonski has the most to gain, in my opinion, when it comes to championship points, as in every round of the championship. James Dean, though, I'm just thinking, how high could he finish if he's only missing 1 or 2 rounds of the year? That's always an interesting occasion.
Forget about all that.
Yeah. So it's
Forget about all that. I just want to know one thing.
What?
Is Laurie Hindman leading the championship?
We'll know soon enough.
I want the nerds in the back room to tell me in my ears.
I don't know. They're doing frantic math. Abacuses are being thrown
Around the place.
Yeah.
Because for me, Dave, what that does then, that then really sets the scene for tomorrow.
Well, if you've got Pizur and Heinen,
If Heinen now is in that mindset of, all right, the car's damaged, I've had a little seat time, I've had a battle with James Dean,
Yeah.
we now know his pace in tricky conditions.
well, you also
Piszczonski in tricky conditions. We now know how the land lies potentially for top
yeah,
32
remember,
tomorrow.
today is just the warm-up. I mean, this is where everyone just shows their hand. Tomorrow is the main event. That's where the real points are earned in the championship.
Exactly. But will that, if he knows he's leading the championship, will that change the way Laurie Hindman drives tomorrow? Will that change the way that Kevin Purser looks at tomorrow, every single battle?
Well, I think, look, Pizur did it all in the battles the last time.
Yes.
Right? So you know what I mean? So, I mean, yes, qualifying is important. You got to get in the show. It does set you up for who your opponent is. But reality, in this kind of situation, you've got to beat, you've got to win, 4 battles, 5 battles to get yourself onto the top step of the podium. And that's a total throw of the dice, because we've watched drivers who've qualified in 30th win events. So it's not written, but what I do like your analogy there is that if Pizur loses points in qualifying to Heinen now leading the championship, and Conor Shanahan, who was fighting with Heinen, now is get back to business.
Yeah.
But he wants Heinen to make mistakes. He wants issues for Heinen, because I'm not saying Heinen's a guaranteed or Pizur, but the guys sitting lower in the order want those guys to start suffering somewhere.
Somewhere, yeah.
But if they don't, and Heinen looks like he's, again, really dialed in this round, Kuba could be another guy who goes, well, if I win this tomorrow, I'm back in the mix here.
Back in the mix.
So if Kuba Piszczonski beats James Dean here, which, again, remember, it's not the final of the event, but what a statement to the rest of the grid. James Dean is going to go out there and say, well, I just like drifting, I beat everybody, this kind of a thing. And I do it regularly, and I do it quite often.
Yeah, I do it quite often. And you know what? I'm pretty good at it.
I'm pretty good. Yeah. If there was if you put down like high skill
On his CV.
win a lot of drifting would be quite, and then it would be like, I like gardening.
Bananas.
Maybe. Yeah, bananas, gardening.
Mowing the lawn, yeah.
Being tall. Like, they would all be like 2nd, 3rd, and 4th of what he's very good. But drifting and winning drifting is what he does.
Yeah.
And last year, he didn't find that rhythm in Drift Masters, and now he's #1 qualifier, and now he's 1 battle away from being, #1 in the qualifying showdown. There's only one more #1 this weekend he wants, which is top step of the podium.
Top step tomorrow, yeah.
So I think if you look at it from that perspective, everybody here has their own story, their own, we're going to see that unfold tomorrow. We're going to see that we're going to keep you guys informed the whole way through of what's happening. But I love these personality matchups. And you've got 2 guys now, I would say, if you look at Kuba Piszczonski, yes, he's got a huge resume in drifting, but he's a rally champion. He competed in Dakar, not only on 4 wheels, but on 2 wheels.
Yep.
And he's now up against James Dean. He's not a very easy opponent to go up against, because he is capable of beating anybody on a certain day. So we have James Dean and Kuba Piszczonski ready to warm tires. It looks like they did a little check on the cars. And James Dean, again, you got to look at it. A little bit of a hit with the wall yesterday in practice. Now he's top. This is just a good weekend all around for James Dean. He shrugged off that, that maybe a little bit of, it was patchy conditions. He said himself, it was really, now he's learned, and he said that he took a little bit of revenge on the cone of the wall, in qualifying, got that 97-point run. You can see Kuba here ready to go. And this is great practice for Kuba, because he gets to go up against one of the best in the world. And it doesn't matter as much. He's not out of the competition. Once you go up against James Dean, usually you're going one direction, and that's to the trailer. but here, you go back into the pits, and you can you can change the setup. You can do a lot of different things. But if you beat James Dean in this showdown,
you don't change anything.
You change nothing. And you could win against anybody tomorrow. So there's a lot of psychologicals behind all of this. And we love that. We love the, it's drifting at the end of the day, but we like the story. We like how it plays out. We like how the championship plays out. And because we have so many nations, variety of cars, variety of setups, variety of experience, rookies, experienced pros, all mixed in here, I love how we could see these sort of stories start to unfold. You see James Dean, he's just warming the tires. He even just held the door open there because he was so relaxed about it. But I think that these are 2 guys that are not going to, the occasion is definitely not going to get to either of these.
No. No, certainly not. We can see there, as you say, James Dean warming the tyres on that. He's saying 206.
Yeah, that's another thing a lot of people always think is funny is that it looks like they're terrible at donuts when they do warm.
He is.
But he's brilliant at drifting, terrible at those. No, the reason they do it is they purposely understeer the car in the warm-up box, because when you're doing donuts, you're only warming the rear tires, but you want to warm the front tires, even sometimes more importantly, by doing scrubs, as they call it, like running the car on some understeer to do it. So it looks like we have both drivers ready. It is going to be a winner decided. There's no one more times. It just goes straight into a winner here, and it's going to be Kuba Pszczonski and James Dean. Now, that lane, that chase lane, Kuba has learned very quickly that he's got to get a big run, and look at the big run.
Yeah, look at it.
He's going for it here, as James Dean will be in the lead position, Kuba Pszczonski in the chase position. Here we go. It's going to be a check over from Marcin that both cars are ready. It looks like they are ready to go. James Dean looks ready. He's always ready. How could a machine not be ready? He's not ready. He's on standby.
He's on standby. I hope he's not on standby now.
The machine is on standby. So here we go. It is going to be Kuba in the chase, James Dean in the lead. Last 2 runs of the day. Little taster ahead of tomorrow. That track looks like it's drying up quite a little bit out there, so there could be more grip than they were in the last battle. It'll be interesting to see how they adapt to that. Green light means go. And they go through the gears and over the hills. James Dean leads in Kuba Pszczonski for the final of the qualifying showdown.
Oh, look at this. Pszczonski straight onto the back bumper. No messing around. Fires it in. James Dean, big angle. But Pszczonski's right with him. He knows the game now. He's learned from before as he fits it across the circuit. A little puff of smoke earlier on. This track is almost fully dry as Pszczonski waits for the transition from Dean as he looks for the side of that Nissan 206. Now makes a dive. Now lines up onto the side of James Dean. Gives him a tag onto the door and across the line.
Oh, I didn't expect that.
No,
I didn't expect that.
didn't.
Kuba Pszczonski came out swinging. And that's put James Dean under big pressure now.
Even gives him a tag on the door and a final outside zone to say,
look
at this.
Through the first corner, Kuba Pszczonski is absolutely door to door with James Dean. Oh, this is good. This is good. You see James here, look, the grip catches him a little bit. He has to adjust onto that, just on that outer zone, because it's so patchy, wet, dry, it's almost impossible to be consistent. Kuba goes everywhere James Dean goes, and this for me, big dive in at the end, and he's right there. There's definitely a tap on the door. Look at this, right up onto the door. Perfect from Kuba. I don't know, this is going to be very tough. James Dean's going to have to pull something out of the bag here.
Well, if there's a man to pull it out of the bag, Dave, I'm sure James Dean's got all the talent. Look at that. He's literally... There isn't a lot of separation there, and Pszczonski, for me, really laid it down. He brought the pressure. You know, he knew he had to apply the pressure. He knows James Dean's world-class driver. He had to apply that pressure.
Well, now, like, he's right there. So from my perspective, James Dean's going to have to be exceptional here. And how much does he risk? He's #1 qualifier. He's in the show tomorrow. How much does he risk?
A big day tomorrow as well.
He's got a good team behind him. He knows they can fix a few panels, but he's going to have to be exceptional against Kuba here. And this is the last run of the qualifying showdown before we head to our main event tomorrow. Of course, we are kicking off top 32 at 11:30 local time. But this is a little taster of what you got in store tomorrow. It looks like tomorrow's weather looks a lot nicer than today, so it's going to be interesting to see how things ramp up for the weekend. But James Dean sits there, laser focused, ready to go. Thumbs up to the camera. He's going up against Kuba Pszczonski, and he's got to be on the door. He's got to be an inch away, and he's got to risk it all, because Kuba is going to win this if James Dean isn't exceptional.
Well, here we go. They get the green light. They are off the line. Pszczonski to lead out James Dean. Through the chicane he goes. And this is it, the final run of the day, before we all head home and wait to see what happens tomorrow in this separation. Now Pszczonski starts to lay it down, but Dean noses in that S14 and matches the angle. Oh, the transition is beautiful from James Dean. They now find the gripped up part of the circuit. Pszczonski can't find the outside zone as he starts to pull away. James Dean goes for a dive on the door. Oh, and a tag on the wall, a tag on the door. James Dean in the battle, in the fight, up and to the side, across the line.
Oh,
wow.
What a taster for tomorrow. I think the pace of Kuba cost James Dean a little, caught him off guard on the way in. And then, well, he just, it was like a red flag to a bull at that point, because James Dean came right for him through that first corner. You can see, look, Kuba got so much grip.
Yeah, he was up and gone.
And then from here, look at Dean. This is high-risk stuff on the transition. Oh, impressive stuff from both of these guys. Kuba, though, that lead run was a little sketchy. Missed a couple of zones out of the outer zone there. Dean had to go really on the inside. That lead run wasn't perfect. But in patchy conditions, you can't ask for much more from these two incredible drivers. They get out of the cars.
Look at that.
Kuba Peszkowski, James Dean putting on a show.
Man, the way James Dean put that wheel onto the door. Look at that, just upset the car ever so slightly. Look at that, boom, back into it again.
Oh, look at this. So good to watch. And it's only a taster of what's to come tomorrow here in Mondello Park.
This is the starters.
This is the starters.
We got the main.
This is the
We got the main at 11:30, and then at 3:30,
the dessert.
The dessert.
Nice. Love the analogy, and that is exactly what we've got. But we've got to find a decision here of who's going to take the win of the qualifying showdown before we head to top 32 action here in Mondello Park tomorrow. The main event is coming, but who's going to be going in there with all the kudos? It's going to be Peszkowski. Is it going to be Dean?
Feels different.
And it's James Dean. James Dean wins the qualifying showdown. #1 qualifier, wins the qualifying showdown, and heads in as the man to beat tomorrow here in Mondello Park as we go through to top 32 action. 11:30 local time, we kick it off, hoping for drier weather, hoping for less unpredictability, and hoping a little bit that we're going to see some tire smoke. Becky is down with the man that can't be beaten today, takes home first in qualifying and first in the showdown.
What a return to form, James. Back here at Mondello Park, your home crowd, your home track, and you've not only just top qualifying, you've just won the qualifying showdown. You must be extremely happy.
I'm really happy. Those conditions are absolutely horrible to drive in. Like every single lap, even between my first battle with Connor to the second battle there, the grip is changing. It's challenging in the lead position, and it's even more challenging in the chase. So very, very challenging, but hopefully we get a sunny Mondello Park tomorrow. Huge thanks to all the Irish fans and international fans that came to Ireland to support drifting. And if the weather is better tomorrow, the show is going to be twice as good. So I'm excited.
Now, you haven't had a chance to battle much with Kuba Peszkowski, but it was very impressive, the runs that he was putting down there. He was probably one of the only drivers that was able to keep good proximity with you.
Yeah, he was fast, definitely had a lot of speed in his car, and he's such an experienced driver from Dakar, from rally, from all those different disciplines. So I think these patchy conditions, he's well used to it, and his experience definitely shows. And yeah, he's on it. So he's definitely one to watch for tomorrow. I'm really happy. I'm exhausted. I'm looking forward to a good rest tonight and come back and just enjoy it.
So tonight, what's the plan? Is it go back, make any more adjustments, or are you going to leave the car as it is? Or is it just get a good rest? I know you are flitting from country to country right now, but you're back here in Mondello.
Yeah, so for me tonight, I think rest. The car has been amazing today. We struggled a bit yesterday, but the team worked hard, got it perfect. And it's just clean it up, make sure we're prepared, give it a nut and bolt check. And I think the whole team are exhausted because this week was insane back home. So huge thanks to them and my family and everyone supporting us to do what we do. And let's come back tomorrow and put on a show.
Congratulations, James. Guys, well, there you have it. Your top qualifier, your winner of the qualifying showdown, James Dean, back to you in the tower.
Thanks, Becky, and a very happy man there, and he's going to go in with a lot of confidence tomorrow. Not much to change, not much to work on. He's done the job, but it's only half the job.
Half of it.
If even, done. Because tomorrow, top 32 is going to be wild here in Mondello Park. And here is the points situation after qualifying. James Dean gets all maximum 12 points. Peszkowski gets 10. Laurie Heinen takes 8. Conor Shanahan with 6 points. 6 well-needed points for Shanahan in the chase of Heinen. Then, as you can see, Conor Falvey, youngster from Ireland, getting in 5th position. Dwayne McKeever, Oran Nielsen, and Peter Van Zyk rounding out the top 8 point scorers in qualifying, and they're all into top 32 action tomorrow. And Ian, this is what we have ahead of us.
Here we go. I've been waiting for this.
Here's the grid. Where are we going to line up now? Oh, big battles everywhere. I'm trying to adjust. Look at that. Conor Shanahan against Tomas Kiley, Jack Shanahan, Adam Zalewski, Gainsek and Cherba, Tornik Kavia and Randalou.
Passer versus Korpelinski.
Wow. And we've got Oran Nielsen against Timo Peltola. There is some big names. Look at Halovny and Peszkowski. They are all like finals out there. And Jakob Kroll in the new car against Bagsy in the new car. This is going to be a big. We've got the youngest driver on the grid, Conor Falvey, against Juha Rintonen, one of the most experienced.
Just the top left quarter of the bracket. Look at that. Dean, Pascalti, Vincek, Cherba, Shanahan, Zalewski. There is 4 champions, almost 4 champions in one corner.
If you want to see what happens, there's only one place to watch it all go down. That is Red Bull TV. Get downloading the app. It's free. You can watch it on your phone, your TV, wherever you want. But all you got to do is tune in to the madness tomorrow. 11:15, we're live with the pre-show. 11:30, we're live on track. Local time. We'll see you guys there. For Ian and me, I hope you enjoyed today. It's been a wet and wild one. Tomorrow, we're into the main event, and we'll see you there.